all your stress and pride. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the wind. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called a ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
your neck like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. like a bootlace. Rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade. Dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large, we go hard, to play hard. Dream big, live large, I work hard, to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop or low. Dream big, live large, work hard. Go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night,
stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know, I'm a pro. They don't know, I'm in the zone. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know, I'm a pro. They don't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the Midas on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Beast mode, King Kong coming today. Obstacles, try delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know, I'm a pro. They don't know, I'm in the zone. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know, I'm a pro. They don't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. My wage. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know, I'm a pro. They don't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
VCT EMEA 2025. Hello everyone and welcome back to EMEA Ascension, where we're reaching the equinox of the group stage. We currently have 10 teams battling to get one of the 4 spots up for grabs to get into playoffs and obviously get within touching distance of that next spot in VCT Tier 1. I am Kakuka and I'll be your host for today, but joining me on the desk, we have Tombiz and Haza. Haza is our first time working together. I'm extremely excited about today.
Yeah, I'm lucky to be here with some EMEA royalty and also my favorite Polaris guest, Tombiz, so it's going to be a good show.
I feel like that's a burn to quite a lot of other people, so I'll take it, I'll clip that, and I'll send it around
send it to
and
Mitch,
create you a few enemies by the time you get off this broadcast.
I love your shirt, by the way, Tom. I feel like you wore it for me. It makes me happy. So far we had 2 very long days of competition. But Tom, yesterday Apex managed to bounce back from the loss on day 1. How did they do it?
Well, I would say bounce back is actually the right phrasing to be using. It was a lot of comebacks. It was a lot of sort of slower starts where I feel like we got the sort of height battle between those duelists that we sort of expected. The likes of Element performing well, but Kayak just being that different beast, like a guy that can step up. I think Anguis as well, who we're going to see highlight after highlight from, is someone that people really need to be keeping an eye on going forward, because this guy has been impressive. But I guess the way we look at it is it was a lifeline.
Yeah, it definitely was.
Yeah, go, Hazard, because of course we also need to talk about Go Next getting another win and Barca in their first match not actually succeeding us.
Yeah.
as much as we expected.
GoNext riding the high of the first win that they picked up against Apex as well. It would have surprised some, but East just has such a deep talent pool. I think, you know, there are no write-offs here, especially that CGN game as well that Tom just mentioned. A lot of people would underrate them as a team, but it's that climatization to these different styles which a lot of teams are getting used to, and you can already see that reflected in the groups.
Yeah, exactly. As we were saying, GoNext is the only team so far that has a 2-0 lead. They will also be taking a break today, so in case you want to watch them, probably you have to come back tomorrow. But on Group B, both JobLive and Pacific could join that record today. Of course, let's talk about the matches that we have for today. Yes, there is a lot of them, but we have 2 streams. The most important ones, though, are going to be in the Alpha stream. That's with us, and we're going to be starting with the Ultimates versus JobLive, then following up with Apex versus Desire after that first best of 3 is over. But of course, if you want to watch any of the other games, remember there's a lot of super good watch parties out there, and then we will be streaming the other games as well. So with that out of the way, and remember everything that is at stake, let's play a game, because I love playing games, and I always prepare. You can tell when I have prepared this one I did in a record time, but it is time to play. If you're joining us from home, please feel free to try and guess this right, because this is 2 truths and a lie. Very easy, very simple, Hasa. I'm so sorry that you have to go through this, but I am going to give you 3 statements. They're going to be serving as a little bit of a recap, even though we've had just a couple of days of competition. And these are the 3 categories, as you're new to this game, that you can choose from. So I'm gonna let you go first.
Are we a team? Are me and Hazza a team? Do we get to work
together? Do you want to be a team? Do you want to be a team?
Sure, sure. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, it's a team
The better
effort.
halves of our duo are both here, so let's be a team.
Nice.
Amen.
All right.
Okay, Hazza, what do you want to go for?
Let's go with Smooth Operator. Why not? We'll start from the left. We'll move our way through.
Do you like my titles? Okay, the 3 statements are as follows. Alexic has played the most Operator so far in groups. Addicted has died the most times against an Operator so far. And Fighter is the only duelist that has not played around with an Operator so far.
Okay, so
which one is the lie?
I think starting out, Tom, you're gonna have to help me with the Alexic part because you've been doing the GoNext games. But I personally haven't seen Fighter pull out the op. He's not a very op-centric duelist at all.
Yeah, I was leaning towards that one anyway, because I think Alexic does use the op, and he's played a lot of rounds. But I think a lot of his kills have come in with rifles. So I want to lean away from that one. I think other players have probably used the Operator slightly more.
Yeah, I've seen him use an Outlaw, but I've not seen him use an op.
He's nobody going to say anything about Addicted.
Yeah, let's do it.
You're addicted.
Oh, we're not. That one's toxic. That one's toxic. So we're going with Which
one's the lie?
The one that is a lie. Oh wait, only one of them, of course.
Yeah, only one of them is a lie.
So
2 truths and a lie. Tom, you said this game was easy.
Do you know what? Actually, first and 3 is true. I think the second one is a lie. I'm saying that Addicted didn't die. Most.
Hazza, do you agree with that? You want to go for that?
Oh, I can't exactly veto his answer. We're teammates, so yeah, we'll go with Addicted.
And you're both wrong. Of course, but you were in such a good path, and it's not Alexei that played the most Operator. It's actually just Shus. So shout out to him. Addicted has died the most against him. 16 times he has died to an Operator so far. But yeah, I think it's also crazy that the Fighter is having the impact that he is having, and just it's a team that moves entirely away from the Operator. But okay, you don't get that point. But I'm liking the cooperation that we're seeing. So if we can go back to the other 2 categories, MVP or Pick Me. Thomas?
It's called Pick Me. I've got to pick it.
When I named this category, I knew you were gonna pick it.
I'm not a rebel. I do what I'm told. Pick me.
Okay, here are the statements. Bind has not been played so far during the group stage. Omen has the highest pick rate across all maps so far. And CGN is the only team that has picked Phoenix so far.
I'm gonna say the first and the third are true, right? Because I don't remember seeing Bind played up until this point. Tom, correct me if I'm wrong. And Benny loves his Phoenix. He loves to play the crazy agents. He's like the IGL who goes in, says, I'll die, you trade me. I don't think any other teams have Phoenix in their agent pool as far as I'm aware, so it would surely be the second as the lie, but Omen is like picked a lot, so I don't know.
Tom?
I feel like I haven't casted a bind, unless I'm forgetting. So if you say you haven't casted a bind,
damn it!
That
I was not counting on this!
That should be all games covered, logically.
Yeah, no, surely.
So it can't be, that one has to be true. Yeah, there has been, CGN is the only team that's picked Phoenix. I can't think of anybody else who plays Phoenix. So yeah, I think the middle one is the lie.
Okay, I will give you an extra point if you tell me who do you think it was. It's the agent so far in groups that has the highest pick rate. Anybody?
I would say
do you want an extra point?
Like probably Killjoy. That's just
not a bad guess.
I want to go Sova. I think I've seen a lot of
so
Sova.
Smart.
One of the two.
He's
usually.
just so smart. I'm gonna give you the 2 points because it is true. The second one is the lie because right now Sova is very popular and actually we love to see it. I think that throughout the entire year we've seen many cool things with it. Honorable mentions here for the last statement. We also have teams that have played the Clove or the Harbor or the Chamber here and there. A lot of it is on Icebox. But I still think it's surprising that with the amount of maps that we've seen, we still haven't seen Bind, but it's only 2 days. Let's go on to the last one, MVP, Most Valuable Player. Now the statements are as follow. Davi is the player that has gotten the most kills with his ultimates so far. Hold your horses, Thomas. Jesse is currently leading in 4Ks with 4. And Comeback has the highest ADR on a map so far, with a 253, which is unreal. Not ACS, ADR, you know, like.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Tom, you're very passionate about the first one being the truth.
I think the middle one's the lie. Just because Jesse's played less games. I think he's had a lot of 4Ks, but
to be exact.
I think he's played one less game, and I think that we've had so many rounds, there must be quite a lot of 4Ks. So I'm going middle. Davey with his Hunter's Fury has been a god. So if there's someone who's done better with the ult, the only thing I can think of is maybe if you're including like Blade Storm. Maybe the Blade Storm has got more. But
okay,
I'm open
which one do you think is true 100%?
I'm happy to agree with Tom here because I watched Comeback on that 13-1 against TU, who we're going to watch later on, and the guy was absolutely
And that felt like
frying.
a 253 ADR game,
It
right?
was like, it was CNED Regen, Turkish Jet, or Turkish Neon in that case. Yeah, I was loving it. I think we'll go with number 2.
Well, it was Dominum, right? So, because Kayak had more kills, but I don't think he will have done as much damage.
Guys, we need to log. We need to log. We have
averages.
matches to watch. We need to log. Which one are we looking?
Middle one is a lie.
Middle one is a lie. And of course, you are wrong because even though Jesse has only played one match, he's got 4, and it wasn't even enough to win the entire series. But it doesn't matter. This one was a trick also to you, Tom, because I know that you felt the same way as I did on Haven when he was using that ultimate ult after ult.
Yeah.
David has been amazing, but you have to think about the ultimates for the duelist, and Alexic is leading on that one, but he's only 2 kills away.
Yeah.
Exactly. So the Blaze Storm, I believe he's on 14 and Davey is on 12. So he's not even that far.
12,
you know?
12 kills with Hunter's
think,
Fury is crazy.
Yes, that is exactly why I put it in my game. But I have to say, I love the way that you two worked together. With that said, I will give you the win on this one because it was technically a 2-1. And we will move on to actually talk about some Valorant. I hope that if you're playing at home, you got most of them wrong because they were supposed. I would be not a very good teacher.
That's toxic.
You would not enjoy my exams. That's all that I would say. But as I say,
failed.
I hope you failed. That's why I made it. But yeah, as I'm saying, it's time to talk about our first matchup for the day, the Ultimates versus Job Life. Tom, let's start with the with the history of Job Life, because the last time that I saw a French team in Ascension, well, a French team coming from Revolution, they ended up winning the entire thing. So why should we be excited to watch this, guys?
I love that you've given that to me rather than Hazard, who probably still has flashbacks from his Polaris brothers
Let's not
succeeding.
Oh, it's gonna be a long day, no worries.
Yeah, I think this team has both depth in like the sort of young talent, but also experience. I think Kamek is an obvious highlight, someone who has already played within the Fnatic roster as a sub and got the experience there. But right now, especially in their first match, you look back to it and it was a trouncing. He even started playing fantastically well individually. Magic as well just had a nuts performance on the Killjoy, and well, let's be real, it was a speed run. They did that. It was a very quick game, and they made it look very easy.
And I know, Hazza, that you wanted to talk about Robbie, so the floor is yours.
Yeah, the Dutch contingent of this team is really interesting to look at because everyone's eyes immediately go to both Kamek and Yas, players who had sub-experience in VCT EMEA or the upper end of challengers and were making names for themselves. But you look at Robbie as an IGL, someone who wasn't even on the books of Lohan originally when he trialed. He was a third or fourth option, got moved into that Desire team, has really built his way up alongside him, and now they have this partnership which has taken over France. He's brought Magic into the team as well, more Dutch talent, a guy who spent his last campaign with Wild, who only got eliminated to the Gentlemates team, which ended up qualifying, was teammates with Hero, who we've seen in VCT. There's lots of quality within Benelux. It's just very tight-knit, very select players that are actually finding that success, and I think it's a great story to see the journey he's been over the last 3 years.
Yeah, and speaking about journeys, for Job Life, they're still to lose them up in this group stage, but for their opponents, for the Ultimates, things have been a little bit different. And I'm gonna come to you on this one, Hazza, because I believe that yesterday the Ultimates actually managed to come back from what happened on day one against Comeback.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the high ADR map 256 that we were talking about. TU looked like the MENA representatives of old, what we were expecting. Coming into the Mouse game, there was, very low expectations. I think that's the big word that you've got to throw around, especially when you consider it being an organization they faced, which has all of the facilities, you know, the preparation, everything that you could possibly ask for, and finally the consistency this year. The only way that TU were going to win is if they didn't play safe, if they brought that aggressive style to the table. And after that bad first day, they've managed to turn things completely on their head. And it's the second win that we'll ever see from MENA in an Ascension equivalent tournament, which is crazy.
Yeah, and Tom, I know that you wanted to talk about Khalid. We're going from supportive player to another supportive player, but yesterday we've been a plus 17 against Mouth. Why should we be excited to watch him play?
Why, yeah, it's sort of, you're playing support roles on the Breach and the Sova. You're leading the team, from my knowledge as well. Obviously, there was the whole switch up of organizations where they ended up having to change duelists. For all of that to happen, and then you come in on a Sova and a Breach and still put up some incredible stats, like, you can kind of understand why that first game was a little bit shaky. And I think especially coming up against the Turkish powerhouse, if you're not there on an individual level, maybe you're hesitant even for a second, you're going to get immediately punished. But they showed that they can bounce back. They showed that they've got resilience. And that's something I'm sort of excited to see today is now that they've had a couple of reps, they got the win. I think that's always so important coming into tournaments like this, just getting off the mark. Okay, now what can they do? Now can we see the best level from them?
Yeah, and speaking about the next level, let's just jump right into things. Job Life is going to ban that Abyss. Definitely something that they do not want to see after what happened yesterday against Mouse. And Ascent is also going to be gone. Hazza, what do you expect for this first map of Bind?
Well, I don't know. It's difficult because Job Life were unbeaten here, 4-0 in Split 1, but then they lost a couple of games more recently, 3-2 record coming into the competition. They won it most importantly in their final against Valiant as part of that 3-0 sweep. They're going to be feeling confident. It's just whether they've got enough to beat TU here.
What about you, Tom? What do you make of the map veto now that we have it fully Bind, Sunset, and Haven? The first Bind, by the way. Let's go.
Yeah, we're going to get ourselves off the mark, which is, of course, good. And I think it should be a fun one, slightly different looks of how they're actually going to be playing out the map, of course. Again, you're going to look at things regionally, and it's going to be a little bit misleading. So I kind of want to, again, see like how these teams are actually going to play going into this map. As said, we haven't really seen much else from them. And coming in with a Sage is definitely more of a sort of switch up from what we've seen previously from the Ultimates on this map. Like, I don't know if this is just to try and almost change the pacing of the game a little bit, but it's not an agent that is particularly popular at the moment.
Really quickly, Hazza, are you sad that we do not get to see the Clove?
A little
possibility.
bit, but at the same time, look, if Khalid can get the same amount of APR that he was yesterday, right at the top of the charts, top 5 in Ascension, absolutely no reason why they can't succeed. One other thing about the veto, same 3 maps as that final against Valiant. So Job Life will feel here comfortable front to back as long as they don't lose.
Man, I love Sage in this map, but you know what I also love? Our pair of casters for today who are going to be bringing us the action. Let's toss this over to Cairo and Steel.
Yes, Desk, thank you very much for that. Well, this is the Ultimates up against Job Life. This is a repeat matchup of their first game in Ascension last year. It's MENA up against France. Steel, how are you feeling about this matchup?
I'm feeling really excited to see these teams that I don't get to see too often, so it's going to be quite the experience, really.
Yeah, and starting off on Bind, stylistically, what are you feeling about this? Any particular favourites coming into it?
I look at just the stylistic matchup of JL in general, and I think that they have pretty good decision making. They sometimes get a little bit greedy, but with that double initiator, getting all that information, it's going to be really in their face style against the Ultimates, who rely heavily on their game plan. So that Sage pick coming in, though, as the Desk pointed out, that is interesting. We don't get to see it too often anymore, so I want to see how they're trying to utilize it for their game plan, basically.
Yeah, exactly, and obviously the Ultimates, they're still on the last tournament's life, trying to keep themselves to have the fate in their own hands. Is it going to be a difficult veto for them overall as we start to head towards the latter stages?
It's going to be, I think, it doesn't really matter the veto. It comes down to the style that both teams play, and the way that I see the Ultimates is that if they are interrupted in their game plan at all on any map at any stage, especially with how they try to do all their things on their attack side and these bite-sized things, if they get interrupted, it's dangerous. And their defense side, they also start to fall apart. So if people do something that's not really meta against them, if they get in through like the back lines, that's when you really start to see them struggle to put the pieces together. So when I look at them starting on the first map, that's what I look to. Is JL going to disrupt Ultimates from being able to get away with everything, just no resistance at all?
Yeah, I mean, there really does need to be resistance starting on attack as well. For Bind, when you look towards the macro game and how you're trying to hold down these chokes, is there going to be much defaulting that the Ultimates are going to be able to use? What key points of the map are we looking for the Ultimates to try and manipulate?
It's going to be interesting to see with just that Sage. Usually the Sage pick is going to be getting that wall off on A. That's kind of what I look at. The whole strength behind this composition is go A, get the wall up with the Brim smokes, get that plant. You play the mollies with the Viper, you play the molly with the Brim, and then you have like the slows, the paint shells, everything to just dump onto that spike. It's all about that post plant on A. And then you have to do the switches up to go B sometimes as well. Get that wall off an elbow or spawn as well. But it's the same thing. Retake with those mollies.
I mean, the orb's already been used on the pistol so deep into Fountain. Something you'd want to be keeping for your post plant later on. Bayside, the weaker of the two, and quick burst out. Mikey, the first one to get caught off guard, and the proactivity straight away. Steel, they're looking to try and get some more space and clear out for any lurkers.
That's actually a great start to the round for team the Ultimates right now. There's no wall left in play right now, but I love how right now they're extending into this backhole area. If they get the read that it's not a spawn-based retake and they fall into elbow and play the site, it's going to be really difficult for the Job Life to...
Just as quickly as that.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, now it's left up for Kamek, and a player who's more than capable of many clutches, but a 1v5 pistol, not got the armor to back it up. Time already getting low, and as the smoke goes, the Ultimates are there and ready. A flawless round to kick things off against what is many's tournament favourites.
I was not expecting that, as I'm just, yapping away. The two-man B-hole just locks it down, and that's a great start for the Ultimates doing that contact round. And honestly, it's that first kill getting that punish onto the long B player from JL. Like, that was the wraps at that point.
Yeah, the fact that we've already seen the orb being used very, how would you put it? easily, like frivolously, rather than usually used towards that A take. I mean, that's something that the Ultimates have done previously, is just throw away their pistol steal.
Well, it's a little bit unlucky, unfortunate, but a good start for the Ultimates right now. I love how JL right now is starting in this stack. They had 3 people in spawn, so they pass rotate here.
Yeah, straight out. Here we go. Flashes thrown either side. Fighter stuck all alone. That's going to be an upgrade for one of the players. Straight into the TP. And there's only one player left on site. It's going to be Magic towards the backside, not wanting to give anything up. In fact, trying to hold on towards lamps. You see that orb that's usually used towards shot is there to try and stop Magic going any further. In fact, he won't be able to because his life's gone. Remember that Bulldog that Mikey picked up is a key point. The Job Life will use to get back in on site, and they do so. Taking control of lab, taking control of site, and taking control of the round. The anti-eco converted, and the Ultimates left scratching their heads.
That was such a good round from Job Life. They had a 1-3-1 setup at the start of the round so that they were ready to pivot and run to wherever that first action came. But I really want to highlight what Magic did there. As soon as that teleport happened, he got his smoke off onto Showers and his molly. That stalled down. You can see the sky and the brim from the attackers stuck in Showers just long enough for Job Life to come in and retake lamps. That was so well played by Magic there. He didn't get any kills, but that impact.
Yeah, exactly. It's the utility, right? And you're already seeing Flex in the Viper setup as well. Originally towards B, now towards A. And the Viper wall that you usually see being used from the B teleport on towards Showers, being used to almost cut off the entry in towards the site plant spot.
Right now, slow round, slow development for the Ultimates here. They got the sheriffs out here, and they got the Vandal on Sand right now as well, looking for those opening picks just to see what they can work with. But a little bit of pressure on A just at the start of the round before they pivot back to B here. But it's this double initiator that I look for from Job Life with the dog, with the flashes, and with the dizzy to re-clear that info. But once they don't see anything on the Sky Flash, they might over-rotate into the wrong position. Again, ready to pivot is Kamike. In spawn as Gecko.
I mean, that's it, right? Like, this is something the Ultimates love to do. We saw it from Sunset, and that mid-round flash gives enough information to keep the players on site. Molly out, it's Magic again, trying to buy, stop players getting out. Robbie BK not cleared in the corner, and look at this, so easy just to spray transfer. Kamik has to get the reload off, but he's bought out by Jazz. Got a little bit troublesome, but at least he got it over the line.
Over the line indeed, but that was kind of a low investment for the Ultimates. So here we're going to get to see them do a gun round. And what I really want to see is they picked this composition that we haven't really seen in a long time. This used to be very popular, but the strength in the composition was that short A. Get into the site, get that wall, get that plant. And I want to be able to see them do it. It doesn't have to come at the start of the round, but it should come at some point in the round. Yes, the B executes are strong, but you need to know when to do them.
I mean, this is the furthest forward that Job Life have taken towards B long. Mikey just dancing with the angle and destroying the dog, so it stops the conditioning that the Ultimates have been setting still.
Yeah, the Ultimates definitely like moving around. We haven't seen them just be stuck in one spot at all, constantly getting a beat on what's going on here. And as they reposition to this hookah angle, this could be a very interesting fight going on here. The bait setup for Mike.
Mikey in the corner, trying to clear it, but they walk out dry. In fact, it's a trap play, straight from shot through the TP, and Mo left all the way back. Sans tried to get something back, a solo play, but that's all it is in the end. The Brim player has to get the spike back, but there's 4 players you'll have to fight first. This is going to have to be a death match of a round. And that's exactly what it is, as Job Life pick up all the kills.
And just as I was saying at the beginning of the game, it's all about that stylistic matchup. For Job Life right now, they're so good at having their game plan, but also being able to individually know where to go. And here we can see a perfect example of their game plan. Dealing with that dog at Long B, as you were talking about, denying the ultimates the ability to get that information, disrupting their game plan, but instantly going back into that hookah trap, a perfect trap for where the ultimates was going next. And the ultimates, they need to be able to stay a step ahead of JL, but I don't think JL's going to allow that to happen.
That's it, right? I mean, Job Life always have, or seem to have, a great read coming through from that combination of Lohan and Robbie BK. As the desk was discussing that long 2-year period that they've worked together and their game plan, their map knowledge, that theory, and then bringing in other players like Magic, Kamek, who's been on Fnatic, who got a great education with the style that they play and their knowledge, but being passed down from Mini and Boaster. Jazz, Mikey, so much to work with. The Ultimates, again, they've never had a great run when it comes into these inter-regional tournaments still. They'll probably get the best performance they've ever had if they were able to beat Job Life here. But as I said previously, up against France, they've been too old before. They know how it feels to go up against a strong region like Job Life has been in.
Hey, when I've been paying attention to these games, I've heard JL, Job Life, they were built to win Ascension. So this fight at Long B getting a little bit messy.
Oh, Robbie BK's just sent it out. Not the player that you usually attribute to going for solo plays, but, well, it's got rid of Khaled, so there'll be no heals, that Sage wall offline for the post plant. And after they've taken the B long space in the orb, immediately start to pivot elsewhere.
Yeah, this pivot from the Ultimates makes a lot of sense. We could see that JL, they reinforced that B side after that initial fight, but they're comfortable playing this retake at the moment. With that Sage being down, it's going to not allow the Ultimates a lot of space to be able to play the post plant and play those mollies. So right now, another great read from JL, rotating back over to that A side. The spike hasn't even been planted yet, but 3 smokes left on Mo still. That is something that they could lock down spawn in heaven and get close range.
That's what you want, right? With the pistols. Stop the rifles working at range, and well, Kamek already makes it work at short range. Are they thinking about going through the TP? No, just trying to hold on to the space that was behind the orb before TPing. A quick trade, but Mikey stands in the cubby, waiting for the players to try and go for the plant. Trigger Discipline doesn't work his favour. Spike goes down, players close by. Showstopper in, it's explosive, and it's working in Job Life's favour once again. San known about, Magic seen the shoulder, and it's another one. 4 in a row for the French org.
When I look at Job Life playing, they do so many things so well. Their positioning, decision-making, how they rotate around as a team. And you could see it there with Mikey's positioning, waiting for the comeback to B, with how they rotated to A and dealt with that threat altogether. But it's these little things that don't make sense that might lead to them losing rounds. So Mikey kind of extending there, instead of waiting for his team, he had prime positioning to strike in that lurking spot. But he gives it away. Same thing with this fight on A site. They lose another player early, trying to go for that solo fight. So if JL want to be able to close this out in a dominating fashion, they might need to reel it in just a tiny bit. They're slow opening, and that dog from the Ultimates to clear Long B. This time, they actually get the info uncontested.
Yeah.
But still, you could see where that Sage is positioned towards that hookah area, just watching from market. They have that space. They got the info. They know who's B. But now they're coming back into this A site. They haven't done enough to force a rotation. So into 3 men is going to be this A hit. But I was talking about this is the strength of this composition.
Well, Seeker's being used, so they know exactly what's going on. And here in Mo's bullets, Job Life start to get more aggressive. And this is what you were saying. The issues that Job Life were having by going too far forward.
Don't overextend now. You have the space. You know all this is to do is hold this position now and not go forwards.
Talk about traps, another one activated, but well dealt with by the Ultimates. Still, the engagements are delayed. Nothing being activated. The Seekers will at least get the flank and actually get notification. Karmic, lovely. Spray control on towards Mike, just hiding in the smoke. Denies the spike in 20 seconds remain. Just dancing between two players, disconnecting more from behind. And now it's up to Robbie PK, who's been on the flank all wrong. Denies the spike, but can't deny the round. The Ultimates managed to get it over the line.
That is crazy. The fact that the Ultimates was able to break through there against a 4-man A stack. They're so good when it comes to the actual fights. If everything's happening in front of them, that's when they're going to play their best. And I have to wonder, did JobLife give that round away by playing the way they did? They knew what was going to come, and I guess they wanted to be in front of the smokes, in front of the wall, and lock them down at that choke. But the Ultimates were too strong, too powerful, and they broke through.
Yeah, I mean, again, mistakes already being highlighted. And the Ultimate's doing well to manoeuvre around them. But still, it feels as if JobLife are a step ahead of the Ultimates. Like, JobLife are dictating, or reading straight out of the playbook from the MENA side.
Right now, looks like the Ultimates is doing what they do. We're going to see this across all the maps, how they start off with this 3-1-1. They default. They try to secure that map control. They try to put little bits of doubt, little seeds of doubt in the other team. And I think JobLife did a pretty good job the previous round, getting that information on that reclear, finding out where the Ultimates was going after that. But it was that late round hold that they failed at. They should not stray away from that game plan.
It's almost been telegraphed as well by how many rounds they've started on B long and then started to pivot elsewhere. Jazz, first up, absolutely hits it home. At least they'll get the confirmation for the spike to go down easy enough, and JobLife need to collect their forces. Jazz can't quite get another. Yeah. Post plan confirmed. Well, getting that foundation with the Viper's Pit, and JobLife now trying to find their way through the utility that they have, plentiful, or maybe not. So when you look towards the initiators, only the wingman, no Dizzy, no flashes, Fighter just hiding in the corner, waiting for players to walk through. Magic somehow finding Khaled elsewhere, and now things are starting to fall apart. Sand still dancing through his pit, but it's a dance of death for both teams. Who comes out the top, as you say? The Brim ulti to stop things down, waiting for the molly to bust, and the time is gone.
Yeah, that is the strength of this composition. The Ultimates taking this out of, I think this was Ascend that popularized this composition back in maybe 2021. Like, we're rolling back the years a little bit for this. And this is exactly the reason why this is strong. Once you fortify that site with that Sage Wall, get that spike planted, especially locking a Viper's Pit on top of it, and then you just bleed as much time as possible for that Brim molly. The thing is, once you use that orbital strike, you need to start pivoting away. And I love how the Ultimates is starting these rounds, going for that B pressure, getting that info, finding out what the setup is before they decide to go elsewhere.
First time Jazz has got his operator online as well. And they're actually, look how progressive they are on showers here still.
Yep. This is great. Love it. They're going to have all the information to defend and fortify this B site. If they overextend, though, this is going to be JL's downfall. If they hold their setups, they're flying home.
Runway in sight. But the Ultimates maybe looking for a change of destination as they start to go back, heading towards A, which is more empty.
JobLife. Again, perfect positioning, but they give it up. They give it up instead of going for... Hello?
A spike?
That's a spike.
Spike down.
Oh no, because now you look towards the time, 40 seconds remaining, and you're wondering, where is Kamek gone? Having to spend time to clear the corners and wasting it. Fighter doesn't know how close he is. Kamek's still got people to fight. A double swing finally gets rid of him, but still 25 seconds remaining, and this is where time becomes crucial. The next few gunfights perhaps going to decide the round. Just misses his shot and allows Fighter to stay alive and punish that. Orbital strike invested, and finally you'll get a trade from Magic, but it's all about the spike plan. It needs to be good, and it is, but Magic in a 1v3 on site, waiting for his teammate to come in and support. In fact, it's a 1v3 now, 3v0, all equal, 4-4.
The way that these rounds are playing out are kind of crazy at the moment. These are the situations where I've seen the Ultimates struggle in putting the pieces together in the middle of the round. But I have to say, it's almost like JL's giving it away. They get themselves into a perfect position, but instead of being happy with it, being content, they decide it's not enough. We need to go for more. And in that process of going for more, they do too much and they lose that advantage. And the Ultimates is punishing them for it. And I mean, good on them for doing it. They're converting these rounds, and that's exactly what you need to do. Be able to kind of go punch for punch, blow for blow when it gets to these weird mid rounds where people are completely out of place.
I can imagine that's exactly why Job Life have decided to time out. I mean, that's the thing, a team like the Ultimates, the core that they have from the ex-Falcons roster, you should be thinking that they have so much experience to actually be able to understand. They've been here from, what, 2022 when the first promotion tournaments started to come about, VRL 2022, into Ascension last year, and now here in 2024. As we said, now 2 wins across 4 promotional tournaments. There's so many different players that have came and they've went up against. Finally here, can they go one better than they've ever gone? Get that second win, put themselves in contenders for the group, especially against a team like Job Life, to get that win. Monumental.
There's this orb at the fountain, again, that you talk about. The point of it, to dodge that initial sky flash for info at the start of the round. But the AWP, Banyas gets punished. Can't get away.
Big entry pick though, again, it's the Siege that's gone. Affects the post plants. They've yet to actually press the button and hit B. They go for it this time, but for the most part, there's nothing really here in terms of correct gunfights. Mikey's holding on towards Hookah, and he'll take his chance after the showstopper goes off. Spike denied, and so is the B site. Sand left in no man's land and having to rescue a round against 3 Job Life players holding it down. Kamek's not looking the right way. Takes the first pick cleanly. Another 2 to come. Molly to move Magic out into the open, but it's a double swing, and it's as easy as that.
You know, I look at the scoreline right now, 5-4. It's a very close game, but really, Job Life has a pretty good read on what the Ultimates is doing. They're just not able to convert that well. A failed satchel to get away, but they know, get this op out. It's all these contact rounds. We could definitely get ahead of this. And again, like, they went for that showers aggression in the previous round, and they kind of fumbled towards the end of the round. But here, they're able to pull it together and Job Life secure a 5th round for themselves on the defense, no less, of Vine.
Yaz this time repositioned himself towards Hookah and can hear plenty heading this way. The Ultimates, their adjustment to actually use utility to clear the corners rather than contacting out. Don't want to give much away. Hookah taken for themselves.
He's got the showstopper still though, and that's dangerous when you're going up against that. The Ultimate, they feel like they got enough with that, but so much utility. A boom bot, a dog, a flash, all this utility just to flush out Hookah. They give up that position. Now this Reclear Flash sees nothing. This could be a really good setup for the Ultimates, but still, that Viper in short A, this might be a teleport back to A play. And it looks like a little bit of indecision.
Oh.
The jump spot for Mikey. That is definitely confirmed by the Ultimates. They heard that. They know what's going on here. But again, a counter Reclear through shower, sees that this is completely clear. Surely something's going on. Mikey said he's got just his wall.
Out on an island and transitioning in towards elbow, looking to play much more passive. We'll have information on the cross, so with the wall up, it's just Jiggle peeking it, must have just seen a shoulder. The wall goes up, has the sound, has everything he needs to call on the rest of his teammates to come here. What does the post plant look like? Plenty of time to get it done. I mean, you're looking towards Sand coming in late. Molly perhaps to play with. Orbital strike from Mo. The re-clear coming back in. Showstopper and Thrash combinations. But they're scared of the flank.
He was afraid of using the Thrash because he didn't want to get Orbital Strike, but the retake comes in here.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, straight in. Very, very deep. The ultimates as well, they're post-plan deep. They know that the Orbital Strike is being played for. They're straight on the spike. Half at least confirmed. In fact, it could go all the way. The molly isn't good. Oh, finally comes in. Denies it. Is the time being worked on? Wingman destroyed. I don't think Job Life have this at all. More straight on, running towards the site. Has confirmed it in the end. I don't know if I like that round, if I'm being honest, still.
It's one of those like really messy rounds where the ultimate, again, they contact all the way into the position. They honestly, it's really brave of them to do it in case there is an op still posted. They knew the op was B. They had to have had a read that it went all the way to A, because that is a risky play for them to do to continue contacting up. But again, highlighting the strengths of this composition on the attack side are those post plants. Once you get that Brim Molly off, especially if you have Orbital Strike in your pocket, it's wraps. You get the rounds. And Job Life, again, they have this op. They need to get some connection value.
Speaking of connections, Yaz has been pretty good on this. Lovely shots, and the punishment on B long. It's Job Life. They try to be a lot more active towards this side of the map, and they've lost everybody trying to hold on. Spike has been prioritised towards the Showstopper, which is very shortly coming online for Fighter. This is a save round for Job Life, and you can understand why.
One less weapon to save at the moment. And again, you kind of have to give it to the ultimate here. Just so much confidence. And they're hitting their shots too. They're converting these kills. Going up against that op, getting these opening picks. I don't know if I've seen them lose a single fight towards long B yet. And Job Life, again, I do have to note out, I don't think they're doing anything wrong. They're getting outshot on some of these angles. And it's just like one of those games that it gets a little unlucky. Sure, a few mistakes in the mid rounds on earlier rounds when they don't have to continue going for more, when they have enough. But right now, the Ultimates is impressing me. This is a side of them I didn't expect, but with the Showstopper, maybe a pace change coming in. Eyeing up that A site. First time, the Ultimates hasn't started with that flash or dog towards long or just an instant contact. But again, JL. Shift walking down at 3-man flank, no sentinel to detect it.
Yeah, there's no information at all, but I mean, perhaps with only seeing one player towards backside the Gecko, maybe that's it. Yaz, very quick on the mark, doesn't go for the contact play. He knows that he can just take anybody that he takes the gunfight with. But when the Ultimates fight back in, it's great. It goes their way. They know that players have tried to flank them. They know that the B site is open, and they know that they can just head there. Mo, decapitating Mikey. With that being said, it's a quick pivot back towards A. Kamek obviously going to be trying to go towards B, catch players off guard. Knows no one's there.
It's the story of the half. The Ultimates, in that 3-on-1, they still have another Brimsmoke and Molly from Mo. But he's the one with 4 HP. Potentially the sacrificial lamb here. Going into the site. But Kamek! Oh my god.
30 seconds
Yeah, he's
left.
close. He's been good for this before. This man who's always obsessed with his setup. Looking for different mice, looking for the correct way to sit at his desk, you know, simple things like that. But he looks for the 1% every time, and he's going to need every percent possible to try and get this over the line. Especially with the Viper's Pit. Especially with 3 members to go up against. It will be 7-5 for the Ultimates, taking the advantage. Always much better still on their attack than their defense. Well, we'll see exactly how their defense gets on as we take a break before the second half.
Sky's out. Spike down A.
Welcome back. We move on to the second half. The Ultimates taking the advantage before moving on to defense, where typically, Steel, they're actually worse off.
I agree with you. The Ultimates, they really made the most out of that half. They capitalized on the mistakes JL was making over and over again. I have to reiterate that point, because right now, the Ultimates, this is where they're put to the test. It's on the attack side, they can do everything together, call the play that all 5 players can get involved with. But on the defense, it comes down to the individuals. And right now, I'm not looking at individuals. I'm looking at a 4-man walk push.
I mean, maybe just play the defense on the attack. The best way to do it. A little bit of spam.
Best defense.
Yeah.
It's a good offense.
I mean, Job Life understanding about how many guns were shooting at, how many pistols were shooting at them. Go straight towards Showers, the smoke to try and gain a little bit extra space, but Mo's immediately picked that up. Using it against Job Life, and they just walk in to a crossfire. Spike down. This is a difficult task now. Magic the one to try and pick it up, but as the other smoke dissuades, he's able to get a double. 2 players from Job Life already walking up short, and it's working out for the French roster, or should I say, the French organisation. Spy at least gets one back in his favour, but you've got to be looking towards Sand, who's coming in late. Like ships in the night, Spy goes the other way, but gets the gunfight in his favour. Now Magic 1v2, already vulnerable. It'll make it easy for the right click of the Classic. The Ultimates, well, they'll get the defensive pistol.
I'm looking at this game right now, and it's like neither team is happy with what they get. They're given everything, and they still want more. They get the kills, and then what do they have? They have the spike, they have the man advantage. Give up the spike at that point. Who cares? You walk push back in and lose 2 more players. These rounds so back and forth. The players all hitting hard. It's all about who can make less mistakes. And right now, JL's making more.
Yeah, that's true. Simple ones as well. Lovely entry. There you go. 4 players to head forward though. I mean, there's not been much of a change up from the Ultimates to try and support towards Showers. The orb would have been heard about getting that picked up, and you can see as well here still, Mikey's holding on towards B long, perhaps the game plan on the ultimate orbs.
Definitely looks like it. They got that Showers one, going for the next. But a nice little setup here, that Brimstone spotting from that cubby for long B, and as soon as he gets any contact, Spy's ready. He's got that flash to pop, but instead, opts to go for the info with the flash and keep that gem spot. They're feeling a little bit uneasy at the moment. Still, that man advantage and that outlaw in play.
Still
good counter utility.
Yeah, probably BK all on his own. I mean, Job Life are burning through the Ultimate's storage in terms of the utility, but wait a second, left. Spy's gonna wonder. Found himself very deep towards Fountain and drowned in trying to go for whatever that was. Spike's being lost. Yaz somehow making it out towards sight and winning the fight with just a Classic. Both players are low. Upgrades to be found. It's about getting the spike down with time so low. Trying to come in with an outlaw. I mean, sure, the Guardian's there, but it's not as if every bit of weaponry is going to be good. Spam certainly is, though. And 30 points of HP on Magic. He's trying to keep himself alive for as long as possible. No utility to support and no numbers to back him up. And Aiko gets over the line.
A little bit dangerous there. Got a little bit scary for the Ultimates, but they pull through in the end, and they get to go into a nice bonus round, keeping that outlaw in play, and a couple more rifles to boot. And right now, this is when things might be getting a little bit scary for Job Life, and I wonder when they're going to call their timeout in this half, because it seems like they were so confident early in the game, and now it looks like they're losing steam, or they're afraid to keep going for some of these plays because it hasn't been working out. They've been punished for it. And now they might revert into being giving too much respect to the Ultimates. And the Ultimates right now, sticking to their guns. It's not like they're doing anything specific to counter JL. They're playing their comp.
Playing their own game plan, and as we've already discussed, playing in Job Life almost playing into the Ultimates. A little bit disrespect shown and punishment coming through. Actually, on either side, losing out Mikey is probably more of a loss than losing out on Sand, just because of that passive pressure that usually comes through. The wall, though, for the defence was on A, and this is just scrappy 1v1s. Job Life will be able to take this site easily, but 3 players are on the flank.
Timing here.
Oh, Yaz, he's so good every time. But again, the Ultimates, when they get a chance to, they fight straight back in. 2v2, a Dizzy to stop any delay. A Mosh as well, perhaps probably used for if there is a tap of the spike. The defensive smokes to buy themselves a bit of space. 2 rifles still for the Ultimates to work with. The firepower is there to back it up. Spam through, Magic denies Spy, who was on the spike, and Mo now, he knows at times against him. Almost 3v1 with the going, with the smokes dispersing, and a perfect double swing. It's Job Life's round.
And a must-needed win for Job Life as well, bleeding these rounds out at the start of the game, but losing momentum. And just as we start talking about the Ultimates and how they're sticking to the game plan and everything, we see an instant walk push down B off the back of a Sky Flash. They have all the info that it's clear. But what does the rest of the team do? First, it's Sand. He walk pushes short by himself. And then Khalid decides to fight again by himself as well. The flank's coming in. They have all the info. They know it's A. But they don't hold their setups. Another 3-man push.
Straight through, caught Yaz well off guard. Flash is so good from Robbie BK, and they'll come out the better of the engagement.
This is tough. This is looking like another round win for JL, and they have a dog on the sky to boot to get that information, secure the round. They have the orbital strike, the smokes, the brim molly as well. Is going to be a difficult task for the Ultimate. It really comes down to how these first picks go. Are they able to isolate any fights? And there is a res in play, but the bodies are along B. Surely this is a JL win.
Yeah, you'd think so. You'd be wishing that Khalid is actually in Sand's position for a flank to get the numbers back up. Not much in terms of sound information, but that spike plant certainly gives it away. And we'll see Magic will help out. So they know it's B, and they've already brought it back to a 2v2. But, well, there's homing in on Khalid's position, and they'll get it. Sand now trying to do his best impression of a clutch, and he's certainly given it a good go. Mikey up against his opposite number will win it out and get it. The deficit back to 2. The Ultimates, they've not been able to win a rifle round this half.
And their money is low as well. You could see their credits dwindling down. Maybe another round going to the favor of JL right now. And again, another scrappy fight at the start of the round. These contact rounds, these pushes, the Ultimates, it worked so well their attack side to get into this big lead. But they continue it on their defense, and right now it's not working. And they're giving it back up right into the hands of JL, who now, they've got everything, and they're one-off showstopper to boot.
Something that Morgan told me, one of the MENA analysts, is you should never count out the Ultimates when it comes to the Sheriffs.
Yeah, I heard this as well.
Yeah, one of these teams that always seem to click the heads on the lesser buys. Job Life, they've just stacked up in their numbers. They don't want to give much away. Should hopefully be able to overpower anything that comes their way. They know where the sky is at least, but as they start to go near the teleporter, perhaps looking at a fake showstopper, though, would be good to break the push or the choke.
I'm noting the Sage Wall for the Ultimates right now, giving protection towards showers, so it's only one spot on A to look at, but once that wall drops, they're going to start to freak out a little bit. Already that rotation coming towards A makes me think a fake B into that teleporter, into an A hit as soon as that wall drops at showers. So that 4-man B stack for the Ultimates is going to prove kind of pointless. Seekers invested on an Eco round, no less. Confirms that 2 players are still B, but that 3rd Seeker going all the way to A tells them it has to be an A hit. What are you going to do now?
Khaled waiting for that noise to swing off. That's the goal, but I mean, he's already lost deep sight control, and there it is. Now flank coming through from Spy is on a stinger. The close quarters is what he was looking for, but doesn't work out. Mo's Sheriff does get a bit of work done. In fact, continues to be. Hello, straight back into the round. 2v2 as well. And Fighter's got the rifle, the young gun, the man who wasn't originally on this roster in his debut year, up against two well-experienced players. And it's the most experienced Robbie BK from this roster that wins the round for Job Life.
Another really close round, especially against the Sheriffs and Stingers. And Job Life, though, I look at that board and they got 5 ultimates online to the ultimates is 3. And again, this game can go either direction at the moment. I'm liking what I'm seeing from the ultimates in terms of the game plan. Playing this composition, they know their roles, but again, we talk about their defense. How about their defense isn't as strong as their attack? And we're seeing it in some of these moments here, the hesitation, the indecision, it comes down to the individuals not really understanding right there. As soon as those Seekers are popped, I don't agree with the Seekers being popped, but as soon as you pop them and you realize that only 2 of them are targeting players towards B and the third one's going towards A, you need to have a better response there. And JL, round by round, they're crawling this back.
I mean, it's not without JL making mistakes, right? And it seems as if it's coming down to a lot of clutches towards the later rounds here still, but Job Life always having 1 or 2 players to the good. For the ultimates and how they set up, yeah, like the indecision, but Job Life are just so good at playing off one another, trading and making sure that they're always coming out with some sort of advantage, right?
You would hope so, and sometimes they do it well at the beginning, but you are right. The last 2 rounds, minus this eco, came down to 1 versus 1s, basically. So, you know, one different fight can make a huge difference. We see this thrash in play, we see this showstopper as well, but we see it's a fake, it's a ruse. The play is going to be going back towards A. They recover the thrash, it pulls the rotate, 3 defenders towards B, but now they get to use and reinvest this thrash towards that A site. They got the Seekers, they got the dogs, they got the showstopper, everything.
Yeah.
Gonna throw everything, including the kitchen sink at these guys right now, but they got to go quick. They got to go before they realize. Here's the reclear from the Sky Flash.
I think they're already starting to realise, right? I mean, Khaled invests in the wall to make sure that they at least have showers control. 1 less thing to worry about, and straight towards that lamp's position. Oh, a big investment of the orbital strike will cook Khaled alive. And it's continued to be the case. The utility, the ones that's doing the damage, but Yaz's rifle will as well. Spy spamming through the poison, through the poison of the Viper's pit. It's as easy as that. Job Life, I mean, it's almost flawless without losing Robbie BK.
And that kill as well on Robbie was through a crack, behind the wall, through a wall, just everything, and instantly gets raided by that orbital strike. And you have to stop but wonder, does JL have enough grip on this game at the moment to just be able to close this out? That first half, they were in control. They gave it up. They overplayed their hand. But now it looks like they're playing it perfectly, flawlessly, as they're tying it up at 9-9.
I mean, it was a heavy investment in the last round as well. Fighters just AFK, probably playing as that rotate player to wherever the pressure comes through. But is that another mistake on their half, not having your Julius looking to play much more aggressive? In fact, why not just get Sand to do it? A Judge perhaps just is enough to stop Job Life in their tracks. The Seekers gaining the information that they were looking for, and here comes the showstopper. Can't quite connect. Can the Sheriff, as the players are looking to peek out, and Fighter puts them in the grave. TU get double digits.
I think that's called the caster's curse. I'm not sure, but you hype up one team, say they get a grip on the round, on the game, tie it up, and they're making no missteps, and then instantly a response. Yes, an investment of the ultimates, but put onto an eco off the back of a 3 ulti investment from JL. Why not pop these ultimates? That's Orbital Strike, Showstopper, all these things invested. But if you're going to pick up the round off of it, especially in big, crucial rounds, do it. Get these things used if you're going to convert.
Straight back, kind of a slow round.
Yeah. Just a slow opening off the back of that explosiveness.
Well, you think it's slow steel, but
Yeah,
it's not to be the case. A quick pop out and just straight onto the site. Well, that has been the case. It's just a little pause in proceedings as they still continue forward. Again, it's these quick trades that come through from Joblife that work in their favour, but it's somehow the individuality of the ultimates that try and rescue them from these rounds. Spy knows where the 2 remaining players are and should know that Kamek can easily go straight in towards Lamp. Spy, he's got his knife out. Doesn't even think about it. We all go straight even once again.
Nightmare fuel for the observers, everyone peeking out from different spots like it's a game of whack-a-mole. Just constant action. You think there's a lull in the round, you're about to think one thing, and then as soon as you think that, instantly just converging from multiple different angles, front truck, back out of the lamps, both teams looking for little openings, back and forth, and this time, Joblife gets the better of it. It's been in the favor of the ultimate, basically all game. Especially in that first half, it was all on the ultimates winning that out on their attacks. But now, I mean, GL's like, we're on attack. Now it's our turn to convert these types of rounds.
Yeah, and I wonder what Joblife have actually seen off the back of that. Maybe thinking that like the defaults aren't really working, the straight executes much better for them. I paused straight after winning that last round after a scrappy affair. It did come down to just trading off one another. I feel still not much in terms of the utility in that front.
You're right. There wasn't really much utility. There wasn't really time to do it. You contact in, and once you get to a certain position, it's guns out. If you start pulling out utility there, you're dead. You don't have the opportunity to do that. And a lot of these rounds come down to these really scrappy fights, and the ultimate, they have that Sage Res. They've had it for a few rounds. They have that Viper Spit. I wonder what's being discussed in this timeout, because right now they're losing their handle on this game. Still being a little bit aggressive here towards Short A alone.
Yeah, this is the first time Sand's done this for a few rounds at least anyway, and he's come out the better of it as well. Spammed out Mikey, got rid of Yaz. It's not great stuff, not great looks for Joblife. Quick change up of how they set up, and it's the reset now for the French side.
And that body had the Viper's Pit available and is not in a resable position. The 2-2 split for the ultimates right now means that they're not going to be able to defend either side at the moment against this 3-man hit. They have the Thrash out in play as well for the attack side, and the Sage Wall is going to break in the next 5 seconds or so. And that's it. It's going to be a 3 versus 4 post plan unless the ultimates tries to go for a fight.
But look at Khaled, already escaped on the shot. Has the res there. Has Joblife take the site?
Can't go for it though.
Yeah.
3-on-3.
It's going to have to be. And look at this, the Thrash has found Khaled, didn't get to detain. Well, Magic detains Khaled, back to the observer screen, spectating on what is the last 2 remaining players for the Ultimates. Nothing in terms of Ultimates to actually get this over the line. A Molly, a Dog, and you won't want to use either of them just yet before you get to the site. They've completely split up. Again, individuality the key for the MENA region to try and bring this over the line. Try and take it into their own hands. Robbie BK, he'll get 11 and push the advantage back towards Joblife.
And we talked about it, and I got to bring it back up about the difference between the Ultimates on their attack versus their defense here. We see the individual decision-making. Pushing up Short A by yourself, trying to catch them off guard. I understand this, but you have Rez in play. You have 3 players towards B, and this is the second time he's done this Short A push and got punished when his teammates confirmed that there's nothing happening towards B long at the very least. And again, another round goes by where no Rez is in play. I'd love to see them utilize that Sage as part of the pack to go aggressive and get that res. But right now, this 2-1-2 fast pivot from the Raze, that is the goal from the ultimates, and it's not been working for them.
Oh, that works though. The B long push. Entry once again being found. I mean, talk about the formation of how the default looks. Yaz being the only player and will have to try and manoeuvre his way through a Viper's Pit that's been pushed straight in. Khaled trying to engage with the showers, push the mollies. Actually spot on, but the smokes deny any lines of sight in. And the fact that they've invaded in behind the Vipers Pit becomes a real issue. Ultimate's being used straight in. Khaled still holding on for waiting for the smoke to disperse, and it works out, gets the pick again, that res offline, the only ultimate not to be used. The rifles though, they're just going to do the work. Up to Mikey now. He's been hanging in the bench, it's him to turn up, but he doesn't get the chance. There's not much to really put a gap in between these two. 11-11, maximum regulation again on the A stream.
Right when we talk about it, again, Caster's Curse comes in, but the thing that the Ultimates relies on a lot is their game plan, and if it works, if the enemy team walks right into that Dragon's Den, they convert those rounds so well. Right now, this game tied up. The slimmest of margins can make the biggest of differences. I see this orbital strike in play for JL, and they're shying away from this A site. They're shying away from long B, and they're going for a hookah hit this time. A 5-man. We haven't seen this from them this half. Sky
flash.
info and the smoke ready.
Yep, spot on, and Wo's got the entry again. That's 3 rounds in a row. They're jumping out into the molly, so they're going to get peppered up and sent back towards the grave. Oh my god, Mo! This is your time. This is the time for MENA to take it to France. Remember, this is Job Life's pick. Moving on towards map point. 3 players to go and try and take it to Mike. What is going on? The drama.
The team built to win Ascension, looking at losing their map pick, map 1. This is not the side that you would expect to see the disjointed attack, but again, the defense, that jump spot from Mo at the back site, getting that smoke off and getting that first pick really opened up the round for this team to secure this map point. And still, Magic on that orbital strike. So many ultimates in play or close to being in play. But again, they go for the same play. They're not going to get lucky twice. That's what JL's thinking. They're trying to catch them off guard. They got that judge. A quicker tempo this time.
Yeah, you got to remember though, orbital strike is here. Yaz is in. Mo's actually been caught in between 2 blasts of laser beams. Yaz takes out Spy, and Mo once again to hold down the B site. It's a no so far for getting in, but quickly the key is used and the site unlocked.
Interesting 3 versus 3 coming in. 1 kill away from Showstopper. If Fighter can find 1 pick off, a random spray into the smoke, get that paint shells back online, get the Showstopper back online, that could be a conversion.
Well, there's your win conditions for the round. If you want to defend, Sand walking straight through! Fighter! Showstopper to finish it out! He's done it! MENA have done it! They've won against France, and they've sent themselves 1-0 in the series.
That is unbelievable. I did not expect this coming into this. I thought Joblife had this one secured, but the Ultimates, the composition, how they played that game plan was perfect. I really have to give them props for that.
Yeah, exactly. Allowed to play their own game plan, allowed to go and do what they wanted. You think back to now to the first game, right? Pacific Esports, what they are doing and how good they look. But with that being said, we'll need to see how good the Ultimates look in that second map. But first, analysis on the desk and a quick break.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Kakuka, joined by Tombiz and Hazza. The Ultimates, they managed to get their opponent's map pick, but it wasn't close. I mean, it was close, sorry, it wasn't clean. Probably not what they expected to see. Tom, what do you make of this map, especially the first half?
It was one of those games where I feel like definitely both teams had their opportunities. Some huge clutches and some ratty-ass post plants coming out of the side of the Ultimates definitely were enjoyable, but I do kind of feel like Job Life are going to look back at that game and going, okay, we fumbled some rounds in very weird ways. And also it took them, I want to say 6 or 7 rounds on the attack to realize that there's actually 2 sites. So you can go to the other one and plant there sometimes.
What about you, Hazza? What did you think of the performance? Did you see the Ultimates deserving that win, grinding for it? How general feelings of the map?
Yeah, 100%. Like, I'm going to sound really cliche here, but it felt like Groundhog Day again. Do you know what I mean? Another 13-11 win on the opening map. Now you've just got to hope that the second isn't going to be a whitewash like what we saw yesterday, because the rounds didn't necessarily pan out the same way. There was a conflict in style which we were anticipating, but TU managed to navigate that really well. And again, those individuals stepped up when they needed to.
And Tom, I know that you're talking about the fumbling, about maybe the beginning of the round being very clean, but then things falling apart. I know that you wanted to take a look at one of the rounds and talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, I think a lot of what was going well, at least in some of the early stages, where the amount of space that Job Life was going to take. We've cut to the point where Kamek has already pushed all the way through A. They managed to stack up the B site, and he drops a spike with 40 seconds left. And you're sat there thinking, okay, this round looks so ropey. Like, they've got to try and clear him out of the backlines. They can already rotate a player back to sort of stack up some of that extra control. And this man just sort of lurking around in the background. That should be it. Like, look at the timer now, 25 seconds, and they haven't got anywhere near the site. But then it's just mistakes. The TP not realizing how far forward some players could be. A whiff shot from Jazz as well, someone who's been highlighted massively. And then it's just like, again, you're in the late stages of the round, and it comes down to hero plays when you had everything. 28 seconds, all the map control, the spike not even close to the site, and it just came down to some fumbles of a over rotation trying to get in too quickly, and a player not quite connecting the shots. And that's a very easy round victory if you just don't overplay your hand so much. And I feel like that happened a few times with Job Life in this map.
Yeah, and the Ultimates, I think they're very good, and especially thinking of the next map and reading what the opponent is doing and like responding to it very well. But yeah, another great piece of their success for this map was Mo. Hazza, why is that? If you know, in case people do not know why he can have such an impact, especially in the composition that they were playing.
Yeah, he's just such a strong player, controlling his area of the map, right? The controller role, it's in the name, obviously, makes sense. But this is not only that, it's how comfortable he feels at times. We're talking about a guy who placed second in first strike for MENA and has been around the scene for the last 4 years, the last 4 events, and you know, only just coming off the back of his second ever event win at an Ascension equivalent yesterday, he's carried that form on into today. And it's just the kind of play that you want to see from your more experienced heads when you've got youngsters in the mix like Fighter, when Job Life are giving you situations where you can punish them the way that they've been able to, similarly to Mao's yesterday, but a lot more in the mid-round. This is a team that wants to stretch you, TU. They want to be opening up those gaps as much as possible, and this guy was always doing a brilliant job at backfilling some of that space.
Yeah, but of course, if Job Life still want a shot of getting this back into the board, they need to change things on Sunsets. Now, Tom, what can we expect for this map? Because we saw the Ultimates picking it yesterday. They felt very comfortable. What do you think are Job Life's chances here?
Yeah, it was still sort of a close victory versus Mao, so I wouldn't say it's necessarily a death sentence. I think both teams opt for a similar style, although we've seen switchaways from potentially running the Rays or the Neon, but I think there's definitely going to be variance, and obviously For the side of the ultimates, that change might have come in just because of the change of duelist in general. Like you're not going to play exactly the same way. I'm a little bit more nervous on the individual front though, because I was super impressed with Mo, more so just in his post plants. I think he was so good at utilizing every single piece of utility he had. Now that's less likely to be the case here because he's not going to be playing the Brimstone, he doesn't have the Molotovs, but they do have Khaled over on that breach, and he had a lights out performance prior with what he was able to do with like some of that post plant utility, but also with setting up the team. So I do think that's something that Job Life have to be careful of. It's also a map where if you're going to be playing aggressive and taking space and using lurks, you're going to have the same issues that they had on Bind. If they overextend their hand and they get caught by the ultimates, they might throw away a lot of defensive rounds.
Yeah, we saw a lot of those fumbles, also those isolating duels, and maybe taking fights that you should not be taking in order for you to win the map, not happening on the first one. So moving on to Sunset, thinking about what's at stake. If we think about the ultimates, losing today in general puts them in a very bad position of that 1-2, but closing this one out moves them so far up in a group that is being very competitive. You know, we still do not have that 2-0. We'll probably, you know, have it later today. But for Job Life, do you maybe think that the pressure is getting to them today, Hazza?
It would certainly appear that way. They're a team which I think is a much calmer demeanor than the one which Robbie was IGLing previously. He felt that the experience that the players in this team have from wherever they've come from, you know, the different backgrounds that we've got from VCT EMEA to, you know, Eastern Challengers, it means that they can bounce back. And the reason why they're playing at home and not on boot camp after spending a week with the Job Life team at their facility is because they prefer to be in that home comfort, in that environment. So I do think that they can bounce back, but again, it comes back to more things that Tom's already mentioned about TU. Their read of the macro game against Mouse here yesterday was brilliant. They've only lost Sunset once in the last 3 months, so there are lots of factors at play, and I think, yeah, it does come down ultimately to whether Job Life are going to maintain the confidence or not, because they were taking lots of, you know, silly peaks in the previous game and making lots of mistakes.
What about you, Tom? Do you think it's getting to them?
I don't know. I don't really want to take too much away from the ultimates, because I do feel like, yeah, I agree that a lot of the sort of fights that were forced upon them definitely made them isolated, but I also think that the somewhat janky way that the ultimates are playing also creates that. Like you think about the takes that were going in on that A site on Bind. If they're going to wall off a segment of that A site every single round, it forces you into an aggressive mid take. Now, there was a player on top of the wall sometimes. There was a player just aggressively in their face sometimes. And there you go. Well, it's exactly that. Like, the second you're about to go for some sort of aggressive play, you're walled off, you're put into awkward positions, and that's where they're forced to try and adapt. And I believe, Hazard, this might be the round where they did.
Yeah, it's just, look, you consider the rounds that were played, over half of them ended up being A executes. This is one of the times that it did actually work out for Job Life. It's a combination of utility and Yaz being able to capitalize off the back of it, but it doesn't exactly inspire, you know, confidence, comfortability, does it? And that's what we were talking about. There were so many times when maybe you had just one guy swinging backside by himself, and if there was no one else there to trade it, especially a round that we saw where TU were just playing through Sheriffs and it was Mo again dishing out damage, then that can happen to you. So I agree, it's the perfect storm which they've cooked up, and if they can find more situations where they can set themselves up to, you know, make Job Life sweat and they don't adapt correctly in the moment, then the pressure will get to them.
Let's talk about adapting and the pressure and so on. I believe that Kamek had a brilliant day yesterday. I think we also saw some glimpses of it, like his Giga utility was very, very good. He's going to be playing on the breach potentially now for Sunset. Do we think that he is the kind of guy that can step up and carry this at least to a map number 3, Tom?
Yeah, he's one of the more experienced and a flexible player. I think that's always been the thing with Fnatic when they bring someone into sort of sub. They're going for people who can play more than one role, because that's how the whole team seems to manifest itself, is we need people who are flexible. So we saw Kamek there. He's been able to do it before. I don't think that, for the most part, he's the one I'm too worried about. I think again, it is just more how they play as a unit. I think that's what was sold to me as this roster is they play really well as a unit. They move together. They trade effectively. Well, they lost multiple rounds to ecos, to sheriffs, to like sit, especially towards the end of the game, them continuously running into that stacked up A site and 3 players dying to a sheriff, peeking in 1 by 1, a guardian coming up with wallbang kills because they're unable to get the plant. It looked more panicky. And that's not to say that overall, they're a terrible team. It's more that in that map, they didn't play the way we expected them to. And I'm hoping going into Sunset, we will see that.
Exactly. We're jumping onto Agent Select. No surprises, nothing new from any of the teams. Nothing that catches my eye, definitely. Hazza, what do you make of this? And also in terms of preparation, how can Job Life stop what the Ultimates do on attack?
I think a lot of it has to be sticking to their own game plan, something which we didn't maybe see too much of in the previous map, and to spin that in the context of the agents here, you have to be looking at Yaz's Neon. Guy is absolutely rapid, and you talk out standout performers as well. Everyone had 20 kills across the 2 maps yesterday. Nobody was going negative, but if someone was to go huge, it would definitely be him.
Okay, everything is ready. The Ultimates can close this out 2-0, or Job Life can take us to a map number 3. And to bring you all the action, here's Cairo and Steel.
Thanks, guys. Yep, the red lights are flashing still, but are the alarms sounding as we head into map number 2 for you?
I don't think so. I think there's still a great chance for these guys to be able to bounce back. Job Life, they had such good reads, and as Tom pointed out there, it's just like, Mo was one-tapping them down. He was having some really good opening kills there. And then on top of that, it was kind of like fumble after fumble from JL, either overplaying their hand or rushing through on those retakes. It wasn't something that I think is too alarming yet.
I feel as if the map veto as well is like so backloaded. You think towards the now Sunset. I mean, Job Life only have lost 1. Haven even stronger for them if we get to it. But now for Sunset, it's a slow start to affairs. Contacting all the way up A.
This is something that they love to do as well. We saw them doing it on Bind. We saw them open with it on their attack, their defense. And again, they're going to take this space for free, essentially, but it's this fast retake that JL probably has as they move around the map so well together. They're going to clear this mid, and now they know it's A. The stun's gone, the paint shells are gone, but it's a ruse. Again, all the way back to B goes the Gecko with the wingman, and this fake has worked flawlessly. Fighter in there.
Yeah.
If he gets any kills in the situation, they're loving life.
Yeah, truly. I mean, you're going to see the utility being used, and, well, you're moving into an empty space, spike down, easy enough, setting up the post plant, but do they go one step further and head towards CT? Certainly a couple of players setting up, and the Ultimates, they don't know what to do with themselves. Fighter's still in the back lines, holding on to see if there's any reclear from Job Life, but with 5 players being seen, especially with Mo's late peek out, it's now all go as they head in towards the site. Still, engagement's being taken, and it's Job Life to come out the better of it. Fighter finally introducing themselves, doesn't have those paint shells that would have been good to deny the spike, and still they keep going, and still Fighter keeps finding sheriff shots. That is 3 pistols that the Ultimates have won out of 3 pistols played.
You cannot predict what's gonna happen next with this game right now. The Ultimates again, it's just like, oh my god, okay, they're gonna go A. Oh, look at the read from Job Life. Wait, it's back to A, it's back to B. Perfect. And then it's like, oh wait, but Job Life, they're making this retake happen. And then the very end, it turns around on its head. And again, I do have to say, Job Life, if they want to have the best chance against the Ultimates right now, they need to get in front of the Ultimates as they do that transition. That next hit's going to come around that 50-second mark. The fakes are going to be happening. The inserts are going to be happening. That is what the Ultimates loves to do. So if Job Life wants to be able to post up some rounds and stop the Ultimates from gaining this momentum on their attack side, they need to hit them at that interval. They need to get in front of them. They cannot let the Ultimates move around the map for free.
And as well, you've been here before, you've played many games in the past, like and highest competition. When your game plan is spot on, your read so perfect, Like, do you feel as if you can start to lose that mental in terms of if it just comes down to gunfights and not really hitting your shots?
It's a little bit. It depends, player to player, team to team, and game to game. Things can be like so different. You can feel unconfident even when you've been having a good game. You can feel confident even when you've been getting crushed. And right now, I don't think it's. I still have to say, I don't think there's alarm bells yet.
Yeah. Well, there'll be alarm bells starting to ring as we see Job Life starting to get in towards the site. The utility sending out. They all line up, but the spray doesn't work. The classics certainly are. Deja vu from the last map is starting to feel that way. But look at this. Khaled's so good. Tap of the head, leaving Kamek all on his own. Flash hasn't quite connected. A couple of headshots, but it doesn't get it over the line. That's an anti-eco converted for the Ultimates. Job Life, decent resistance.
Decent resistance, but I mean, just with a low investment like that, I think the job well done. And now we're going to get to see the first real test, that gun round coming in here. And JL, I mean, if they can take it to that third map of Haven, I think they have a pretty good chance of bringing this back and closing it out. But with the momentum on the side of the Ultimates and how they're converting some of these rounds, even the rounds that get a little bit messy, you really have to think they're firing in all cylinders right now. And it's going to be so devastating for Job Life to go down in the ways that the rounds have been playing out. The Ultimates already eyeing up this B site split, but again, just putting that pressure on middle as they contact around the map. We need to see an op coming out for Job Life to really punish this, because walk pushing around, it's gonna be dangerous. The Ultimates, they'd like to have Sand and Mo just holding those positions at tiles at A if the team's working B, or B if the team's working A, and they punish that aggression.
Right now as well, as they move around the map, you can see Spy starting to get on to closer to that Thrash. Great for the execute, but as they head towards a trap has been set. You can see Magic holding on to the paranoia. Yaz ready to pounce on any opportunity, but the numbers not in their favour when it does come. A contact out, Yaz gets the entry. Magic still close by, the Dizzy to re-engage, but Yaz has already got a second. Sand at least keeping things decent, but Sand is all the way in the back lines, doesn't look behind him, and Robbie BK gets another. Again, scrapping is the affair between the two, but it's about who thrives in the chaos and who comes out the better fighter, finding a Phantom that was on the floor, the wingman starting to get the spike down, and now it's all up to Young Gun once again, and a 2v1. It always feels as if we somehow end up in this case, and Magic is low. All it takes is one bullet. Yaz, who's been so good before, comes up trumps once again, and it's 3 in the round on the third round for Job Life.
In the middle of this round, I'm thinking to myself about how well Job Life did to disrupt the Ultimates from being able to walk back A and get any value in that situation, and that big opening kill. But Robbie turned that round around with that kill right here in Boba. But I have to say, another overextension. He gets the kill on the Gecko. He has that 3-on-1. That wingman's gonna get that spike planted. Does he need to re-peek that? That round came down so close, again, unnecessarily. And Job Life, they need to be able to do a better job of closing out these rounds with 3 people alive. Otherwise, the Ultimates can upset these guys.
Well, it's been a mid-play, and they've sent Yaz all the way deep. Oh my god. Doesn't get a chance. Overdrive wasted. At least the rest have rifles to back up the rest of the round. And they're just starting to give freebies, as you say, overextending, continuing on. Job Life already 2 players down.
This is tough. It's very tough, and the situation that JL wants to do right now is they have the trip and the camera for that A retake. But again, so split, 1-1-1, nobody together to help fight. The Ultimates, you can see them deathballing as 5. Mikey, what do you have in store? Because you need to pull off a miracle.
Divine intervention. Does God look kindly to the French side. No, look at this. They're not even going to go for it. Calling it quits early doors. Looking towards the money that's left in their pockets here, Steel. Yeah, it's a good decision in my books.
It's a correct decision here, but you have to wonder, was it the correct decision to go that aggressive at the start of the round, just running it down mid, knowing how the Ultimates likes to set up with these very slow contact plays, with the holding those pushes and being able to deny them so handedly? You almost have to let the Ultimates make that first play or walk into you, and then you have to find the right timing to go. You can't show your cards too early. In Drop Life right now, it seems like after that buying loss, they're kind of going through all the motions of all the things that they can do or want to do, and there's no real cohesion to whatever decisions that they're making. And it's worrisome because the Ultimates, they're building this momentum. They're going to build a really decent lead on this attack side of Sunset. And if they're able to do that, it's going to be tough.
I mean, already you're starting to see like that momentum come into the form of the ultimate cycle, right? One away from a few of these. The Thrash probably key here, and it's another quick pop on the A main side where Sand is sitting waiting. You'll hear everything going. The recon bolt already used, and that's one flash gone from Kamek, and that's the only flash that he actually had.
Right there.
But shocking, that trip does not actually go down. They're not threatened by their flank at all. And again, oh man, here comes the hit.
Yeah, well, Fighter straight here, doubles up. The Thrash was good to help him get the space, but I mean, Fighter's been so sharp. Magic not looking the right way, and it's down to a 2v5. The percentage play, the Job Life try and go for this once again. Well, Robbie's tried to use the Stinger, and Yaz doesn't even want to attempt it. Leaving the Ultimates to get another round, a Hero Rifle into the next. The momentum building up very quickly.
They're getting away with everything they want. The Ultimates, they're not missing right now. And it's kind of a cheap cop-out to say, but they really aren't. They're handling any of the aggression that's coming early around. And when they actually move and get their game plan off, okay, well, he didn't shoot there, so, you know, stand by my point. When they get to execute uncontested, it's just so free for them.
Yeah. This is like something similar to what happened yesterday with the Ultimates. Close first map, into the second, and they've really grown into their own, warmed up, and start to dominate. And Mouse didn't have any answer to what was going on. Seems to be the case here with Job Life. And
that setup, looking back at that, I don't actually like it. He's trying to get these double cages off to get some spam value, but he lets that Thrash get so close to him, and that's the real undoing of that round for JL.
Denying to see if anyone's in B main, forcing the Ultimates to perhaps dedicate more utility to the... But for the most part, I mean, again, it's that contact up mid here still.
It's just pressure. It's baiting out so much utility from JL, the drone for the re-clear. But we haven't seen any real traps set up. Like the one time they set it up over at A with the Neon and the Omen, that was the real defense. But here's another attack, and it's uncontested again.
Magic's allowed for a gamble towards this up B side of the map, but again it's Fighter who gets a double entry. So good so far, and so have the Ultimates. They've been so spot on and leaving only one player to try and clutch up. 5 points of HP. Again, is it worth trying? Are you better to try and save? I mean, there's no saving for Job Life at the minute. The pace, unrelenting from the Ultimates.
I talk about the last round. I talk about what they're doing wrong. I'm not telling you what they should be trying to do right now. What I want to see from JL is I want to see them utilize their breach in some sort of trap setup. So many hits have been towards B right now, but I think, especially off the back of this timeout, this is where the Ultimates is going to decide that they're going to do their hit towards A. But we haven't seen any traps with that breach done or the paranoia towards B main. We haven't seen any traps set up with that camera as that trigger point for the stun or flash and multiple peek to come out. We haven't seen any of those things. We've seen a standard defense blocking that A lobby with, you know, maybe Omen and Neon, maybe the breach is kind of there, but we haven't seen anything where the Ultimates gets into a precarious position. They walk up, they contact around, they're in the open, exposed, and then here comes the trap and the mouse is caught. JL need to implement that right now, and that better be what they're talking about in this timeout, because right now, this lead that the Ultimates is building is going to be very difficult to come back against.
I mean, that's the thing for the Ultimates. Like, they've always been this roster that have represented MENA, come and never quite showing up. A region without a superstar to depend upon, to look as an idol. But now they finally have a team that's going and contesting some of Europe's best in Tier 2. The momentum continuing on in their favour, continuing to be on top, a quick stall, a quick push in B main, and they're pivoting straight onto A. And this is the trap that you spoke about, Steel. In terms of the Cypher setup, that should be easy for Joblife to try and gamble upon. You'd imagine that would be the case, but Magic gets the entry. For the first time in what feels like forever, Joblife full on top. One ways, straight through, Fighter tries to get something back, but it's all been Magic so far. Spike lost, the Ultimates left to try and rescue something from here, but it's 2 players to the good. Joblife should not allow the MENA side to get back into this one.
I have the spike.
Spike recovered, but 2 versus 4. Hunter's Fury in play if he needs it. They might just use it, rip it, just to secure this round. But
Top of the spike.
waiting. Yeah, they're just waiting for it. They're waiting for the commit. Once that spike's planted for sure, that's when they go.
Yeah,
Dart flashes.
The tap was basically to try and bait out, as you say, it's that committal that is the goal, the trigger point, as we were talking about
With
earlier.
that Darko.
Ah, look at this, paranoia in, and the trap just bought a little bit of time, a second. Mo now under pressure, and San getting spammed through. I mean, apparently, stun's cosmetic, and it's still continuing to be the Ultimates, coming down to gunfights, 7 points of HP, and somehow almost bringing it to a winning position. Yeah, Joblife managed to win it out, but their buy still won't be great coming into the next round, because they've lost so many players.
This is reminiscent of those bind rounds as well, coming down to just 1 player alive for JL in the rounds that they do win. And you look at the situation, this should be easy. Cleanup, 4 versus 2. You have every ability off of cooldown, and you're still letting it come this close. The spacing going into that retake. The dart missing, not comboing the dart with like the flashes and the stuns and moving together. It needs to be better from JL. Yes, it's a round win, but it's messy, it's sloppy, and it almost didn't even work.
If they had lost that, that would have been the real shocker, right? The one that gets to the mental. As for now, it's a real engagement towards B main. Joblife have been forced all the way back. Again, it's the same round, 2 rounds in a row. Straight on towards B after fighting for B main. Looking to poke and prod all throughout the map, and Kamek stops anyone from going towards top mid. Continuing on, Magic a step too far forward, and well, they're going to commit off the back of the Rolling Thunder. That should be easy for Fighter to pick up, and it is. Mo hasn't been considered. 2 players to the good once again. Make that 3. Yaz left all on his own. Some paranoia. Pressure being sent towards the last remaining player, and yep, he wants to keep that rifle. He doesn't want anything to do with this. That should be 6.
Most definitely will be. And I talked about before, the Ultimates. If they go uncontested, it's just so free for them. And this is another perfect example of this. What I mean by that is they call that game plan the strat at the start of the round. This is the tactic. This is how we're going to play this round out. We're going to do this, and we're going to go here with 3. We're going to go here with 2, and you guys are going to go for this fight, and then this is how the round's going to play out. And if none of the pieces fall in the process of going through those motions, then that's when they play their best. It's when one of those pieces were to fall and they lose a key piece of utility, or a player in a, like if the defense gets 2 kills at middle there, or any of these things happen a different way. But right now, what is the setup I'm looking at from the defense? Magic is all the way up, elbow, fighting this A. But his teammate Mikey is at the back of A site, and they have like this passive setup with the trips and the cameras. So disjointed. And the Ultimates abusing it.
Finding the gaps, right? You think like after Kamek gets the entry or gets the pick on towards top mid, you don't consider the second player. It's these gaps that are costing so many times. This time though, a lot more proactive towards mid. Kamek's just sent it forward, but there's nobody behind him. This is another chance. Oh, he's giving himself away, and there's players towards tiles. But this patience from TU, they don't want to dedicate themselves too early. And again, another player out on an island. Yaz though, tries to get something back, does so. Keeps it even, but that Thrash is spot on, didn't consider magic. Scrappy as usual. Spy doesn't want to go any further forward, his position given away.
Sticking together, Job Life. They don't want to give anything up but the wingman.
Oh! Oh, it just comes close. Spy.
So close.
Yeah, far too close than it needed to be. I think that's the first time that we've seen the ultimates actually put a step forward here still. A foot wrong, sorry.
A foot wrong. And I mean, it wasn't even necessarily a foot wrong. This, it's heroics from Yaz here. I would expect more players in the defense to be here supporting Kelly to fall back off that angle. They close that market door. He has no escape, but it sets up the play. But again, here, they're waiting for this. They've been setting up this B play so often. Are they going to convert it this round?
I mean, that's it. When do you get the send forward? It's the same recon bolt going forward. And Fighter,
no sign.
So much better. Catching Yaz. And again, another round, another entry.
This is tough. Job Life, they want to disrupt the offense, but they're mistiming everything, and they're losing that first duel. And the second one as well. Mo has been hitting these one-taps. We saw it even last map on Biden Long B, tapping out the Opper, getting those one-taps at Hookah on the B defense. And continuing it here at Tiles to market.
Fighter not supported by any utility, but why would you need to? Mo though this time isn't so clean. Mike stunned up, looking to play off of the cage the one way. Somehow we're back to the 2v2. That's Hunter's Fury, last bolt, but can't quite grab Khaled. Look towards CT, Fighter's gone, looking explorative. And look at this Job Life, they haven't considered it. The option, fully wrapped. Both players unknown. Robbie PK, he's managed to survive. Fighter's missed all the shots, and Khaled has no utility to get Fighter back into position. Holding 4, just defusing the spam, not good. Somehow Job Life have won that round, rescued it from the Ultimate's hands.
And another round where it's one alive for Job Life, but it's another round. They get to post up on the board, get closer to tying the scoreline up. And you're absolutely right. These opening fights have not been going in the favor of Job Life at all. All their aggression down middle hasn't worked both times. B main hasn't worked 2-3 different times. It's either they lose the duels or the ultimates they're gone. They're not even there. They just run A and they have that site for free. But pumping the brakes is the ultimates. They're in the lead, but they want to extend that lead. They want to keep a handle of this game before Job Life is able to come back and get any more rounds. It's 3 of the last 4 rounds went in the favor of Job Life. The Ultimates maybe need to change something up here.
Yeah, thinking about the last couple rounds here, you don't want to be this far ahead and give up a chance at the lead, ending up even on the half. Seems as if this stream is cursed with even half, so near enough that case still. But on top of that, Baba Beast and Calypso, the coaching staff, we've spoken enough about Lohan. It's about time we speak about the Ultimates. Staff in the background. I mean, they've got plenty of experience. Calypso, he's played in the likes of Envy and big organisations from NA. He's got plenty of experience to help the likes of Fighter, the duelist, who a role that he played in himself back in the day.
Yeah, I've played against Calypso many times over many years across many games, but right now what we're seeing from the Ultimates is a game plan that's being executed to a T, and Job Life is scrambling to figure out what works, and they have no shortage of ideas, but coming down to these really tense moments in the mid rounds has been the story of this series so far. I look to Kamike with this Rolling Thunder in play for this defense, and kind of feigning what they actually wanted to do this round on the defense early on at B and moving in, trying to bait the ultimates into a trap. Come B, we have the Rolling Thunder, and we'll just use it as a pre-tick and run back into you. This deep camera on A site is giving them all the info they need to know and confirm it's going to be a B play. Let's wait for it and get ready to go in as soon as that hit comes.
The hit is here. And there you have it. Rolling Thunder straight back in. Yaz, so good. And so are Job Life. It's a clean up on aisle B. Spike sitting there with no one able to get close to it. That's as simple as it gets.
That was picture perfect. Everything you saw in the round led up to that moment, that fake towards that B main control to lure the ultimates into B, into that trap, and it worked flawlessly. This is what the ultimates rely on their defense side, for the other teams to walk straight into the trap. But this time it sprung against the ultimates.
Yeah, this is the cleanest that I've seen the ultimates really look. Sorry, not the ultimates, the Job Life. This is what I expected of them throughout this series. Rounds consistently strung together rather than a little bit sporadic in the way they're playing this. Sand looking up, a big 1v1, which Magic will come out on top. They're starting to turn the tide when it comes to these entry duels.
The big pickup. The Cypher going down means the flank's always a worry. But Fighter still in this mid position makes me think that he's either going to be activated as a fake or as a lurk. But KMBK on the reclear, it doesn't clear him. Yeah. That's got to be the end of the round here. It's got to be a 6-6 half.
Yeah, you're expecting it now. The last three remaining players, but as we've always counted out the ultimates, they somehow find a way back in. Well, it's all come through smokes and spam. 1v1s, an equal half here still. There's not been much to really stop that. Ultimates have tried their best at trying to dislodge that. They timed out 2 rounds before, but Job Life in the end just come up trumps. The adaptations have been so good. Continuing on, moving on towards the next half. Remember, the defense always so much worse for the ultimates. Going up against Job Life, who prefer the attack, that's what we're looking towards. But we'll get to that after a quick break. Welcome back, everybody. We head on to side number 2 of map number 2. Steele, what have you been thinking after that first half? As the ultimates out of this, Job Life now moving on to the attack.
I'm really looking at Job Life and maybe coming back to life, being resurrected. Right now, it's so back and forth, and the rounds that JL have been picking up have been labored, but the last few rounds of that first half have been looking a lot more reminiscent of probably the team that you come to expect. So if they're finally getting a grasp on the game, that's going to be good news for them. And already we see the ultimate setting up with this trap towards A, that stun line from Market across the map, the trip to defend that top middle, and that Market door closed. But it's just going to be a fake from JL on that A site, going back to B. As they're waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
This is something that they did a lot yesterday, was have the Gecko to play off the trap. They had Mo, like, sometimes jiggle peeking there, holding the paranoia so that he could disengage.
The stun ready. It's going to be I like the setup. The defense setup is going to be very strong, hard to break through. There needs to be the perfect amount of misdirection. Sending that Neon through middle, putting that pressure on spawn, that might be exactly what they need.
The trigger has been pressed, or pulled, I should say, as they start to surround the site. Job like Yas already low, and the ultimates, they're so much better when it comes to the fights. The actual engagements. Sure, the utility can be on point and the read perfect, but at the end of the day, your head is going to get taken off when you actually face up against a player. Sand, 3 on the round. Kamek now all on his lonesome. A player who's featured in the likes of VCT against players who have not even managed to get a win in Ascension. Well, they have now, and they look to double up on it. The pistol round, 4 for 4.
I look at this and you're absolutely right. It's the story of the game and the ultimates winning the duels, winning the engagements, winning a lot of these opening picks as well. And that setup was so strong, and part of the reason why 4 for 4 pistols right now on the side of the ultimates is on the back of some of these plans, the positioning from the players, the stun ready, and the players playing together, but also hitting their shots so decisively.
It's crazy the comeback they've had, considering, well, playing against comeback, right? Playing against Pacific and the explosive nature. Any team could feel the confidence leave themselves after a game like that.
The stun line.
Oh, this is a trap. The Ultimates need to be careful. The wingman used to try and stop Yaz, and, well, the Spectre just coming out better. Not be able to at least get the trade on the stunned up player, but Mo still hanging around. Confidence in the weaponry that he has bought up. The Bulldog. Still delay coming through. Khaled now introducing a crossfire with his teammate Mo. Spam coming through. Joblife finally walk out, but they don't consider Mo's position. It should be an easy one in this round, trying to disengage through the TPs, but Mikey slipping the net with a Spectre in hand. It's not good enough. That is a double up on rounds and a gap of 2.
Game starts to slip away unless Joblife can post up a round right here and break that momentum. And again, no shortage of good ideas. We've seen it even on Bind, a map that Joblife also lost. We're seeing them note where the Ultimates are going to play. They have the good stun lines, they have the good counters. But when it comes down to it, either the wrong place or wrong time, or they lose out on the duels, or in this situation, they have to do it on an eco with just classics.
You did good.
Building up towards the thrash as well.
The Ultimates, they're going aggressive here. They get that opening
oh my god.
Smokes.
Yeah.
Oh, mine.
Execute gets even harder from this point, right? As it starts to get more definition in the round.
The one saving grace is a team like Joblife. They're probably pretty good in these mid rounds and noting exactly how to deal with the round when their Omen's down. They know, okay, we can't go through B main here. We get crossfired. So what can we do instead? Well, let's take market from them. Deny that crossfire from being in position in the first place, but they lose another. Just one by one, they're falling.
Can't control the angles. Trying to contact through, use as little utility as possible as they can capitalize on the execute, but Fighter again pushes himself forward and comes out even though he's stunned. The odds just are never in the Ultimate's favour, but they still come out on top. The ultimate underdog here, as it's 2 Joblife players, Robbie BK and Kamek, retreating, waving the white flag, and the Ultimates, they come out on top once again.
10 seconds left.
The round's not even over. Hunted down though. Finally, some kills posted up for JL. But
one enemy remaining.
They can't even hold on to all of their weapons. And you asked me a few rounds back about kind of how do some players deal with this? Does it dwindle at their confidence? And I'm starting to think it might be right now. The way that they're lackadaisically moving around. there's no confidence, there's no fire, and they're losing these duels, and they're walking around there. There's no killer instinct right now, and pump the brakes, Job Life, call the timeout, maybe get the coaches involved, get some life back into this team. Yeah, it's called Job Life, not Job Death right now. And
it feels as if that's the case, right? It almost feels like job done with the way that Job Life are playing. Looking for something to come back, and again it comes back to like they are tournament favourites. Are they starting to worry a bit? Is the pressure getting to them? Still, again, Pacific waiting in the wings to play against Job Life, to play against other. They only got one game and they showed everything and dominated. The Ultimates bounced back the hardest that they possibly could. And for me, like as you said, with such an explosive comp, you'd be expecting explosive plays. Yaz to be going and fragging out. I mean, 9-11 isn't a bad scoreline, but so far in the second half, we haven't really seen much of it.
Now that you say it, I see this 5-man group at the barrier, sprint ready on an eco. You might get your wish right here.
Well, here's hoping. 2 hero rifles. Remember, the Thrash is there to try and stop towards this side of the map. A re-engage perhaps, but it is all dry. And it never makes for a nice texture when you try that. Spy though, gets the Mosh working, at least gets something back. And that's upgrades to be had. And Yaz continuing to push the back lines, disrespect the Ultimates. Can't quite capitalise. I mean, that's the Phantom tax, right? Spike will go down. Khaled trying again. There is a player behind him. Robbie BK, he's gone. Still, Kamek trying to clear out Khaled. He doesn't know where he is. Sees the barrel last second, and we'll get that round. The explosive nature working for them.
I once heard a pro or someone talking about it years and years ago about the Phantom tax. It's like the Phantom, you might only deal 140 damage with a headshot or less potentially depending on the fall off, but that's a bullet that actually hits, whereas a Vandal might not.
Yeah.
An explosive start for JL on the back of some weird mixed buy, and they pull it out. So is that going to be something that reaffirms their fast-paced play? They steal this B main area quickly. They can follow up with it too.
Yeah, it seems as if they've found what they think is a winning solution anyway. As San caught in the relay bolt, stunned up, but Fighter still hanging about in the wings. Doesn't quite get the engagement that he's looking for. Holding fast for the rest of the players to come, but the smoke disperses and nobody's there to greet him. Cleared out. Utility sent forward. At least it was a ping for Kamek to get the trade. Rolling Thunder, they're sending it deep. This is as explosive as you could possibly get it. They are really sending it forward and upsetting what the Ultimates want to do. Mo now. Oh, for a second, thought he was going to give us something crazy.
I'm liking the change up from JL. On their attack side now, we saw a fast barrier rush. We saw them do a main control into a timed hit, like a very early timing, but their luck might run out at some point. The way that the Ultimates likes to set up is they set up these pre-planned traps. And if the hit comes from JL into one of these traps, the Ultimates can put a stop to all the shenanigans that JL has been trying to pull out the last couple of rounds here. But with the amount of options that JL has, they can keep continuously switching things up. They can steal ground like they did last round, but then go back to A because they have that pace from the Neon. They can do their full rushes like we saw a couple rounds ago. We could see their fast control into a timed hit like we did last round. But we also saw them on rounds like Pistol Round extend all the way through middle with that Neon, get into the back lines. They weren't able to convert out the fights because they went to the setup of the Ultimates. But we see what's in their pocket. We see all the strats and things that they can pull out. It's all a matter of putting it together at the right place at the right time.
I mean, that's the crazy thing, right? You look towards the Ultimates and who's fragging out. They're all close by, but Job Life, Mikey, lacking behind. Not to point out one player, but when your Cypher can be easily targeted and easily found out as a lurker who's going to be all on his own for the most of the time here still, I mean, that's probably a point of contention, a player to try and target.
I love this setup. They have this kill trip for Yaz to go deep, deep. But I wonder if that brakes were pumped too early with that stun, then paint shells. Those are gone. It gives away their setup as well. And we see the pivot from JL, knowing and noting exactly who is there. And this late trip as well confirms that also Cypher's here, placing that trip. They know that's 3 players towards B. They know with the right amount of pressure, the right amount of manipulation, they can either go all the way back to A against 2 if they go fast enough, or they can re-hit B late. And they choose to do the former. They want to take this timing on the A players before they're able to get reinforcements. Drone, Hunter's Fury available. The 5-man death ball. It's all on these players on the ultimates to hold, but honestly, they should be playing for the retake at this point.
It looks like that's the case. You look at the positions, the way that Spy's starting to drop out, Mo so deep towards spawn. That should be easy enough, and with only the owl drone being used up, it should be little to no utility, allowing for the hold, the delay, to be so much better for job life. Oh, they're taking this on the front foot, look. You can see the players, Kamek, Yaz, holding on. Flash out, a peek, no capitalisation. Ultimate still to come back in with, I mean, the Thrash, the key point here. And they love their sheriffs, they know and feel confident on them. Straight in, Fighter gets caught in his own stun, but I mean, they've got possession of the site. The players out, trying to spam in, and that's the key point. Thrash coming through, they're playing for the Hunter's Fury, but they're losing control of the extremities. Yash trying to get the overdrive working. Plenty of energy-based usage being here, the electricity, the Hunter's bolt. And it will end up being 9-9, all even. We're back here again, Steel.
We're back here again. It's almost like it's deja vu from that first map as well. And oh my god, I don't know if you noticed how close that defuse was coming. That smoke, if it had lasted another 1.5 seconds there, that could have been a full defuse. That Hunter's Fury coming out so late in the round. But again, you're right. 9-9 tied up, but I'm looking at the ultimates for the ultimates, and those are looking scary. The Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper specifically.
Again, it's back to being more proactive on A. That cage is actually allowed for the... Oh no, Spy stayed alone too long. He's trying to get cheeky and take the ultimate orb, and I think that could have cost the round.
It's definitely looking that way, but we've seen rounds come down to the Y. Wait, KMK.
Oh, he's going for it. He's just sent it in and got another player. Spike down.
Paid off.
Yeah, that's a real head scratcher. The ultimates, I don't know, are they going for this? It looks like a save, but a re-clear of mid. Yaz is there. Yeah, it's a save.
It's a save. Honestly, I actually like that Kamike went for that, because what it tells me is it tells me that they're feeling more confident and not afraid. Yes, they got punished for being greedy on that first map, but the fact that they went into this really passive kind of back foot, giving too much respect for a long period of time, as a result of it, meant that they let up even more rounds that they probably gave up by being too greedy. So going for that, catching that timing, knowing that the Ultimates is a team that heavily relies on doing these coordinated set plays, he just wanted to disrupt that. And it's good to see that they're still confident enough to go for those types of plays.
I think that's something with this roster. There's definitely no confidence lacking, right? Whether the ability to back up the confidence is there, well, there's definitely ability, but whether the form is there, perhaps I should say. As you said before, it's still the ultimates that we've got to be looking at. The ones in pocket, not the ones in the server. They've got a decent enough buy, like 2 Stingers to back up the 2 rifles, Khaled's Sheriff. I've seen eco buys working for them before, but Job Life are starting to gain a lead. A quick play down mid, trying to find a player off as this rocket fuse is almost done. Needs to be shot soon. It will be. It's only chip damage onto Kamek.
Kamek is fine with losing a little bit of that damage. The aggressive plays from Job Life on their defense didn't pan out, but no players down. The space taken for the Ultimates, and the stack over towards B though, the wrong read. As JL is priming to go towards that A site. They have that camera spotting that information, noting that this area should be relatively safe, relatively clear, spotting just that Gecko. Spy moving back towards that A site, but here comes the rotate. So if JL wants to go, it's kind of got to be now or never. They only have that one smoke up at the moment, so maybe waiting for that second one to come into play before they choose to go. But a fast retake or pre-take could be devastating. Rolling Thunder in play for Khalid. Here it comes.
Contacting has allowed everybody in the ultimates to get into position. Mo still manages to fight it off, even though it wasn't as clean as it possibly could be. But it's the time that's the key component in this round. Maybe not enough for Job Life to rotate off, meaning, right, back into the site, see what they can find. Spy playing from the corner, caught out, cleared. Remember, time still low and Spike on the ground. This is going to be carnage, and now down to a 1v1. Magic panicking, has to commit to planting the spike, and Mo's played this to perfection. A swing of the corner, Magic's not looking in the right place. We are back to 10-10.
It's a deja vu from the last game, I swear. Everything's just playing the same way, and oh man, it's just so devastating the way that Job Life are losing some of these rounds. The ultimate, just that Rolling Thunder coming into play, the rotation back into that A site, those opening kills, and then just being able to play through this chaos, the chaotic situations, being on every side of these smokes and fighting together. They're feeling it, and you can see what it means to them on the cameras there.
Yeah, playing from the Riot Games arena, by the way, and the prac rooms that we have there. I mean, you imagine you've been there many a time. Steel?
At that one, haven't seen the prac rooms.
Yeah, fair enough, mate.
Maybe the green rooms.
Yeah, certainly. And well, it's looking all green in the kill feed, except for one retort from Magic.
Cover going out.
Still continuing on. In fact, actually, with that smoke, they might try and make their way up in towards Plat. Khalid just dipping out through the side of the smoke and allows Magic to get that kill. Still the 1v1s ensue, and that's what's allowed Job Life to take the advantage here. Oh.
Spike down.
Round's not over yet.
Yeah.
That timing.
That's the escape. Oh. Surely not. Mo, that's the play you want to try and take these fights, and Mikey just hiding in the corner. It's so clean.
Not worth it. And Mo gets a 1v1. Kamike, he's one hittable. One body shot with the Vandal here.
But the Rolling Thunders just came online. If he knows exactly where Mo is, it needs to be clean. And well, of course, clean is what you link with Mo's name. That's the advantage back to MENA. And well, remember, folks, this is them to go in front, and they're on series point.
I cannot believe what I'm witnessing here. The fact that Job Life do such a good job of moving to some winning positions, but they give it up. I again have to think it's the caster's curse after I talk about how I love the confidence reinstilled, but this is just greed.
Yeah, I mean, you can see like both teams getting caught with that, like trying to go through the edge of the smoke, the advantage being taken by Job Life. And it feels as if the ebbs and flows of the rounds, like you can never truly be settled on who's actually going to take it. Mo's going really far forward here. This is the first time we've seen this. Using the one-way against Job Life. Somehow, we still go even. I'd say, in terms of the trade of utility loss, don't know. Mikey up against Fighter. Now that's allowed the neural theft to come online.
In the backlines as well. Kamek. Rolling Thunder misses though.
Oh, Sand still alive just momentarily. 2v3. Back in. There can be a little bit of settlement from Job Life, considering they've got time to go and set up in main. But look where Khalid is. And look where he's going.
Right there.
This flank could be everything, but the door and market is closed.
Yeah, it's first point of contact. Clean. Yeah, simple as that. Now it's up to Spy. He's 1 away from the Thrash. I don't think he'll be allowed to even get that off if he does get the first kill easy. Dodges the stun. Remember, there's 3 players here. It should be a quick swing. And there it is, 11-11.
And now when we saw this on Bind last map, this is where the Ultimates ran away with the last 2 rounds. And we see, again, it's job life. Everything is on them to dictate how they want to play this out. Because we know what to expect right now from the Ultimates. They have their number when it comes to these chaotic, big team fight rounds. And they have the number when it comes to running into their traps. But if JL is able to dictate and say, we're not going to go into your traps, and we're not going to play these 5v5 team fights, then and they get to utilize other parts of the map, like middle going into spawn and creating the pressure that way, it's going to make the lives of the Ultimates so much more difficult. It's all whether or not Job Life want to go for that type of pressure.
Funny. We're on A-Stream, 24 rounds guaranteed. You get your fill of Valorant.
Spike dropped.
Starting
right here. Deploying drone.
with going through mid. I mean, most of the players again towards that A side of the map still.
Not ready yet.
Good pressure, and it forces the overreaction from the Ultimates to clear through mid, but with just those Sheriffs in play, I think they're fine with that.
I mean, Fighter's Vandal, is there anything that they can do to get him into position? Again though, as we said before, Sheriffs doesn't mean the round's guaranteed for Job Life. They found ways to do it before.
Will they forget about Mikey though?
I think they have entirely. Yep, there you go, even trade. That rifle will have to be picked up later on. Here's a reclear from Mo. Well, this is all happening. Remember, the spike is ticking away. Robbie BK is taking an uncleave fight, and the Thrash straight in. Where's the support? Magic is close by, but he's going to get stunned up, and he has to try and get out. He has 2 TPs to do so. And look at this. 4v2. I said the round was never guaranteed, and it looks to be the case. As look, Ultimate's so close on the mark. Magic has to bring up something special, but the only special ones in the server seem to be the Ultimates. The men are heroes, the ones to put France to the sword. They're on map and series point after another thrifty round.
The Ultimates can do no wrong right now. They forget about Mikey and the backlines too after he gets that kill of B main, but still, the separation from all the players on Job Life right now, 5 individuals, whereas Team Ultimates, they're one team, they're one unit.
This goes here.
That's where, again, Tom had put it on the desk. I said on the desk that Job Life for the team that have been sold to be this cohesive unit, the one where the macro game plan's on point, every read that they make is one step ahead of where you can even think. I mean, that's how it felt on Bind, but as we've grew into the series and the Ultimates have, it feels as if the doubt has really crept in. Fighter tries to be a little bit too cheeky, disrespect the push, and it's not worked out in his favour. Up to Sand to hold the site, and well, Mo at least gets the trade even. Baiting out with the TP, the Ultimates are here. This is the big round. We need to see a win from Job Life or it's all over. They will face their first loss in Ascension. And well, the Ultimates will find their second win ever. The most that they've ever done in an inter-regional tournament. 2v2, Robbie BK trying to play for the Hunter's Fury out in main, but being forced onto site against the raid boss. It's Mo to try and win. And Robbie BK gets it. All even, we go to overtime.
So close for the Ultimates to go 2-0, 13-11 both maps. It comes down again to the wire, the story of the game really, where the teams and the chaos, usually it's been the Ultimates coming out on top, and this time, very narrowly, it's actually the side of Job Life trying to cling on to life, trying to win now in OT to take it to a third map and have another crack at it. The Ultimates maybe wanted to close out here and now before they have to go and get tested on a third map, and Haven no less.
Yeah. Resuscitation, life needed. Maybe they can use that res that wasn't used on Bind.
Imagine.
Back to the defense though for Job Life here. In terms of the setup, what are you seeing here still?
They have those kind of A info trips, and they have that camera to get some sort of info for a mid trap, but instead they're just stealing this mid ground. But once they get all this information, it should be a pretty good retake from the flank on A, unless they decide to just pre-take fast through Link and through that spawn point. But again, Team Ultimate so quiet in their approach, it's contacting all the way through, no abilities, no footsteps. JL has no idea where the hit's going to come until this first point of contact. It's going to be breaking the trip at the same time as the smokes and flashes and everything.
Magic tries to play like a sentry, and well, on top of that, the flank actually being routed out. So they can worry just about the site and where the ultimates are and send their utility forward, but they might be greeted a little bit early. In fact, no, the ultimates decide against it. They don't want to fight for the site. They want to play their post plant further back. Well, the utility will be used on the site. The gunfight's probably used in the extremities of that. Mo still gives away where he is, trying to TP, far too cheeky. They've gained control of the spike and control of the site. Fighter still holding on. It was only a tap of the spike, using mollies to take players off. Has been very chaotic. It's up to Spy. He needs to get them off the spike, and he can't do it. It's Job Life, advantage in overtime.
Job Life one step closer to taking it to a third map. And Team Ultimates, again, they get into that site, it's so free, but they don't know what to do after that point. And what they could have read is the fact that it was a mid-aggression. They took out their team in the background. That's the Cypher gone, the Sentinel's gone. But instead of pressing forwards and keeping that pressure on spawn and clearing out, I think it was Mo in the, it was Magic in the corner. Instead of clearing all these positions, they retreat, they fall back, they play on the back foot, they give too much respect in Job Life. They don't care. They're going to disrespect them. And they cling on to that round. They cling on to the game, and now they're in the lead.
And what do you feel moving in towards this next round, right? From the Ultimates defense, they were only able to get 5. Do you favour Job Life in this last round?
Towards the end of the regulation rounds, Job Life had a pretty good beat on what tempo they want to run. They had a good mix of using mid, getting those flanks off, using those fast-paced rushes and fast-paced timing hits as well. It's all about this kind of coin flip almost for Team Ultimates. They have 2 options. One, they can set up a trap and hope that JL comes into that trap, or 2, they can try to funnel JL into a trap by faking like they're aggressive on one side and instantly setting up the trap on the opposite side. It's all on JL, really. Are they going to pick the right spot again? It looks like right now, they are. This is the last time they did this. They took the control and they did a timing hit. It's this exact same setup that Team Ultimates ran on their defense as well. They just got crushed.
Remember, that's that deep trip that you pointed out last time to try and catch Yaz. The flashes stopping San from ever peeking out, all the utility to flood that back site. They've got notification of 1. The trap's been destroyed. Job Life know all about it. Taking the advantage and getting the spike down, missing utility. It's Breach, it's the easiest agent to probably pace that. Mo in the back line, Mikey has caught him out. This is looking like a done deal. But it's up to Spy, and he's got the first one somewhat cleanly. 2 bullets is all it is to finish this round out, to finish this map out. He has utility to try and get it done. The wingman on the spike, they know that it's going to be at least half, but it's 3 players to peek out. Spy now down to 30, a flash up, nobody's peeking, and Magic will convert it. It's went the distance here still, but finally Job Life will get the map win they needed.
And it was grueling and enduring, but Job Life eventually found their footing towards the end, and it's scary. If they have Team Ultimate red right now, then it's going to be looking scary as we head into Haven next map after a quick little break.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in a room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb. With a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room.
Zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa.
And Job Life take us to a third map. They managed to close that one out, but in OT fashion is the way that we do it in Ascension, at least. I'm back here with Tom Biz and Haza. Tom, give me your thoughts on that map because it got very sloppy.
Oh, I always knew it was going to a third map, obviously, because that is the last 2 days. We've had all 6 maps, so I'm keeping with the trend. But no, I think a decent fight back from Job Life, honestly, because I was definitely worried about them, especially with the way the game started out. It was a very slow start from them. I think the ultimate's proving once again that they've definitely got the individual ability. They've definitely got the clutch factor. But I do think when it came down to the attack, that's where Job Life definitely showed that they do have a lot more cohesion than what we'd previously seen on the last map, and also from what we saw in the first half as well.
What do you make of it, Haza?
Yeah, I think a lot of the same of what Tom said. There are points where it looked like everything was going TU's way. They won all of the pistols so far that we've seen in this series after being one of the best teams at doing that. This is what we expect, but Job Life expectations on their side for them being a top contender, a team built to win Ascension, you have to be able to bounce back. And from that timeout in the second half, they started to make some of the changes that you wanted to see. They look more like the team that had been prophesized coming into this tournament, and they'll need that again on Haven if they're to win.
Yeah, and probably one of the key pieces was Jazz and getting a lot of space, trying to push their opponents out of the situation and making it easier for Job Life to be that resilience, to bring things around. Tom, do you think that was one of the key factors with this?
Yeah, it is. I have a round coming up after this, so I kind of want to put a pause on the Jazz talk, and I know that Haza has another round first, so I believe that's it. No, this is actually my round. Never mind.
You go first.
Screw
Why did you trust
round.
me? Why did you trust me?
Screw your round. Because his was meant to be first. Nonetheless, we have got the aggressive play coming in from Jazz. Like, he was taking the space. He was getting into positions that allowed players like Kamek to sort of take over control and put themselves in a position where it was almost easy frags. And I think that's the value that Jazz brings. Like, he's going to put up decent individual stats. He's going to do well on the openers. We know that this guy is individually sound, but this was the cohesion I wanted, where the first 2 kills in this round weren't him getting them, but it was him making the space, him taking away that sort of control. And then for someone like Kamek, it was very easy to just go, okay, this player is currently stunned and focused on my duelist. I'm going to get an easy kill.
Yeah, Haza, if you want to go on and tell us about the round that you wanted to talk about, please.
Yeah, no, this round's a little bit different. This is in the first half when we're talking about
Show me the other face.
and them exploiting Job Life and some of the mistakes that we saw from them earlier, which then transitioning into what Tom's talking about looked a lot better. This is after the fights have taken place, but as you can see, if you look at the map, they're dotted all over the place. So you're not going to be getting Job Life fighting together in this situation, which is what we wanted to see. And this is just saving his gun because he wasn't able to retake with his team, which is what he did very well when they were on the attack in the second half, of course.
Yeah, exactly. And probably this is one of the bigger issues that they've had, losing the ecos, not being able to secure the pistols. We know that Team Ultimates has been very successful, even when they're back in the region, but to be so consistent, especially today, knowing what it's at stake and how interesting it would be for everybody in Group B to go 1-1, to go 2-1, to get to the last day, not knowing who's going to make it through. That's the way that we do in EMEA. They should be getting used to it. But now thinking and bringing the conversation to the last map, to Haven. What do you guys think are going to be the key parts? Do you think that this win has actually given Job Life momentum, or it just relief?
Probably a mixture of both. I'll be honest, I'm answering your first question.
Okay.
The key factor is going to be Mo, because Mo is currently on 50 kills in 2 maps. Like the guy has been unstoppable, and I feel a little bit bad for him that he wasn't able to get the victory there. He went 26 and 17, had the clutch factor, was managing to go positive in opening duels, had the highest ADR in the server. Like, the guy has put in a worldie of a performance, and if he doesn't get a dub, it's a travesty. At the same time, I think in that last map, we saw slightly weaker links elsewhere. Like, definitely Time Sand maybe struggled a little bit just to hold on to the site, and it revolved around a lot of retakes. And that's a worry, because now you're going, like, this is going to blow people's minds. The last 2 maps only had 2 sites, and this next one has 3. So if you're Sentinel player, and if you're unable to get that aggression and hold on to the site with a solo anchor, which is going to happen quite a lot, like take a look at the C site, maybe the B site, depending on how they play. If that happens and you allow Job Life to get into those post plants, I think that's where they've been better. I think the retakes looked a bit shaky at times from the Ultimates. In fact, a lot of the time it felt like Spy versus the world at the end after everything had already finished. So I do worry a bit that Haven might be a bridge too far. But as I was saying before we went live, their record on this map's pretty good.
Yeah, it is, right? And I think as well, this is another map where Job Life play with the Neon comp, where you're going to see them sitting deep on the map as well. Magic will be introducing lurks into the late round after they've bursted onto the site. You consider Sunset. There are a lot of times where TU were able to set up effective trap plays by pressuring heavy on one side, calling quick rotations. If you can find that same kind of effectiveness here on Haven and Job Life continue to play into it, they're going to be banging their heads against the wall. And to bring that back into the story that we're setting here, as well as this being success for a MENA team, this would be the first time they've been in an event and won 2 games. We had that a little bit with the win against Kase last year. It acted more as a consolation. They couldn't build from it. But now when you've got your names like Mo, who've been attending these events back to back, and they're finally showing up to give it to you, it has to be now, because if not, then when?
Oh, he's onto something. But you're talking a lot about Mo. What about the rest of the composition? Because we expect maybe some ISO action coming from the side of Ultimates. Are you guys a fan of this composition? Do you expect to see it today, Hazza?
It's just a crazy one, because we know that Fnatic like to play ISO Yoru, and you have a little bit more balance there, whereas with the Neon as well, it just felt like a comp that a team would bring in when we had the patch come out, like 8.11, and you had the changes to both. It's like, let's just run a double threat here. But they actually stuck with it. They played it 3 times in their regional playoffs. They won it every single time. You've got to be looking at the combos. I think it's not even the second duelist that you focus on so much, but the ISO with the Sova, the shock combos that you can get, and with the ultimate as well, I think is really strong.
The only worry I have is whether or not they're actually going to run it at all, because I believe Fighter's only played Neon twice in his whole career. The last time he played it in the last few months, he had an ACS of 71. So
hey, we've all been there, okay, Tom? Maybe he's been practicing.
But that makes me think he's going to go and play maybe a Jet, maybe play a Raze.
He's going to prove you wrong. That's exactly what he's going to do, Tom. He's listening to you right now, and he's like, this guy's going to be wrong.
I hope he does. I'd love him to do it. It would be an exciting match. But as said, his reps on this agent are not high. And it is a very different ballgame to the Raze. He's looked quite comfortable on the Jet in the past as well. So we'll see. He has to be a focal point.
Yeah, the compositions are very different. The initiating power is different. The sentinels are different. And of course, the offensive, everything is different. But you know what is the same? Our casters for this map is Cairo and Steel.
Well, we are going to be heading into the last map in this best of 3. Haven, which we haven't seen from the Ultimates yet, but we have seen it from Job Life. It was a 13-1 yesterday. Coming into the last map, what are you feeling?
I'm feeling like Job Life has a handle now on the Ultimates. Finally, it was what kind of was expected beginning the series, but it took a while to get to that point. And the Ultimates starting on defense and starting with this double duelist that doesn't include the Yoru is going to be interesting to see how they navigate this situation. But again, aggressive down mid on pistol.
Oh yeah, and Job Life straight away off the bat, starting things as they mean to go on. Really easy gunfights. Crab walking around the corner. 2 players, Mo and Sand. Sand, who was the poorest performer from the Ultimates, but Mo, the highest performer across all the maps so far. 4 players on Job Life, who Mo has got the better of so many times. Needs to do it once again. He'll get magic, but he is down all on his own. No utility, well, apart from a paranoia, which would put him in the better of the gunfights. But he needs that smoke so he can get on towards the spike and force players out. He's going to get pushed into Yaz, and it'll be as easy as pressing left mouse button.
And that's the first pistol round posted up for JL as well. They were 0 for 4 beginning this map, and now not only do they get the pistol, but in pretty convincing fashion as well. It's going to put the Ultimates on the back foot. We're going to see potentially Job Life picking up. Also, I'd imagine that's anti-eco going into the bonus round as well. So the Ultimates really being put to the test here, not only having to start on the defense instead of the attack like we saw in the previous 2, but also we haven't seen them play on this map really. And they're on defense. 3 things to look for.
It's just the momentum that can so easily build up for Job Life. The understanding, I mean, we've seen it so far, right? The reads that they had on the defense on Bind, how they played on Sunset was pretty good for the most part. I mean, sure, there was a few mistakes, a little wobble, but the stabilization seems to have come through. And this is the first pistol round in all the maps that they've played so far.
There's an end to everything. Right now, I'm wondering if the end to the A defenders, they're going to be able to stall out. We see already the Killjoy and the Astra on the attacking side holding that space towards the middle, towards C. Once they get this confirmed info on that drone, Job Life to decide, you know what? We don't want this right now. We're going to go somewhere else. But I like the rotation from the Ultimates as well. Moving, not together just yet, but they're moving.
Yeah, Spy has caught Kamek, whereas Mike's Ghost has done some decent work again. The entries coming through on the Ultimate side. And as they head on towards B, is equal in terms of the player count. Ghost's been picked up. There's nothing in terms of concrete upgrades all across the board. Khaled has been isolated and picked up. Spy, though, finding his opportunity to get on the board for his 2nd kill in this one. The 2 players holding on towards A-Link. They don't need to go any further forward. They've heard no tap of the spike. And all they need to do is get the last remaining player, Fighter, who will be finally put to the dirt. That is Yaz to get that one. And that's 2-0 Job Life.
Expensive, scary, but around nonetheless. Maintaining that lead. Going to that bonus round and, you know, Job Life, they do get this map and, you know, clinching that at the end of that sunset, bringing it to overtime, winning there and getting it to that 3rd map. That's almost, you have to wonder if the Ultimate needed to close in 2 there. And these next few rounds are really going to dictate whether or not that is the case.
I mean, the thing is as well, Job Life, they played against this comp yesterday,
Okay.
and they saw the importance in mid. A bit chaotic gunfight, and Mikey can't quite get the opportunity to even out the player count once again. Left with a player deficit as the bonus round. But, I mean, Spy.
I love what Sand's doing here. He's repositioning. He got spotted earlier at B, or someone did, and now he instantly takes that space down long C. He can tell his teammates to just stay on A, and if it's a B play, perfect. They get the perfect flank off.
I have the spike.
No passive
I
control
know.
from that KG turret as well.
Obscuring vision.
Yeah, there's no Senti online for the attackers here.
Spike down.
Planted.
TU have already started to make inroads in towards the middle lane of the map. The San makes his way round the corner. Mikey all the way down and on his own. Kamek finding another. And now Khaled knowing about sending his way through on towards the spike, but he's panicking, wondering, where has Kamek gone? Remember, he was originally in towards C-Link, but he's moved through Garage, and Khaled knows exactly where he is, stunned up, and that's 4. Kamek, the Polish player who we've yet to see the highlights that he usually does, gets a highlight there.
And that's a great round for JL to be able to convert. In that situation, losing the first 3, Kamek fighting back with those 2 Sheriff kills and getting themselves into that 2v3 where they can divide and conquer was really the name of the game. And Team Ultimates, if they want to close out these sorts of rounds, they need to find a way that they can link up together and go for those rounds. Instead, one by one. And Tom noted one of those rounds on Sunset as well, is that all the dots are kind of all over the map. And if that happens, it kind of goes in the favor of JL more than Team Ultimate.
100%. I mean, I think like the one thing that the Job Life have been struggling to do is like isolate the duels that they're looking for and capitalize upon it. More importantly, like sure there's been opportunities where there's been the individuals on their own, but they haven't quite been able to frag out. And this is the first time I think that we've seen Job Life actually fight back, right, and look as if they're the top dogs, especially in the early maps. I'm thinking towards the start of Sunset. What was it, like 4-1 at one point? I think Bind's something similar. Especially because of these pistol rounds. They've been struggling to get the momentum going, and I think Haven, being such a momentum-based map, getting the pistol round and the bonus conversion puts the Ultimates at such a bad spot.
They forced up a Vandal on Spy here. He's got his ultimate on ISO. They got him a hero Vandal. To change the tides of this round, it's a C hit, but he's going to take someone out of the battle, out of commission right now. Trying to change the tides.
Robbie BK, but all the utility that he used is already gone. He's been picked up, and the Ultimates are very fast on Magic's trail. That turret won't quite catch where the players are going, and Magic is almost taking them on a dwindling path. Wow. Sand found in Yaz, Magic holding on to Garage all on his own. The trades going the way of the Ultimates. 2 players to the good, that's the key point. Fighting back from a 4v2. Well, it's a 1v3, and it's Mikey. He's been clutch and many times in the French League, but can he be clutch here? He looks the wrong way, finally flicking back with the classic! A clutch on 4 and 0 to keep the momentum running.
Wow, okay. JL finally coming on top of one of these big clutch rounds, and Mikey with a huge 1 versus 4, vulnerable twice, and Team Ultimate's a 2-pack on 2 different spots, can't come out and convert on him. I mean, a valiant effort from Team Ultimate to try to get it to where they got there, that off the back of that hero rifle, turning into a 4-on-1, but unable to convert in the end. And again, if JL are able to pull out these types of rounds right now, this is going to be scary and difficult to break through.
Looking for the Cypher utility, Cam gone. Now you're forcing the players to actively hold the C site and check the chokes, but with the Cosmic Divide as well, it gets even harder. The players contacting up, and well, unfortunately the trades go again the way of the Ultimates. That's the key point. Hunter's Fury in to try and deny the spike plant. Robbie BK does get caught out as well, and it's another 2v4. Spike actually never got confirmed. Yeah.
He heard the sound cue and he canceled the plant. He thought the first beam was going to come for him, but it didn't. And without that spike planted, right now, the pressure's still on JL. They haven't turned it around. Team Ultimate, if they want to close out, all they have to do is wait for the spike to get planted, move in together. Fighter has his ultimate. He has slide. He could just slide in. Camera also available for this info, and dart.
Both players working in unison. One flash while the stun is still on the replenish. Kamek being noted and flash sent forward to CT. The players out of garage. Kamek giving his best effort to get the round over the line. But the Ultimates had already done all the work in the early round, stopping the plant, getting the trades on towards A main. They'll get the first defensive round.
Big opening kills from Team Ultimate on A. You would think, again, JL primed, set up perfectly to deal with that aggression. The crossfire holding A main right there. Magic and Mikey. But they only go 1 for 2 there. That is unacceptable. And Robbie also getting off that spike, thinking that he was going to get Hunter's Fury, and ends up not even getting the plant and dies to the Hunter's Fury. Team Ultimate posts up their first round win and start with the same opening as last round.
I think the one key thing that the Ultimates will be missing out on is the lockdown, which has come online for Job Life. As for A, where they want to probably get that lockdown down, that's where the Ultimates try and assault into. The assault successful, double tap being used up. They know it's the Neon and the ISO here, and Robbie BK knows that he's under extreme pressure. The Stinger, probably the best to go up against the double tap because of how many bullets they'll be going up against. Khaled finding Yaz, Robbie BK, Stinger only gets 1, and Mikey, who's lurking all the way through the back lines, has left his team hung out to dry. Or maybe he's been feeling a little bit hung out to dry in a 1v3.
Concealment.
Fake star. Found out. 50 seconds.
Cover going out.
Anything can still happen. But getting that spike is the first move that he has to make. His players, a couple of them are low. But he just needs to grind out the time. Let the round develop. But if he gets smoked out one more time, this is going to be a difficult situation.
30 seconds.
Trying to use his own smoke to gain control of the spike. Remember, it was Mikey who was able to clutch up before he's gained control of it and escaped. The 3-stack, not knowing about the positions, but at the same time still, you don't want to gamble and maybe go into the smoke, give a free kill back to Mikey. He has made his way onto the site.
10 seconds
The 3-stacks start to move.
Still nervous about that third player's position, but here... Wait, don't go in by yourself.
Oh, they have. Khaled all on his lonesome fighter, the first one to give the fight. Second player close by. Isolation was Mikey's game. It worked out almost, but Khaled was better. Second defensive round, doubling up the total round count. And yeah, that was a little bit close for comfort.
It was already a 1 versus 4. Mikey had to break out in this game to post up their 4th round win, but a 1v3, he was thinking about it. He was thinking, I might have a chance, and Team Ultimate almost gave it to him as well. This peek from Khaled, just inching up by himself, fighter, kind of forced to get in there and help take that fight. But Mikey did not come out on top, and Team Ultimate able to take a second round off the back of that. Again, they did a 4-man opening towards A a couple times. Now they go back to the 3-man mid walk push. They had got the double duelist, so they're trying to keep the pressure.
Well, Yaz, all on his own, creating the pressure towards A. I mean, Kamek doesn't need to be close by. He can indirectly help through ultimates, through utility. And the ultimate is the key game here as the Rolling Thunder goes in. You're seeing already the ISO all on his own towards Graffiti. But the picture being painted so far, and it was seeming to go the way of the ultimates, but no, Job Life looked to clean up. That's a lot of ultimates to be used. 3 exactly. Rolling Thunder, Hunter's Fury, and the lockdown just to get the 5th round. What does Fighter have in his back pocket? Sure, an overdrive, but in terms of the gunfights, it's not going to go his way. 5 for Job Life.
We saw something similar on Bind happen, where Job Life commits 3 ultimates into a round. They win it. They put Team Ultimate actually onto a Sheriff round, but then they get thrifted right after. So here, a little bit more economy in the bank for Team Ultimate. They should still be able to get a buy off, but another round for Job Life on their attack side. And Team Ultimate trailing behind. This is the first time that they've been really trailing by multiple rounds. But again, they're starting on their defense side. So anything can happen once they get to attack side. And it comes down to how they manage these early round fights. A lot of pressure put onto the side of Job Life as they retreat back into spawn. But with so much time left on the clock, Job Life is going to be able to wait out these smokes and just walk back and retake this control.
I like this from Joblife. Like, because like on the A side of the map, as soon as the barriers drop, it's always a big gunfight, which TU are trying to do, and that's always going to be the case because of the way the spawn barriers are positioned. Straight away, you're on towards a gunfight with one another. But having to drop off Fighter, like he's having to respect what's being put forward in terms of the utility sent back.
Now Overdrive is run out. All I can do is jiggle for info. He gets noted. He wants to wait and get more information. He sees Sova, he sees Neon, and that's enough for the rest of the team to bite on that. But they pump the brakes, actually. They're going back to C. Doesn't matter, though. I think Joblife, they just want to go into this B site here. They can smoke off one side, lock down the other with stuns, or they could just drop 2 smokes and get this plant.
30 seconds left.
It's fast. Pre-tick, though.
Yeah, they're trying to come straight back in. Kamek.
20 seconds.
Keeps it even, and that's the big point. The time going their way. Mo's Sheriff doesn't quite work out. Spike being ferried elsewhere. And still, as you say, time going low, the cage going, and the gunfight's Joblife's way. It's up to Fighter. There is a rifle for him to pick up. It's up to the Sheriff, though, before he can even get his hands on the rifle. Both players looking to work together. Fighter at least gets 2, keeps it close, but it's going to be even at least in the half for Joblife.
One thing that pro teams need to do well or understand is to not panic when the time's getting low and you're on the attack side, to be able to go through each motion step by step, not skip any steps, and realize that all you need are 4 seconds to get that spike planted. And right here, JL, they did not panic in that situation. They used the time, they used that clock as a resource. And as a result of it, they were able to convert the round. Still, you don't want to run yourself out of time if you do have to pivot and reposition across the map. TU stealing this ground at middle again. Cosmic Divide uses it at C as a fake again. No other noise but a reclear on A. Oh, man.
It's tough for Magic. Although, make it known that they try and go further. Big performance so far from the controller, and up against Spy, who has the double tap. Needs at least 2 good bullets and won't even get 1. Double tap stays up, reset coming through on the time. Trap wires going off as well, it'll be easy to spam out. Khaled coming back in. Yep, the ultimates, they look to get their 3rd round on the defense. Unless Yaz has something to say about it. Just waiting for the spike to go down, right? That's what they're playing off of. Utility, the info data should be good. It distracts Yaz from trying to destroy it. And TU, as you get the 3rd round, and probably put themselves into a lifeline for the next half at the bare minimum.
And TU, they found this gap at middle that they've been exploiting. But now I looked at Khaled and his Hunter's Fury, and I do wonder if there's going to be a trap laid for JL to overreact to how all this mid pressure is going. JL, they might try to go mid heavy or get that turret placed out on the haystack instead of, super passive. But by giving so much space, there might be a really aggressive play with the Hunter's Fury to funnel them. A reaction for like a fast C play or garage split might be JL's saving grace here.
I mean, Khaled being so far away, he's towards the A side of the map. Quick burst in towards Garage, and well, there was a vulnerable onto Yaz. Nobody's quite got the capitalization, but Sant has a quick switch round. Fighter there to support and Spy. Now Robbie BK, I mean, he's left to try and get scraps, get something. He doesn't realise he was behind him. There's 4, and quick, a snap of the fingers.
4A or 3 middle. Those are the 2 plays that Team Ultimate are kind of ping-ponging between. And Joblife pumped the brakes. Hopefully the coach has some sort of insight of what's happening, showing where the cracks in the attacking, I guess, pre-round setup is, because it's being exploited. And there's no answer, no response. Right now, if Joblife want to be able to get more rounds out of their attack side here, it's Haven. There's 3 sites to take care of. There's so many lanes that you have to take care of, and Team Ultimate, they're on that double duelist. This is going to favor them for their attack side, not only because they're attack-sided, but this composition is going to lean into that, the double duelist specifically.
Yeah, I think as well though, it surprises me that Joblife are getting caught off guard so much because they played against Saw on a very similar composition, except for the Neon. It was the Neon, the Euro, sorry, that they had. Saw also played a lot in towards mid. This is something which Joblife were able to maneuver so easily and punished time and time again. Being caught off guard, not up to the paces. I mean, back-to-back best of threes, perhaps that's it. Maybe overconfidence, underestimating their opponents. Many things come into that factor, but still the point stands of, I mean, they should have the adaptations to go and deal with this.
The option to just run it down C, open for Joblife, as Team Ultimate gamble wrong. They start with the 4A. Instead of being aggressive, they hold this passive stack, just showing the Sova. But it's a contact up C. A switch up from JL.
Looking at what they could possibly have for the retake, there's not much in terms of ultimates on either side. But a utility being used up by Joblife to get on towards site. And as for the post plan, somewhat on site. In fact, Kamek, Rolling Thunder, looking to upset the comeback and the retake, and it's not worked out. Nobody really to capitalise. A momentary stall, and once that stun goes away, the players are straight back in. Kamek left all on his own, hidden in the fast lane. Joblife, though, from elsewhere, from long, support Kamek in his position. Now, Mo and Spy have to get something back, and if you give them gunfights, they will certainly try and win it. And look too, as both players, or two players are at least low, holding on to the defuse.
Oh,
wait a minute, Joblife! I got a little bit too close to for comfort. They'll at least get an advantage moving into the next half, but man, that got close.
They got real close. You do not want it to get that close ever. And as I look to Team Ultimate here, they are one off of another ISO ulti. I think that would be the... am I wrong? But that would be the 4th in the half? Nah,
so.
It can't be.
No charges.
Yeah, 4. Hey, he's 3 for 3 on it at the moment. So getting an opening pick, finding a gap at middle, maybe expecting Joblife to deny this A orb, to deny that ultimate, stealing that ground at mid. I said it's a fast long control from the side of Joblife here, just as fake pressure to get the info and instill some fear. But after seeing nobody on the defense there, thinking maybe we go back to C. I don't know exactly where the heads are at for either of these teams at the moment, but we're looking at a pretty nimble defense here from the side of Team Ultimate at the moment. Walk into a free site for Joblife here. It's all about how they handle that post plant once they realize that this is potentially a retake setup, but it's not. They're flooding in.
Exactly, trying to play through the smokes, through the cages. Spy, a big component of that. He has his ultimate online. Does he try and back out? He's starting to head towards logs, looking for his next engagement. There it is, double tap reactivated. The reset coming through. Fighter now using the overdrive. Magic, on the other hand, has been good. So good! The electricity coursing through the veins of Joblife, but it doesn't get more energy go their favour. No, it goes. And TU, a 1v1 again. We've been here so many times before, but Khaled, what are you off to, mate? Going to run, repositioning towards long, and at the same time, Kamek has taken the log spot, holding on to Garage, and having just the corner of his eye on towards long. This is going to have to be a big flick from him. You should know by now that it's not coming from Garage, and yep, the reposition in towards a much more shallow position, catches Khaled off guard. Yeah, so well played by Kamek. 8, a gap of 4.
Switching sides.
Well played by Joblife in the end. We'll see you quickly after the break for what could be, or what is, the last half of Valorant between these two teams.
One enemy remaining.
straight back in for the second and last half of Valorant. Still, I mean, what about that last round? That came so close.
Yeah, just coming down to one-on-one there, it's like you would never expect it to happen. Khaled of all people, but I think he played himself there. Going all the way around the world, he had that, I guess he showed himself at spawn and wanted to get the better of, you know, the Kamek, but just waited too long and lost his timing and opportunity.
A decent defensive half as well. Now the ultimate's on the attack where they tend to thrive. 4 out of 5 pistols so far. Can they bring it out here? That's a much quicker take, and it's on towards a C split. Job Life have the majority of their players here. Spike looking to head elsewhere. Oh. Entry from Yaz. Fighter gets one back. Mikey straight into the mix and continues on the fight. Players getting lit up by the info dart. Still looking for the advantage. Robbie BK! 2 bullets on the fadeaway. Spy now looking to create something. I try and win the round for his team, but the bullets run out, the reload pressed, and well, advantage to Job Life. They win the 2 pivotal pistols on the last map.
And this is a big, decisive lead for Job Life as well. Handling that pressure through Garage so well. And now set up perfectly. And it's going to be difficult for Team Ultimate to come through. Yeah, they have a couple of sheriffs out, and they've kind of been talked about for their sheriff prowess, but I don't know if it's enough in this situation here.
Yeah, I think as well. That's the key thing that I feel as if Job Life were able to win out last time was just on like the better weaponry. But it's, as you said, like the Ultimates have brought it close so many times. They look to start to limit test the setup that Job Life actually have on this defense.
Scanning ahead.
Making a little bit of noise, but not too many people. They stole that garage angle, looking for those fights, but that's not where the hit's happening. Losing that player, Spy going down, gives up the play. There's no follow-up immediately. So Job Life is sitting pretty. They don't have to move. Still Kamek in a very precarious position, but that smoke's gonna come down in time to save him. Let him reposition, bail out if he needs to.
There's nobody close either, so if Kamek gets taken out, the trades won't be there in time. He will eventually, but he's already got 2 to the good from there. Magic missing 2 ships in the night, looking to get the last, and does so. 3 in the round for them, and that will be 4 towards a lockdown. And 10 when it comes to the round count. Double digits, 3 away from closing out this last map.
Yeah, it was a scary situation to be in. Their chances were on that sunset. They got to that map point, or it's just right from there. The ultimate, they need to close it out. It's too late now. They're running out of ideas. They're on attack side of Haven. Yeah, they got the double duelist. They can make something happen, but Jail with a read, the 4-man stack here on this A site with the breach stun ready and waiting.
Oh,
okay.
My God. Right, okay, Job Life though, they come straight back in. It feels as if the roles have been reversed as we've moved into Haven. I mean, this is probably Job Life's best map. They've backloaded it. And well, suddenly, this round has been slapped on its head. Hello? Now it's up to Magic. And a 2v1. Spike should go down easy enough, but if Magic can isolate at least one duel, well, that Spike goes down. In fact, no. The opportune window has been missed. Spies jump spotting towards CT. Khaled isolated. But Khaled will at least win the fight. The gap is 5. I mean, still, in terms of that, it just came down to the gunfights.
That was a must-win round. It came down to the gunfights. And again, when it comes to these team fights, Team Ultimate have been getting the better of JL on these. JL winning usually when it's a bunch of isolated different fights here. But at the start of that round, I thought for sure JL was going to slam it closed. It was a layup for them. They had that breach stun ready, but that opening kill from Fighter, mid-slide, just opened it up.
I feel like a broken record with the amount of times I've been in different ways saying it come down to the gunfights, but that's really what it is. Such a scrappy affair.
It's you and me.
Okay. Spy up against Yaz, but he's broke the double tap and actually won out against what is the 5th ultimate that we've seen from the ISO. Yaz getting another, still individual duels, 1v1. Sand gets his, and there's 4 players towards the A side of the map. Spike should go down easy enough. Players are sprinting onto the site, but they need to clear it. And it's going to be advantage on the retake for Job Life.
This is still a very interesting situation because Team Ultimate, when they have these sites for free, they haven't been playing the post plants with enough disrespect to the other team. And I like how they're repositioning into the garage here, trying to get something done. They know if they wait for that drone dart stun to come in from the defense, they're going to lose. So maybe jamming them up, that is the right play. They can't miss their timing though.
They can, and they have, it seems to be, because the utility is spot on. Sand now, oh my god, he's brought it close and sends it through into the net. It's a home run. Sand with 4, and well, they're chipping away at this lead.
That is, I mean, Team Ultimate clinging on to life, not giving up just yet. They brought it. I mean, they were so close, and then they were falling behind by so many rounds, but they're crawling back. They're not over just yet. They have life in them. They aren't ready to give up and fall over.
I think
a big clutch moment here.
It's a massive clutch. And I think as well, like, a word that we've been using a lot in Ascension, discipline. I feel as if like Job Life are just letting themselves get caught off too many times, not keeping themselves towards the numbers, playing off one another. When they double swing and play like numbers, it tends to go their way. As for now, the economy state going against them. That's what's going to happen on the defense, especially if you let this attack start to roll. Double duelists are usually going to work that way. Overdrive from Yaz isn't going to work out. It's still scrappy. Spike looking to go elsewhere as they realise the numbers that they're up against.
Give me a corpse.
Looking to get that hat value up, but the corpse is too far, and the push up through short.
Sand.
They're going to catch Sand here potentially. The camera spots him, notes him.
Should not.
But still, that's C open. That dart though might give away the position. Robbie, it's all on you.
A big time.
He's waiting.
Yeah. That Sheriff is in certainly prime position to chip away and even get the kills, because the players under that 55 mark for body shots, and Sando is looking to position himself through B. The only issue was the alarm bot has known about now that the Sand is playing on the luck. Probably went towards Garage. Khaled holds on with the rifle and is clean in that first engagement. Playing for the Hunter's Fury now further back. Although we still see the controller is up for Mikey, and that's going to stop line of sight of the Spike if they can get that open and out. Mikey goes off, there goes your controller, and there goes your round. They're starting to really get close now. 3 round gap, and this next round steal is the most important.
These rounds are getting, you're right, they are close, and Team Ultimate is coming out on top with a few of these late round situations. The clutches really have to help out wonder, as soon as that alarm bot goes off towards front B there, why that reaction from JL to instantly just send a dart over that C site and run in, knowing it's a 3 versus 1 for probably a good 5 to 10 seconds at least, and not go in and take that timing. Are they letting this slip?
Does the guilt, or the doubt come back in, right? Under pressure. We've always said, A-Stream, you're guaranteed 24 rounds.
Nice passive setup from JL. Not super aggressive, and Team Ultimate ready to deal with and punish any sort of aggression. You get too curious for information, we're going to put you down. Just holding the setup on this garage, basically off that turret. Astra's there in play. Smoke or Gravity well. Killjoy to swing as well. Again, that contact from that tunnel onto C site, ready to play that retake. They have that Cosmic Divide. They're 1 off of 2 really crucial ultimates as well. The Killjoy and the Breaches, but here comes the C play, and here comes the reaction. But I note Sand, the late round, big flank.
Yeah, but is he going to get there in time? He's so far away. And Robbie BK is actually an audible distance if he does start to run, which he has. In fact, maybe Robbie has just missed it. No, you can see him on the map. He's taking note of A-Link, and they all head towards C. Playing on site, playing together. The utility hasn't come through just yet. Cosmic Divide being used up. Sand played in. Hello, Team Ultimates is so quick. And once again, they win out, in which was such a pivotal round, because that was the buy for Job Life. They only have a few left and relegated to what should be a mixed buy.
That was such a crucial round. And you're right, their economy is kind of going down a little bit, but they have enough to string together a buy. And I think they want to go for that buy because they have that Rolling Thunder on lockdown now. They don't want to give up more rounds while these are active. And Team Ultimate, you could see, again, the way that they set up these rounds for that end goal, securing the round, Sand just going around the world all the way from A through that spawn and getting the perfect timing to disrupt. But also the foresight to know that Cosmic Divide's going to come in. We have to play in the site. We have to disrupt them at that choke point and not fall back and play that retake. So good awareness from Team Ultimate about how JL was going to approach that retake, approach that round in general, and really just closing the gap again. It is the attack side, and this is where they thrive and excel, and we're seeing that in motion.
I think for me, a way that the Ultimates could perhaps try and take Job Life off guard, or take one of the Ultimates off guard, playing a really slow default, get two Ultimate Orbs and a spike plant onto Spy. Obviously that's the perfect Valorant possible, and we know that's never going to be the case, especially when the Ultimates are involved, and especially when you look towards A and how they're trying to set up Yaz to go and take on a fight against the Ultimates. Barrier drop coming in, stun ready from Kamek, and it is spot on, but the gunfight for Yaz certainly isn't, noted through the info dart.
Another pause, another round where neither team wants to be the first to make the mistake. Job Life with huge ultimates again, that retake for A with that lockdown. But if they go too early here, they might get caught out of position.
Oh, the contact down. They've caught Khaled and also Spy. That was the player you wanted. Actually had the spike in his back pocket.
And a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, exactly. Playing their own tactics against them. While this is all happening, though, you've also got to note that the east site has been taken. And well, they're going to use the Omen ultimate for what it's good for. Sand! He's just sent it in. Lockdown will push the players out of the site. The fighter, he's trying to fight maybe a bit too much, deny the lockdown, but he should be easily collected. It is Job Life. They'll finally get 11.
Desperately trying to break that. And it finally goes down, but not before. It's a flawless round for the side of JL. Feeling them a taste of their own medicine, getting active down middle. Together, they group as soon as they were in position, two front B and two at garage doors. They converge, first starting at middle, and as soon as they take contact, here comes the swing from garage. Well played from them. At the right time, and noting who's supposed to take first contact and everything. I was a little bit scared because there was a brief moment there where if JL had gone out garage doors a couple seconds earlier, could have been a completely different situation.
Again, back towards 8. See what they can find. I don't think there's much here. I think Job Life are respecting this pressure that's been put on.
Ready to go. Team Ultimate. They have the space. They've contacted up. It's a retake setup again from the side of JL. They have that Rolling Thunder for that retake. And if Robbie's able to pick off one player, but he's on the other side of the map, no chance that Hunter series in play.
I mean, look at the KG setup as well, with the alarm bot so deep, just to hold on towards CT and stop TU from going any further. But again, the heads up from TU, they know that Job Life will be wanting to play for the Rolling Thunder, and they're waiting. And they've even placed Mikey just to go and clear out mid in case there's any late flanks. Rolling Thunder primed. Time has been ticking away. And there we go in, site completely clear, nobody caught in it, TU straight back out and they get the first pick, and they get every pick it seems to be. It's only futile resistance against the MENA team. Robbie BK can't quite get it done, and we're back to 2-round deficit for TU.
Another great round of foresight coming in from Team Ultimate, knowing how JL's going to go for that retake, using that Rolling Thunder. And a lot of teams back in the day on these types of rounds, knowing that the other team knows that you have Rolling Thunder, would decide instead of popping that, they would literally just walk into the site dry, no abilities used, knowing that the site's going to be free. Because as soon as that Rolling Thunder goes off, Team Ultimate, they're waiting outside of the radius, and then as soon as it passes by, they're back in there.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about ultimates. Job Life Ultimate Cycle may have been done for just a time. Spy, probably the one to look at for this round. Isolate a 1v1 duel while the rest of the team protects that. As for who it is, question.
You grab the droner.
Yeah, could do it, haven't gone for it. Double tap has been activated and they're holding on to the ultimate and it's used. Who's caught? It's going to be Kamek, the player probably best in 1v1 situations, and he's won it out. Player to the good now. Now they're trying to get in to support Kamek's position. Mo finding Robbie BK. Still, Mikey in the corner, trades even. Yaz coming in. Vita and Mo combining. Now Kamek all the way in CT, flashed up and putting Job Life to just 1 round difference. This is getting worrying, and Job Life will be starting to sweat.
Job Life is losing their steam and starting to sweat indeed. And hey, it's all on the back of Team Ultimate having really good game plans. The start of the rounds, they know exactly what's going on, but going into the post plans as well, able to close out these rounds. They have a perfect idea of how they want to do everything and approach it together. The only round they've dropped recently is when they kind of went back to middle and got caught on that timing of the mid push. Job Life wanting to get that value off again.
I mean, they've got some damage, and Mikey has sent it forward, but remember, he is your controller. That will be a big loss in terms of dictating the angles. We've seen Job Life get caught with that before, and speaking of caught, Sand has been caught. Robbie BK still holding on towards shot, and while he drones, he should know that the Neon player of Fighter is behind.
Whew.
It's close, Spike going down. Momentary bliss, but that's all it is a moment. Mo holding on to CT, it's still like a stall out. And you know that the gunfights are going to come soon, but who comes out on top? It looks to be Job Life, finally to sound themselves towards 12, but not if Mo has something to say about it. Stunned up, TP'd away, Yash drops down, but still Mo continues on, gets the second player, but can't quite connect the third. It will be 12, and it will be mapping series point for Job Life.
Stuns up, but gun was up for Mo. It could have been the big turnaround, his time to shine in the 1v4. It was Mikey previously that got a 1v4 in this map. So it would have been a little bit poetic, but a little bit closer for Job Life. And now they're sitting on their series point after, staring down the barrel of a 0-2 loss, forcing the ultimates to take another timeout here. They have some really good ultimates here. 1 off 100 spheres as well. We haven't really seen a big contest from JL on that C site. So potentially picking up this orb for free and using it, comboing it with Omen ultimate as well. And then also, obviously, fighters just sliding in from the front lines. But I wonder if JL is going to read that situation. They already have that A retake setup going on. They have that Cosmic Divide for whatever retake they need to use it on. Usually if it's a B site plant, they're loving life. So I looked at that first fight at C, how that's going to play out, and is JL going to try to utilize middle here?
This is such an important game in the standings, with TU being on 1 loss already to Pacific. I feel as if this could decide the top 2 spots as well, Steel, because that's something that we've not talked about. Stakes, right? Like, we've not discussed it at great length. But if the Ultimates do find themselves at 2 losses, historically, that has been enough to knock out teams, put the fate out of their own hands, looking for favours. That's not what you want to be at, especially since you're up against who is one of the favourites to win out this group. Fighter straight in, and Elong being taken.
So what you're saying is Team Ultimate just to win.
Yeah.
How are you going to lose? Just win.
Just click the heads.
Just yeah. I mean, it is that simple.
I mean, they say that this game is a point-and-click adventure.
In some ways. Here it comes. Attack. Just doing this in the sewers like this.
Yeah.
Seeing that star and you're by yourself. That is brave.
It's the same setup, right?
Yeah. It's a retake setup, and they realize this, but there's no lockdown in play, just the Cosmic Divide. So this is where Team Ultimate want to go and force this, potentially last round for them.
Through BK's tried to get the spam off with the intel. Hasn't worked out. Still, Spy's double tap. That'll get broken. And no gunfights. Again, sand deposited in B. An investment for the late round. And you can see already Mikey trying to set up the round in terms of the stars.
Cosmic Divide, though, and the flank, it's not planning for him. It's going to be so hard.
Yeah, it's going to be so late. Fighter already quick off the mark, and Khaled as well. It's gunfights, which TU tend to work best at, and it seems to be that once again. Sand wasn't even able to get into position in time. We're down to 1 round and maximum regulation.
Team Ultimate so good in these situations that waiting for JL to get set up and try to execute anything from happen. And Team Ultimate, they back out. All right, we're going to let you do the next action. And as soon as you do it, guess what? We're going to send out our big shield. We're going to flood in behind it. And we're going to clean up because we've been winning these team fights. So what are you going to do about it? And when I see JL take the fight again to Team Ultimate, split them up, and maybe even utilize mid, but it looks like all we're going to see is another big brawl at A.
Hunter's Fury, they've tagged up a player. That's Robbie BK gone. Actually, some chip towards, I believe that was Spy, and Mo punishing Mikey for an overextension. 2 players to the good once again. Peek out from Kamek. The players lined up, but it didn't quite work out. Duro theft now as Yaz is forced to go out. Where's the peek out from Fighter? A bit late, given a chance. A TP towards the other side, and the spike going down. Magic in a 1v3 and a lot of space and time to make up.
Something, 24 rounds, another OT. And right now, a big tall order for Magic to be able to close this out in regulation. Otherwise, it's going to go overtime. And Team Ultimate, they have a really good chance again. Yeah, they lost the last one previous, but right here with this one-way smoke up on the site, it's all but kind of wrapped.
Yeah, you're expecting that to be the case. If Magic was to clutch this out, it would be something spectacular, something out of the ordinary. But on the A-stream, 24 rounds is the ordinary. Overtime confirmed. We're back again for a carousel of Valorant. And again, still, this is only our first series, man.
Yes, indeed, it is. We got another couple of teams sitting here waiting. Probably staying a little bit warm, wondering when the game's going to end so that they can, hop in. You don't want to stay constantly on call for this, waiting. Oh, yeah, it's going to end in 2. Okay, let's get warmed up now. Oh, it's going to third map. Oh, it's going to be one-sided. Jail's about to close it out. Oh, it's going OT again. You got to stay warm and energized the whole time way through. But enough of talking about the next team. These guys still got to close this series out. Right now, it's in neither team's hands.
An absolute gigabanger lined up next. But for now, this is certainly proven to be the gigabanger of all gigabangers. As Fighter has got 2 straight off the mark. Team Ultimates looking again to be the heroes of MENA. They're still looking towards short. Spy doubled up with a Sova of Khaled. And Robbie BK's dismantled the double hold, the high-low, and the spike going down. A post plant on the A site will be very hard for Mo and San to get back in on.
This will be tough. A turret, alarm bot on that flank, but utilizing that gravity well for the first point of contact on that spike defuse. It's going to be difficult, and time is ticking.
It's the fact that the Nanos are going to be buying more time as well, but they're going to try and take this on the front foot for the first engagement at least. But Mo leaving Sandal on his own will allow Magic to be played in, isolate two duels, and put Job Life at advantage once again. We've been here before in overtime, and it was Job Life to close it out in the first round. Do you think they can do it again here, Steel?
Now that it's on series point as well, I think it is possible, but I mean, we've been sitting here the whole time trying to predict one way or another, and nothing is predictable in this series. I'll just say that again. It's not going the way that you think it would. You see the setups from the teams, and you're like, oh, this team is primed to win this round, and suddenly the other team pulls a cat out of a hat, and you cannot figure it out. It's so back and forth. But the brakes pumped from Job Life, they really want to close it out here, using their OT pause right here on this round to be able to close it out in the first round of OT instead of, going the distance potentially into a 40-round series like we've seen recently.
Yeah, now like crunch time, Job Life, I mean, they've not really had like many when it comes to critical games, right? When it comes to like the playoff stage, etc., they always had a pretty clean go of it. Group stages and the likes were never the best for them. They had a pretty poor second split. As for the team, the Ultimates though, they've had some really tough series up against Dari Esports in the MENA Grand Finals. A new dawn, perhaps. But for MENA, if they lose out, it'll be the same story as last time. Losing to France and out before they got a chance to really engage. Vita looking to be the difference in Team Ultimates. They're better just when it comes to it. Now onto the C site. You've not got Mikey and you've not got Magic to buy some delay. Yaz is going to have to do it all with his rifle. As Robbie BK isn't even close to set him up with his utility. Looking to upset on the backlines. Try and find something, but he is going to run into a trip and run into sand actually, and this 1v1 trip down gets a clean go of it. Yaz making inroads through Garage and Robbie BK making inroads through the skulls of Team Ultimates. A TP out, a paranoia spot on, and Robbie BK to try and win this out. Up to Khaled, but no! The captain of Job Life, the captain of the French region to send them in through a tough series to 2-0 record in this group.
Just when you think JL is giving up another round and Team Ultimate's clinging on, they bring that out. Again, an unpredictable moment. I love the aggression down mid, trying to do that again. No one's spotting that haystack line though. But again, in the clutch, when their backs are against the wall, that's when JL come out with that last ditch effort. Was that a 2 versus 4? Unreal.
Yeah, sensational stuff, and you think that Mo's going to be able to TP by and get the pick up in the end, but no. We have an interview and an analyst desk to come up next. The interview's with Kamek, and well, that's all from us on this series anyway.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in the city. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Yo, pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey.
Check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect. I be blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet. Like, whoa, shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah, red bone body, long hair. Yeah, everything I do real rare. Yeah, can't buy one, need pairs. Yeah, I get paid now. I was in them streets and I ain't never do no playground. I just kept it real, stay 100 and I stayed down. Made it out that jungle, now we shopping when we touch down. We riding around, my windows down and my speakers loud. Hate my grind down like my shine, I'm one of a kind, no stopping mine. I'm certified, can't copy me. Got the bank like Monopoly. My tie fly, that's all design. I'm dripping, shorty, know it's hard to see, but best believe live. Yeah, going money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Yo, pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey.
Fly, man, I just sat guy and I work rate high. Did I know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Here with my king, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the mind is on. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just sat guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
To VCT EMEA 2025.
And Job Life, they've done it. After whatever happened on that first map, they managed to turn this series around in a couple of comebacks. They bring it back, they bring it home. They're now 2-0 leading their group. I'm Kakuka and I'm here back with Tom Biz and Haza. Guys, Tom, what did you make of that Haven? Were you impressed?
It came down to the wire again. I think that's been the story of this series. I feel a little bit bad for the Ultimates that I felt like in a lot of the early round scenarios, like you look towards their opening duels and the battles that they were taking, they did incredibly well, but there was some crazy clutches in the mix. There was some solid retakes in the mix, and eventually Job Life did enough to get it over the line, but it really does feel like one of those series that it came down to the tiniest of margins, and it went to OT. I think it speaks for itself.
What about you, Haza? What are your impressions of the match?
Yeah, look, I said to you guys when we were in the green room, right, that you could kind of see that it was going to drag on, and that the Ultimates have that fighting spirit in them to claw back into games, that they had so many different players pop off. I mean, Mo's nearly dropped 70 kills across 3 maps there playing controller. This is a guy who, again, you're talking about the foundation, there only being 3 player changes in 3 years of this roster, has managed to pull them up to a level where they've looked competitive in the last few. It's just unfortunate they don't find that second win and get that historic dub, which has sort of kept them in this conversation, because now being 1-2 is not the place you want to be.
And I was loving the storyline that you were bringing us with them getting the couple of wins and things getting very, very exciting. But I believe, I might be wrong, that we have an interview ready, because it is the moment to talk to the winners. More specifically, if I'm not mistaken, Kamek is going to be joining us. Kamek, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Oh my God, you look great. So good to see you again. So first of all, congratulations on the win. That was I'm gonna assume a draining match. How are you feeling after that win?
I feel very tired, to be fair. Like, we didn't play our game like we usually do because we are kind of stressed. I think we are fighting with the stress and stuff, but we win, and that's the most important thing.
Okay, so let's talk about the matchup. It took you guys until the third map to get a pistol round. There were some shaky rounds, some losses to ecos. Was it you that was your biggest enemy, or what was going on there?
It's as you said, we were our biggest enemy, and they, like, actually their ecos were pretty good. We didn't know how to counter them.
Yeah, I mean, some of the picks were definitely crazy, and you had players like Mo just dropping 4Ks here and there. You definitely can feel that any of the players from the Ultimates was ready to pop off at any moment. But I think that something that came in clutch for you guys were the timeouts. There was one in Sunset in the second half, and especially the one that we just saw on Haven on that last round right before you play it, that I feel it gave you something different. So from your perspective, what was happening in those timeouts that you can tell us, obviously?
Like, in those timeouts, our coach told us to like focus on one of the sides because he saw like a big gap there, and we just like one of the calls for T side, for example, was just to rush B because it's weak, you know. That's all.
Okay. So right now you are top of your group. Things are looking good. You're fighting, but you're the team that is 2-0. Pacific might be on the way to get you there. To match with you, depending on what happens on their match they're about to play. What do you make of the competition so far in groups? I know that today you are tired, but is this something that you expected to be like this when you were thinking about going against the different regions?
I mean, our groups on paper looks weaker, but it's not like much weaker, to be fair. Like, we have very strong teams in the team, like even the MENA teams that people are literally saying that they are bad. They are not bad because like MENA has basically difficulties to play from the region because of the ping, their internet and the stuff. It's very hard for them to play from this region, and if they have given a chance to play from like normal place with the normal internet and stuff, they are gonna play very well.
Okay, so I know that a lot of people have their eyes on you for good reasons, and of course you've had the chance of playing with one of the best teams in the world. What do you think you bring to the team in that department, in that experience department?
When it comes to that, I am a very talkative person, and I'm like very motivating person. Like I'm hyping my teammates up, like I'm helping them if they struggle, you know.
Okay, we like that. And you look like an emotional leader. So as I was saying, Pacific might match you, but tomorrow you're going to be playing against them. I hope that you get a lovely rest tonight, because of course they're looking very, very strong. What are your thoughts on them thinking about tomorrow's matchup? Because it will probably determine if you make it to playoffs.
Our main goal is taking playoffs for now, yes. But like, I don't think Pacific is very young team, and they are unexperienced, so that might lead them to lose, you know, like to lose confidence if they start losing the rounds. They started pretty well against the Ultimates. They were pretty aggressive from what I've seen, and they were just like very confident in themselves. But if you stop them, they are not gonna have the confidence because they don't have the experience to wake up again.
Okay, so that's going to be the main focus for tomorrow. Well, Kamik, I'm so happy to see you. I hope that I see you in Berlin soon. Congratulations on the win, and you know, go take a break until tomorrow.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to bring back my analysts because they are great. Guys, are you happy to see Kamik back?
Yeah. Always.
What
yeah,
guy?
of course.
Like, no,
But wouldn't it be so funny? But wouldn't it be so funny if you said, no, I hate the guy?
Yeah, like he's the smiliest, most pleasant guy, does a lovely interview, and no, I hate it.
Absolute Grinch, man.
Okay, yeah, that was a very long best of 3. It definitely could have been longer, but Tom is only here if we go to 3 mappers. And you know what I would love to go to a 3 mapper is Apex versus Desire. Now, let's introduce the teams, and imagine that my heart is broken because of what happened last year, and there's only one person that can give me hope. Haza, sell this team to me.
I mean, yeah, tell me about it. I was there in the crowd hoping that they would have half a chance, and then, yeah, no dry eyes left in the house by the end of that one. There has been change, but continuity at the same time. You look at Danito, promoted from assistant to head coach in place of Ita Pata, who we all know got third with Lev at Champs this year. Desmo's also upgraded from their playoffs analyst to a permanent piece in their prep, which is really huge in how this team sets up. You look at the formula, which has been rigorously scouted. 3 former VCT EMEA players from last year, one of them a winner in Soulcast, promising youngster, and then a talent who's been on a hiatus from bigger events. It's that blend of experience and youth which they've always demonstrated. They've kept a lot of the same on the back end. It's just a new look, and well, this time it's not been as comfortable as it was.
Okay, I'm like half sold. But there is a piece that I have been observing, and it just makes me think of a player that we've had in VCT this year that we've all enjoyed. And I just see the simil, I just see the comparison. Tom, tell me about Kayak.
Kayak has just been a monster. Like, I'll be honest, if you go back to the map that they won, the first map versus Go Next, he was just unstoppable, like pulling off ridiculous rounds left, right, and center. He's the reason they won the map. I'd even say he was the reason they won the series yesterday. And like, you look at the quote coming out from the leader of the team, Mosey, the whole concept of it is that we let this guy do his thing. Like, I'm the leader, I make the calls, I'm gonna tell people what to do. But if Kayak says, I'm gonna do Kayak stuff, I let him, because, well, the results, the stats, everything, they speak for themselves.
Yeah, and speaking for themselves, Hazza, you've been observing the kid for a long time. Has this always been the case? Has he always been as dominant, or is he having a brilliant performance in Ascension?
No, I genuinely think that he's the truth. You even compare it to Kiko last year.
Okay.
Yeah, he is, because it's always that level of consistency he brings to the table, which is just ridiculous. You look at the numbers across all of the duelists, the players that we have in EMEA Ascension this year, he's error-proof. Every time he has a death, it's very often traded. He's not giving away any unforced errors. And up against Filu, it's a duel that I can't wait to watch pan out. For 2 players where Kayak maybe hasn't played at this level before, Filu does have that experience. This is his second chance to prove himself.
Yeah, Tom, I know that you were very excited for this head-to-head.
Yeah, I think we've seen this throughout the tournament. I've always been bringing up the fact that 6 of our 10 teams have Polish players, and a lot of them are duelists. Obviously, we've just seen one of them lose over on the Omega stream in the form of Maniac, but still putting up crazy performances. There's so much young talent coming through from that region, and there's a reason that the Italian league has opted to pick up a Polish superstar. Filu is a youngster who a lot of pressure on his shoulders today, but I think Alexic has proven coming over from Go Next that it is possible to go up against Kayak. It's just going to be very difficult. I do think in his first match, he started incredibly strong, and it came down to the latter stages of the game where I think both him and Tag maybe just suffered a little bit of fatigue or just getting a bit overwhelmed. Like, it's a lot to come from a region where you don't lose. Like, that's what we're talking about when we talk about desire. They don't lose. They're in a league where they're farming, similarly to Apex, I will admit, but Apex have a lot more experience under their belt.
Yeah, exactly. I find it so crazy to still, like, to this day be talking about Filu, because I remember him on the Spanish league. I remember him on the DACH league. Now he's in the this man might be Pitbull because he's Mr. Worldwide. But with that said, you mentioned Desire, you mentioned a flawless year, but I think that people need still this introduction. Them coming from the Italian league. Why should we consider them a tough opponent for an Apex, even though they've had that very completely flawless year without losing a match? Hazza, what makes this team a contender to get in that possible spot at VCT?
Because it's a project they've been building. They've got LTR players blended with some of that talent you were talking about. Filu coming in, a journeyman across challenges, looking to now pin down some concrete success after not being able to pick up a title with Maus last year. Waddle coming in, this is a grudge match for him. 5th appearance against Apex, yet to find a win. He was there at Ascension last year with Focus. And that core, you mentioned Caden and Tag, but I think we have to speak about Wacky as well, because he's been here since 2022. And with lots of people having them on his scouting radar as a top prospect, we've got to be looking closer at how he's able to perform in an environment where we do have experienced players, supportive players around him.
Yeah, but I think we also need to bring the expectations and, of course, the stakes to the table. Desire is currently on an 0-1. If they are to lose today, it is devastating. They still have some chances because they've only played one match. But for the side of Apex, with them already having won, even though they're 1-1, starting off that week, let's say, and having even the match that they won going so close in those rounds, are we confident that this is going to be one-sided, Tom?
No, not at all. I think that all of Apex's games so far have been incredibly close. In fact, nearly all of our games have been incredibly close. Also, from speaking to Walcat from Italy, he's mentioned the fact that he believes stylistically Desire play a very similar game to Apex. And I think from what we've seen so far, that is the case. So I actually think that it's going to be a really interesting matchup, and it's whether or not they can sort of become the master of the teams that they're almost copying a little bit from.
And as we take a look at the map, Vito, Abyss, and Bind are going to go out of the window, and Haven is going to be our first map. Now, I remember Apex winning this. I remember Apex losing it, but I haven't seen that much of Haven from Desire. Hasa, how important do you think, like how much of an advantage does Apex coming into this kind of series, knowing that Desire has been playing in a league where mostly they play best of ones?
Yeah, it's interesting to mention because both of these teams played this map against CGN and both of them won there. So there is history for both. And I think if you're Apex, you've got to be looking at it with it being a wide open map, with Desire being a team that like to take peaks off the cuff. Can you find that kind of punishment and lean more into that macro game, where something we haven't mentioned is this is Molzy's first year as an IGL, and with it being such a demanding map in terms of that macro, is he up to the task against someone like Caden, who's been here before at this level and led his team?
Are there any surprises on the map, Vito, for you, Tom? Or do you think it favors any of the teams?
I will say having Lotus in there as a third map is something Apex are going to be very happy with. The fact that they've been picking it throughout, even if it hasn't necessarily gone their way, it's something they feel unbelievably confident on. The comp, though, for this map is so much more exciting. Filu, again, we've highlighted him in this matchup. He is going to be taking those aggressive battles. He is going to be looking for opening picks, and they dominated them in their map victory. So that's going to be a huge part of whether they can win this one.
Yeah, and also we were talking about this composition being played by Fnatic and other teams now, and earlier we were seeing it, but with a Neon instead of the Euro. Hasa, why do you like the Euro better? Because I know you do.
It's just the traversability on the map. It suits Wacky's playstyle really well. As I said before, he loves to get stuck in. It gives him the freedom to do so. And up against Apex, how are they going to contain that with the comp that they run? At times, these guys feel like vanilla ice cream. People have called them a mini Fnatic. They play, structured, fundamental Valorant. If you are getting, blindsided by what it is that Desire bring to the table, then look, there is the potential that they take this one.
Yeah, I think that, even going back to the fact that they decided to go for the Haven, this is a map that Desire has played, okay? They haven't played it a lot, but I think it plays along with the just playing the best of ones. It's a map that they've been willing to leave open even when they've gone to those best of threes, but they haven't actively gone for it. And I think that when you go against a team with very high expectations like Apex and very big names, I think it's the moment to come up with a surprise. But there is something that is not a surprise, because it is time to jump into game. So let's toss it over to your casters, Cairo and Steel.
Thank you very much, Desk. Well, here we go, Steel, into our second series. It is the supposed, dream team from Apex up against the super team from Italy and Desire. What are you thinking coming into this one?
I'm thinking what the desk said. I'm thinking about how this is basically mini Fnatic here, and I agree with the Yoru. I think the value of those flashes, especially when they switch in that second half and get into that overtime, it's going to come really in play, and then that instant repositioning. And on that attack side, it's all about dealing with those trap setups from that breach, from that stun, being able to get in and out. As I say that, they're going in as a fake right here into this B site, but it's actually a ruse. It's going A through sewers, and it's only on Soulcast alone here on A site to defend.
If there's any player you want it to be, surely would be Soulcast, but a double tap Velu will double tap heads. 2 players straight away gone off the board for Apex. As Velu doubles up, Spike easily going to go down here. As Apex look to try and flood or contact back in, they're using no sort of utility at all, which allows Tag to get 2 of his own. Now Molesy, player who's had so much experience in a 1v4, I don't think that he's going to be able to get this one. If he does, they're probably, I don't know what's going to happen, but it certainly doesn't look likely. Here we go, quick peek out, Wacky gets the headshot first time and doubles up. There we go, 1 for him, 1 for Desire, and a good pistol.
Great pistol, a great start, and when I look to this team and kind of like how they're playing their situations, that double tap, the double tap with the double tap was real nice. Sorry, I had to reiterate that. Sorry, it was a nice play. I like how the fundamentals are kind of on point here. It is like you have this kind of mini Fnatic style on this map, specifically at the very least against Apex, a team that has some former big hitters, but that might play a little bit too loose at times.
Molesy position himself at the back of site, looking not to get tagged up and caught by any pieces of utility. This is twice in a row that we've seen Desire start to feel out towards B, but there is a rule that people use in Valorant. It's don't go B when your other team's on Nico. It looks as if Desire will respect that for the time being and head back.
Maybe not this round, but in future rounds we will see them going B. They do love that. I think with that Outlaw being noted, C is the play. They don't want to go B into those pistols. They don't want to go A into that Outlaw. And that C site is open for the taking right now. And Soulcast only on a shorty for this retake is going to be a difficult situation for him.
Yeah, Hype holding on to it himself, immediately positioning himself in the smoke, but well, the fake out is actually able to catch him. Philo will get confirmation, and yeah, it's just quick and easy on the site. As for Apex and what they're doing in the meantime, they're looking to take the garage space and even perhaps go further forward in towards the back lines, but that won't really matter for Desire because they're holding on the site. Apex taking it slow in terms of moving onto the site. That's probably because of Kayak on the scoped weapon. Lovely shot straight off the bat. Molesy being caught out by the trap, hoping that one of his teammates can get the Cypher offline and put him into prime position to flank. As time ticks away though, is perhaps just holding for exits and not allowing all of these rifles to get off of the site. Kayak goes in, and well, he goes out very quickly. Another round for Desire, doubling up. It's just going to be exits now.
Player standing.
Holding on to 3 weapons. One is including that Marshall, actually. But we're going to go into that first gun round. Bonus round for Desire, and for Apex, it's going to be the first test for them to see kind of where they're at this game. And as we see kind of some of these kills on the Yoru and that flash push through that smoke together. One of the things I like about that Yoru and over the Neon that was being discussed earlier is the fact that like when he gets his ultimate, especially on the attack side, comboing it with the Sova ultimate, using it to clear out sites, being able to use it on fakes, it gives you a lot of kind of flexibility and freedom to get a lot of synergies, apply that pressure.
Especially towards...
Speaking of pressure.
Yeah.
Just gonna say, like that smoke to deny the info at A and the dart and all that pressure to break the defender's dart straight into B here. We're gonna see this a lot from Desire.
Yeah, they certainly seem to like it a lot and Hype respecting, but just holding on to C Link, but Wacky looking to send it forward, and Molesy knows with the double tap being used that he's under a bit of congestion. But the contest hasn't quite started yet, as it's just a little bit of droning out, using the utility. The Apex taking a long time to get into position. In fact, they're waiting on Kayak to be the head of the spear. Caden takes him straight out though, and he doesn't get a chance to even get online. Mosey getting in, Soulcast elsewhere taking off, and now things get worrying because Desire have this under lock and key. It's up to Mosey. He's not going to get a chance. That's the bonus converted. Apex, they almost feel as if they're out of their depth.
Right now, it's looking so. We're seeing right now, Caden just shooting at anything that's moving. This is any movement. It's like a T-Rex just attracted to that movement, going for it. But that tap out from that burst fire shot, and again, we're seeing kind of the value of that Yoru getting stunned out in that A link, being able to reposition to that bunny cubby at the front of B site, and Desire picking up that bonus round, a 3-0 start.
Relegating the buy of Apex back to Sheriff's Classics. I'm looking to test the setup and the default that Desire are putting forward. This is Desire's pick, so you should expect them to go and take this to Apex. Just that peek out will gain so much information about where players are.
It's an orb collected, that space taken, but instantly taken from Hype. Oh, it's going to expose his position, and he's surely going to...
Whoa!
What?
Out of nowhere! What? Big double kill, because that's not only just getting 2 picks, it's 2 rifles, 2 upgrades, and Mosey and Soulcast are towards, or sorry, not Soulcast, it's Kayak are towards the seaside of the map. Unfortunately, tag is up, so yeah, the Kayak will get caught, Soulcast as well. Spike down, time ticking away, and Kayak's going to be a long way away because he took time to rescue that rifle. Are you walking?
He's walking.
Yeah.
He wants something to happen.
He's finding the space as well, and with Kayak close by, well, this double tap's been used so late by Filu. Like, he's just able to get the kills and put himself at such an advantageous spot.
One of the things we're going to see from Apex in these rounds is that they'll win or lose off the back of some of these heroics, individual aggressive plays. So instantly, we're seeing that Omen, Vova, he's going down at the start of the round, getting aggressive on C, trying to get this info, trying to take the space. But the response from Hype is to also get straight down middle, and he's able to find 2. And, you know, if they're able to turn the round around because of these individual heroics, it looks great. But I think their main problem is when it doesn't work, it doesn't look so great.
Yeah. Again, the same A utility being used up. Passengers to the way that Desire are taking the space and showing a lot of respect to it.
Just look at Filu. He's got his ultimate up on round 5, ready. As soon as he pops that double tap, you know it's going to be coming into play here. Short, completely cleared from this back of this drone, and the execution surely going to follow suit, potentially as a fake. Already pinging that B site. I mentioned it once before, Desire is probably going to keep going consistently, just banging on this B site door over and over again. But I just talked about this as well, this re-aggression, the individual reads and heroics. You win and you die by it. Kajak retook this A line, and look at the defense towards B now, reinforcing it.
Yeah, I mean, they can gamble just because of the space that Kayak takes. This time they're a lot more active on holding on towards A-Link, and it's Soulcast doing it, while the rest of the players are coming through C. They know that Desire like to try and take the extra space, but, well, it's a different space that we go to as well. Filu tries to take on Hype and wins that one out. The execute or the retake hasn't been triggered either, even though there was less players on the site. And Kayak now in towards the back lines. Time ticks away, and well, as that does so, Apex are running out of time. Filu's so quick, so crisp, and it seems to be a case where Kayak has to bail Apex out of a bad situation one more time. Soulcast nowhere near to support with his utility, and now it's up to the Polish young gun to come up trumps once again, and can't do so. Flawless in the round, and flawless so far in this half.
It has been flawless, and it's almost as if Apex is too afraid to even start the retake on a couple of these rounds. Just completely held back at bay unable to find any footing into the round at all. And Desire, again, another round through B, another opening towards A, just to deny that info, get that the feel on what's happening and deposit some fear in the minds of Apex. And a 5-0 lead, Apex calls their first time out of the game, try to regain some footing, some sort of any way to stop the momentum that Desire's building at the moment. We already see the operator in the hands of that Jet player trying to get ahead of what's happening, but noted before is that Euro ulti plus Sova ulti combo on the side of the attackers, and that orb calling Waddle's name right now, pick me up, get this orb. But if that operator is on the receiving side of that, waiting for it, waiting to punish that pickup, we might see Apex finally post up the first round.
And Waddle is a player who knows what it's like to play up against Apex. Was on Focus last year when they were making their run. And as for Apex, after timeouts, usually they find a lot of value. Danito, really good at interjecting and finding ways to break down plays and come up with adjustments. That's in Polaris though. Now it's totally different in Ascension. It's a different beast that they've been up against, and you can see that they have certainly not been at what we expect them to be at.
He's thinking about it. He wants to activate his dash, go through, take a shot and fall, but waiting the smoke out instead. He's going to re-peek the angle with his teammates instead. But once that's clear, they know it's got to be A or C right now. And Omen sees nothing on C. The drones popped on A to get that information.
Who's next?
Here comes the play towards A, and it's going to be a 3-man flank. There's that trip that's between them and the others, but Soulcast with his Hunter's Fury backs out.
Something to know is just how quickly Apex are going to re-clear the space after Desire leave it. Well, Caden is going to be leaving this round as they look to Desire to fight this flanking, catch the players off guard. Filu jumping and tag, stunned up, he can't get out, and Apex can get in. Now in a 4 versus 2, they should be good for this. It should be an Apex round, but Wacky has another idea. Soulcast from up above will lure him down below, and now we finally get Apex's first round, and it's after a timeout.
I like that adjustment that Apex made there. Utilizing that operator, doing this mid play. Once they get smoked out, they wait out the smoke, re-clear together, and then they know exactly what's happening. They commit to that 3-man flank. And one of the things that Desire is going to do is trying to get into these sites together and stabilize for the post plant. But the timing of this, moving together, getting that op to be posted up to deny any long range peeks is the rest of the team follows up suit. So a first round on the board for the side of Apex, and Desire is still in a pretty convincing lead at the moment, and with another gun round in play here, probably not going to be too upset about that one.
Kayak just contacting and Wacky. Well, he's not going to get a second shot at that one. Already the operator demanding respect. And that's going to be the key counter to this contact play that Desire have been playing.
I look towards all these defensive ultimates at the moment. The Lockdown, the Rolling Thunder, the Hunter's Fury. Any of them can be popped at any moment's notice. Waddle with a counter Hunter's Fury for a Lockdown. Right now, Desire was eyeing up that B site, but decide on second thought, maybe not. But if they're able to deposit players in appropriate positions, it could be something that they can activate late round lurks and try to secure the rounds. But right now, it looks like they're just sticking as 4, trying to keep the numbers advantage.
Filu very low, trying to get on towards Kayak, but he had the Blade Storm ready to go. And well, the Rolling Thunder that you notified us of has came into effect and got the business done. 2 rounds in a row for Apex as they start to get this defender side momentum rolling.
And that was a quick wrap up to that round. It was so much time spent deciding if they want to go B or Garage or where they're going to go. They end up deciding to go B after about like 40 seconds or so, trying to maybe take a 4-on-1 or 4-on-2 there, trying to death ball it. But as soon as everything's done and dusted, it's a Rolling Thunder and a fast, just swift conversion from the side of Apex.
Oh. The hop.
Noted.
Another look at Wacky. This time Wacky's able to walk away with his life.
It should tell them, though, that A site should be open. That Jet op posted on that C site that is an instant reaction towards A, and Desire moving as a team, as a unit, potentially leaving just the Cypher to go somewhere else. But hearing this drone reclearing mid as well, that's Jet and Sova not in their normal positions, but already the operator.
The dynamic operator moving round the map and looking for a different angle to take someone on. But look at the stall work that's been done by Apex. The time ticking down, plenty of it in this round so far, but Soulcast is getting the entry and make that two. Apex really getting things rolling, but Desire out of nowhere come back in, and it's Filu to do it all. He has his own kill contract ready to go, but he's up against Kayak, who's running at him with a shorty, gets it done. Now the operator comes out, he's on heaven, and look where Waddle's going. He's walking elsewhere and trying to escape. Look at the time. It's going against him and working into Kayak's favour.
Kayak knew Waddle might have gone for that timing to get him, but now the plant in a prime position for any position. Spawn. Oh, wait. How did he get across?
Dash is up and ready. Kayak looking to contact out, clear the corners, but hasn't cleared backside. Side by side, they don't even know it. Kayak needs to clear coast. Guess sees him, doesn't get the chance to take on the gunfight, but doesn't even bring the gun out. Dash is just caught up in the sauce. I don't know what he was cooking there.
He was he skipped a step. He wanted to go and pull out that shorty to clear that backside angle. He had the read, the right intentions, but instead of pulling out the shorty first and then swinging the angle, he's peeking the angle as he's pulling it out, has to just scramble, gets that cloudburst, the updraft, the dash. He's trying to get away from that Vandal spray and gets tracked through the air. So just precise. But I do love to see that shorty pulled out for that play. You lose instantly. That up versus the double tap, like you break the shields. That's it. That's the only chance. So you have to get right in the face. And the way that he dealt with that ISO ultimate, getting in the face with a double barrel, and first shot pops the shield, second shot finishes the job. Beautiful.
Yeah, just keep it as simple as possible, but simply that last round, I feel as if we're back to the broken record. Comes down to Filu winning gunfights, but as Apex come back into the site, right? The position's not really being accounted for by Apex. And I can understand why Desire timed out. Yes, they won the round, but it was a limp into the finish line in the end. They get 6, at least even on the next half, but they've still got Apex who are starting to flex their muscles and understand the game plan, which the Italian team are trying to flex.
In early, a different showing here. They want to take B off the back of the shield, and they're going for it. They stole the space.
Yeah. I mean, stop before the operator could get in, but look at this. Straight through, A-Link, Apex, Hype, in the corner. There's a crossfire. Soulcast being the first one up, and well, he's going to get 2, even before they know about Hype, who's hidden in the corner. Caden now up against another 2. It's an operator of Kayak they have to deal with. It's fights on different parts of the map, and you look towards the spike and who has control of it. It's Apex.
It's got to be devastating as these guys are considering, do we try to go for it or do we try to back out and save if we're even granted that opportunity, the back of a timeout, to call this set play. We've seen this Omen TP by them before, the pressure up the middle as well at the same time, just to get the crunch off, just to be put down by a double kill, a spam from the Vandal through the corner of a wall. And that is a pocket strat that's gone. You don't get to call it again. That's a timeout gone, invested for this round. But the silver lining of it is that they'll have a really good combo in the form of Wacky and Waddle, the Yoru ulti to get the information, the Hunter's Fury to follow suit, and the space going to be able to be taken. If they want to run it down, C is a great choice for this. B isn't too bad of an option as well. But you look at that lockdown on the side of the defense on Hype right now, you have to keep that in mind for after you get the value from whatever combo that you have.
I think that's a key point there. If they do go for the combination, they're going to be helpless to what Hype can put forward in that lockdown. And also on top of that, you've got Solkas, who's free to use his own Hunter's Fury because there's nothing to counter on the Desire side.
It looks like that's exactly what's going to happen right now. It's just a Vova, 0 and 8 on the scoreboard. He is the solo defense towards the C site. He'll have to be able to use his little teleports to get out of dodge here. Needs to keep his life. Realizes it's not worth it. He's getting out, but this Hunter's Fury might just track him down anyways, but no investment needed. Now, Hunter's Fury available for this lockdown. What are we going to see from the defense? Are they going to do a fast pre-take?
It doesn't look as if they're going for it just yet. Still waiting for that spike to go down. And finally it does, and look where Hype's position is, all the way back on B. And well, Desire trying to get further forward. There's a Hunter's Fury that they're going to use instead to gain the space. No tags as of yet, but Kaden peeking out is Wacky instead that gets the kill and continues to do so. Kaden finally getting one through the Spectre. It's a 2v2. Players are low, and Solkas escaping on towards the site. Kaden needs to be careful up against the Vandal, but his Classic does the business. Time has been ticking away. Mosey having control of the round, of the site, and gets it defused.
A very close round in the end there. The 5 versus 5 retake. Fights going down. Ultimates basically going off in the backlines at the same time. And honestly, a big swing could have happened. Had Waddle popped his own Hunter's Fury there, he could have taken out so many players. He could have countered that Sov ultimate of the defense side. Apex trying to move in. They would have been lined up for the taking and spawn, but holding on to that, expecting that maybe a lockdown would come afterwards. And that's what he was trying to wait and save it for. But a round going in the favor of Apex and putting Desire on that eco round is going to make them think about that in the future, about whether or not that was the right decision to make. It's always that hindsight bias where you didn't do it, but you should have. But you can't think that way because the times that you shouldn't do it are gonna, you can't. You just need to commit to your idea.
I mean, that's it. You learn from your mistakes, but there's only so many mistakes you can make in a map before it ends up in a loss. And as for now, Apex capitalising and putting themselves close to a 5th round. If they can get a sentry, they certainly have. There goes Wacky. Remember, on top of that, this is going to be a big half for Apex on their defence. Trying to TP in, bait players out, and Mosey, he's just found a gap and slotted himself right into it.
And again, lockdown in play, this retake, definitely possible. And Waddle, yes, he has the Hunter's Fury, but in a 3 versus 5, it's a 5-on-2. If you pop that Hunter's Fury, they're just going to flood you out the gates. This big flank from Kaden, it's just so far around the world.
Yeah, but with how long Apex are taking?
Yeah, it's so slow.
It plays on Kaden. They don't know. And they have all the information. The shot is no! He's only got one. It should have been clean. Apex now, they're straight away onto it. And Solkas's head has been taken clean off. Tag now on towards shot. Hunter's Fury buying time. Apex have let this slip. And it looks like Desire going to win it out. Instead, no! Solkas, not like this! He just defuses! It's the 5th round in a row for Apex!
Oh man, it's like this last series that we just watched. It's just, you can't predict what's going to happen next. You think it's one thing, then it's another, then it's another. Back and forth, that retake from Apex. Usually, like, you'll see these players playing to their individual skill and everything, and here they're waiting. Let's be grouped. Let's wait for the abilities to come off cooldown. Let's go together. And in that time, they let Desire get in the backlines, get a chance with that flank to secure the round, but stolen under their nose is the fuse.
Yeah, and double duelist on the attack. This is when they're meant to be getting, or meant to be at their best right here still. Yes, this ends up being, what, at the bare minimum, a 7-5 half. Will it be enough?
7-5 on the attack side is great. honestly. It's workable, it's serviceable, but I'm looking at the lockdown, the Rolling Thunder, and no counters to either right now. And we're not looking at a 7-5. We might be looking at a 6-6 at the moment, the way Apex has been playing the last 5 rounds, and the ulti's in play. But again, the strength of this composition on the attack side is being able to diagnose exactly what's going on, figure out what's happening, create some fear in the back of their minds. But Apex not budging. They stick to their guns. They have these ults for the retakes. They don't care. Come to me. Come to my operator. Come to my B stack. Because if you go A, you got nowhere to play.
So good. They've played it to the best they possibly can. Had Kayak so deep, so you're allowed to gamble on this side of the map. With 20 seconds remaining, Desire don't have a lot of time to really set up the post plant that they want, considering the ultimates that Apex have.
They have to fight until they're trying to do it. They throw the paranoia.
Oh,
here's the flank, the backstab.
Yeah, attack from nowhere. Kayak, there's a Vova close by, and well, he'll get that kill. The Rolling Thunder, Mosey sent it in himself, all on his own, traded out. 3v2, but you've still got the young gun, the prodigy, to come from Polaris, who's from East, but they can't find what they were looking for. They'll go searching into the attacking half as Desire finds 7. A big round for the Italian organisation to find here still. I mean, I'm not really sure how Apex didn't consider that there would be a further forward play, but we'll find the answers soon enough as we head into a break before the second half. Welcome back, everyone. We are now heading into the second half of the first map here with Apex Desire. Steel, what are you feeling now as Desire are on the weaker of the two sides when it comes to Haven?
I mean, we say the weaker of the sides on Haven, but the way that their comp is laid out means that they can easily take ground and cover a lot of space. That instant teleportation from the Yoru to get to wherever the hit's coming, being able to get that operator out and stay just so aggressive with the double duelists. It's going to be hard for Apex to find their footing. And I say that as Desire just picked up that last round, the great foresight as well to know what Apex is thinking with that retake, with the lockdown, and setting up that play to get that flank off, pinch into link off the back of the paranoia, and here it's on Apex to change the story.
Doing something similar to what Desire were doing last half with conditioning the B play, but Desire know about this, and look at Filu. Already off on an adventure, looking to take away the C main space. As look at this, Apex pivoting into C now. Filu all the way out. Hype needs to be quick, and he is. Gets rid of that lurker and the control that Desire had.
Spike planted.
That's a great opening for Apex to stabilize on the site here. It's going to be difficult to break through on this retake. You don't have enough a utility. You need those bodies. Right now, the dart as well. It's not for the site, it's for this flank. This 1v1 is huge, it's crucial. And Desire smoked out of Garage again. They're going to go from spawn heavy, but the time's dwindling.
Time is well and truly against him in Hype. Well, he gets rid of Waddle, allowing the players of Apex to settle and focus on what is the final push from Desire in this pistol round. And well, they'll convert it. Flawless round to start things off, and that's a good way to start your momentum back.
That round really coming down to height, basically, in two different instances. Early in the game, finding that pickoff onto Filu, just pushed so aggressively down C, but knows that the garage pivot's coming in, the spike's going to be planted on C, but instead of just locking down his ground, holding and securing that long C angle and establishing that crossfire for a late round, he tries to maybe stop the plant from going down, and once he goes down and that position secured for Apex, Desire's out of options. Right now, Apex with this composition, farming the C orb, they get to just peek it, they have the better weaponry, they do it together, they steal that orb, they force out a smoke, and now it's on them to decide where they want to go. We let this round develop. We know Filu's got the sheriff in hand, everyone else on the defense just with classics. Position towards B site mainly, ready to fast pivot to wherever needs bolstering the most, but with this drone still up for Solkas, we're definitely going to sniff around here. Hype also with just the ghost. He's going to re-clear the C space first and try to let his teammates know what he sees. If there's nothing on C site here, they need to pop this drone and get some information, but very... Oh.
Hello? Tag?
What?
He went back onto his cam and...
He went back to his camera. C site C, open.
Yeah, exactly. If they want to go back, but they're actually just pulling Desire towards the mid space and leaving vacant the A. So now, while this is happening, Hype is setting up, he's buying time, he's buying space, and Apex walks straight in.
I would say beautiful round from Apex. Potentially even, depending on how this goes, it could be a flawless.
Oh no, Hype doesn't consider
not flawless.
Yeah, definitely not. A little bit too eager.
But it's just a ghost he loses. No harm. Right now, Desire looking to threaten that A lobby flank. To threaten that's where the exits are, to potentially force Apex to want to go into A link, into this crossfire that Kaden and Wacky are setting up here. But now that Waddle goes down as well, it's open for the taking. A lobby is where the exit's going to happen, and last two players from Desire need to go down to the spike. And these two rounds, the way that they played out for Desire, it's them clearly losing these rounds and giving it to Apex. Apex not having to work super hard for it, just making pretty good reactions off of the value and information that they get. But if there's going to be a change up here, if Desire want to get back in the lead and maintain that lead, they need to set the tone of the game. Otherwise, Apex is going to keep using this, using the individual skill and the mid-rounding and experience to their advantage to be able to create and draft up the appropriate responses to everything that Desire is throwing at them.
You'd think with Double Duelist, that's what they need to do, right? You've got it spot on, dictating how this map looks. Filu, one of the Double Duelists, gives himself away.
Again.
Sound calls. They need to back up, though, with the extension of a Vova and shot. And Wacky, so deep.
Cutting through.
And I just said it. It's on Desire right now. Okay. That's a response. That's on the smokes as well. That means getting into C here, they need to go through Garage Apex. Otherwise, they can get crossfired. So that's where they go, and they need to maintain this position as they go into the site. And it's going to be potentially a three-man flank from Desire.
Oh, Tag.
Tag doesn't go down.
Yeah, this is a big player to lose out. And Kayak is put on a plate for him, and he'll chow down. For the most part, again, more time to set up the post plan. And you know what Apex are like when they have the perfect post plan.
Spike planted.
It's going to be difficult for Desire, and potentially if they can't find an opening in the next 10 seconds or so, 15 seconds, they might just opt to save.
Oh, the drones just went away at the last second. 3 players contacting in. Well, there's the first of the shots being sent their way. You know where everybody is now as the utility comes through. Kayak will find Wacky, and the rest of the players, well, they'll cut their losses and turn away.
It's almost like they're on different pages right now. Desire, if you're going to save, just save. Why go for the exits? You could see that in some of these motions that they're doing. They want to go for the retake. They're coming the dart with the flash, seeing if they can find an opening, but someone calls them off, says, just save, just save. One person's going forwards, two backing off, and in the process of backing off and going for the save, one advances forwards, tries to go for more kills instead of just keeping the gun, but it all starts with this first kill of Vova onto Sewers here. It's something that Apex is capitalizing on the mistakes that Desire's making. Desire, if they stop making the mistakes and force Apex to earn these rounds, that's going to be a game on our hands. But if at the present moment, Apex just needs to stay the course and say, we'll let you make these mistakes, and each time you do it, we'll punish you, and we'll pick up another round.
The fact as well that like when it comes to this ultimate cycle, Desires is usually the one to come first, right? Because of the amount of ultimate orbs it takes for them to come online. Apex a bit later, but the trajectory allows Apex to get closer to them. Looking towards Hype's lockdown and Mosey's Rolling Thunder. This is for the most part, it looks like it's going to be another easy round as they play towards the extremities, and they're not really getting a look in. Once again, being so late plays into the time factor, the chaos, Hype cutting players off. Apex seem as if they're reading exactly what Desire are going to do, and almost far too easy. In fact, it is far too easy. Apex, they're looking to send this one home, make it 9. Oh my lord.
I love how Filu there in the moment, he's trying to get his shield back on. He's shooting the double tap instead of the second enemy that's shooting back at him, just tunneling in. And a 2-round lead now for the side of Apex. They started the game down, what, 0-5 of Vova himself was 0-8 down on the scoreboard in terms of fragging, but now it's just Apex round by round are crawling back in Desire. They copied basically Fnatic's playbook on this map. They're just like, we're changing things up a little bit, but they don't have the same, I guess, caliber of players at the moment to be able to get away with some of the heroics that Fnatic get, some of these individual decisions and timings, getting caught out of position or getting them punished. Down long C, down in Sewers for Filu, and here getting spotted, Wacky, but he's Yoru, he can reposition quickly. So once that gets spotted from the side of Apex might call this garage split, go straight into that Yoru.
Take flight.
Yeah, it looks as if that's going to be the case. Hiding in the corner. Did they quite find Wacky, the flash out, but Paranoia, spot on. Kayak's gone, spot on, crisp, and it left Hype back in mid to come in as a late win condition. Desire, they're not even going to allow a chance. Hype needs to get played in, lockdown, well, they won't get a chance, don't even need it. It's a save call once again. It will be double digits for Apex as they put Italy to the sword once more.
Surely we're going to see a timeout come into play. Desire talking about what's not been working for them. And right now, losing that first pick, not having any map control, not knowing where Apex is going, and kind of maybe being even caught out of position. I was in the middle of saying it at long C, the push down, the Sewers, the push down, getting caught with a knife out. They just need to have a better solution for these start around openings. Apex, again, capitalizing on the mistakes, on the timings, on the individual play, moving together as a unit, drone tag onto that Wacky player at the corner of Garage, and no support, no one to back him up, no one to destroy the drone, and the Paranoia to follow it up and everything. It's Apex working together in tandem. Teamwork's there, the timing's there, the positioning and moving side by side is there, and Desire need to answer back with something in kind. Some sort of teamwork needs to come into play here, because right now they're falling apart at the seams.
I mean, when it comes to accolades as well, both of these teams stand from the same position. Desire, the forever champions of Italy. Apex, I mean, they're four-time winners of Polaris. On top of that, both of them have achieved a split without losing a single map here still, so they both have what it takes. When you look at the regions as well from which they play, they both have doubt amongst the talent and the teams that they've played against. Are these two teams up to scratch? I think there's a lot of similar storylines coming into it, but Apex, they just have so much more in terms of the experience and the players that they've brought to the server.
They do have it all, but I mean, it would be soul crushing for the side of Apex. Yeah, there's different players on the roster right now, but this whole year I've been in EMEA for the VCT and hearing about gentlemates, and how Apex were at the top all year and fell right in the final moments. And Apex, I mean, and Desire, both these teams, it's just so much is on the line when it comes down to the final stages of the year, and neither team wants to go out, and maybe the pressure mounting on some of these players is causing mistakes, and Apex, with that veteran experience, is able to come out on top in some of these situations. Desire not able to really deal with this pressure right now, kind of scrambling a little bit, not looking as polished as they have previously. And as I say that, we see just all sorts of movements from them. Is it B? Is it A? They're back and forth in the links. They don't really have any map control at the moment, but Apex on that full reposition back to that C site. They have that Rolling Thunder in play, and Hype went off that lockdown as well, just in a position to secure the round though.
I mean, depends what they want to do with Hype, whether he's actually going to be with the pack this time, but for the most part every time he has been lurking, and he didn't actually quite get the Cypher trap, the spam coming through, hasn't quite connected, and still Kayak keeps hitting these kill traps. Seems as if it is just going to be clumsy so far, and another tag up. Desire in prime position to get this one underway, and they're straight in. And after the tap, the Rolling Thunder being used, they knew that they were under siege, and they knew Apex that they had to do something about it, putting themselves one to the good. There is a neural theft to come online, that's obviously from Desire, and they're getting the information about where the post plant's being played. The only thing about that, you have to contend with a one-way, contend with so much utility. Waddle, what do you do against such a familiar foe with different names? Absolutely not. Just like last year, not able to beat Apex and not able to beat them here.
Desire trailing, such a strong commanding first half lead, but the last 6 rounds in a row have gone the way of Apex, from 5 to 11, and Desire still yet to post a single round on their defense. Yes, they're getting ultimates online. Filu can isolate a fight on whomever he wants, but right now, Hype in the backlines as well, just a constant threat, pressure, and not the top fragger by any means, but the impact on some of his kills are definitely securing the rounds for his team.
And the spacing of the ultimates by Apex has been second to none. Like, that's the Rolling Thunder just used there, but now Hype's got his lockdown for this one. I guess you're looking at Filu and Wacky to be what comes back in for the retake, but Wacky's just giving himself up. That's so free. Paranoia to delay the take, but is it going to be enough as Filu denies Kayak the space in the entry?
They might use the ulti right now to disrupt this take, allow the team to flood in. Oh!
Yeah. It seems as if resistance is futile against the champions, Apex, who have been so good every single time since we've got to this attacking half. Flawless. A round not lost is incredible. 1 round away from map point. Well, 1 round away from winning the map out, sorry.
But you have to, like, when I see these situations happening, I've been in situations like it before where it's a scramble from the team. There's something that's not being communicated properly across the whole team. The idea to go for this peek at B there, but the teammate's not ready. It could be called, hey, let's peek together, I'm gonna flash. It could be it feels like just a desperate measures needed. As Apex pick up that 12th round, they're going hard into C here.
Yeah, straight in, the pace absolutely blistering, and it seems as if it will not stop. An unstoppable force, and well, it seems as if Desire are going to be moved out the way. The last 3 remaining players are in garage, and they need to start their engine soon, or else this will be over very, very quickly. Still Hype waiting to be played in. The flank player, Hype, looking to be played in. At last, Apex, they'll get the win that they were looking for and get this series started off the best way possible.
That was such a phenomenal comeback from Apex, starting down all those rounds and just doing it in such a convincing fashion. Desire looked so limp there going to that second half, but they need to refine their form going into next map of Sunset coming up right after a break.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
And Apex has done it. They managed to secure their map pick. I will not say, well, I want to say in dominant fashion because there was a quick recovery. I'm Kakuka and I'm back with Tombiz and Haza. Guys, we kind of maybe expected this result, but especially with how the map was starting and how convincing Desire was looking from the attack. Haza, what do you think went wrong?
Yeah, well, look, it started concerningly, like you said, because you look at the maps and the series that Apex have lost this year, they've only lost 2, and when they did, it was a defeat in the opening map, something which we are yet to see from them in the competition, and that stays true here as well. It was a big turnaround, and just looking back at some of the rounds, it was that lack of team play that you really wanted to see. You've got really deep positions to try and make this retake happen. Something Desire were great at doing is getting extra space off the back of the utility, which they had. And then, look, it's a nice double peek back through Link, but continues to fall apart from that point on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And these B executes that looked like were working so well. We saw them guaranteeing then the bonus round. Then on round 5, they also managed to get it. But then, Tom, something happens. There is a timeout coming on from Apex, and we just meet a different face of it.
But that's the thing. I think you need to, again, give the value of the Danito pause. They lost 2 rounds after he took it, which is incredibly impressive. Obviously, it then came down to there's some incredible clutches out, but yeah, I think that was sort of the thing. Is it started off really well for Desire. You saw Filu popping off. You saw these openings, and then I guess if we can throw up the sort of Molesy round, there were just a few moments where it looked like everything was in the bag for basically that attack side. And then you just got these crazy clutches, you got these big moments, you got these sort of showstopper performances from players like Mosey, who, I'll be honest, like you go into what we've had so far and it has been the kayak show. Like we've been talking about this guy as an individual, but I don't think that was the case here. The leader of the team, Mosey, really stood up when it was needed. And considering how like sort of badly this round was going, it was a weak purchase, not a lot invested. Hype gets it to half and sort of somewhat saves the day just because the positioning wasn't the best. And Mosey just takes the initiative and is able to get over the line. These are the sort of rounds that they were winning in that first half. And I think we can already remember what happened in the second half. It was a completely different story.
Man, and you know, we've seen it. He saw an opportunity and he took it. But as at the beginning of the matchup, we were talking about this head-to-head between Philo and Kayak. What do you make of their performance in the first map?
The best way to summarize it was Kayak in the ISO ult, charging straight down Filu's neck and killing him with the shorty. This guy never runs dry on confidence. You see that in so many moments throughout the game. And it comes back to the Mulsi interview we had yesterday saying that he'll play his own game. He doesn't wait for a decision to be made. And it's that cerebral Valorant that you really expect from him. Filu did catch me by surprise, had a lot of big moments as well for his own team. But as we know, once that timeout was called, once Danito's introduced, and with the experiences that he had with his team last year, introducing some of his own personal touch and adaptation, yeah, they did look unstoppable from that point.
Yeah, to me it was a bit surprising if you think of some of the things they were doing. Like honestly, just put him on the operator. It is something that he has not been doing a lot, but he's been finding a bit of success, especially from the defense. And you wouldn't think that maybe that's the thing you want to do against the ISO, but I believe that if you're Kayak, you can do it. So I think that we should focus now on the second map that we're going to be seeing this series, because with Desire being already 0-2 in groups, their possibility and their chances of making it to those playoffs shrink and shrink if this goes into if this goes into an 0-2 for them. And thinking about Apex and the performance that they've had in this map in their entire history, how they're flawless, besides that one time in the third-party tournament, that whatever they were doing, things are starting to look scary for Desire, Tom.
Yeah, well, you lose your own map choice, and then you have to go into Apex's choice of Sunset, a map that regionally, as you said, they won the last 12 times that they've played it. They run a composition that doesn't revolve around the duelist, although it does seem like Kayak sort of plays that Gecko similarly to what we see from Something, and it's a map that definitely isn't bad for Desire, but again, it's that loss versus CGN probably puts things in a little bit more of a worrying position. They've changed their composition a few times because I think they don't quite have a hold on how they want to play the map, and it definitely doesn't seem like a good sign when I feel like you tried to pinpoint a weakness of your opponent coming into the first map, it fails, and now you have to try and face off against a map that, well, yeah, as you said, in terms of the actual VCLs, nobody has beaten them at all.
Yeah, it's somewhere that they're feeling very comfortable. I want to pick up on something that you said there about Desire, and I want to ask you, Haza, about it. Do you think that them changing the composition, because obviously they changed it coming into the tournament, but they've also changed it throughout the year. Do you think that they just wanted to make maybe a bold move yesterday and trying to get a win, or is it really a problem that they do not clearly know or understand or how to play the map or how they want to play it?
It's hard to say because you look at them regionally, and from Split 1 to Split 2, they've not lost it once. They won it 4 times. They played different compositions. They have experimented. Same as Apex, but Apex have now found something that's stuck, something that's worked. And even coming into Haven, I thought them using a lot of the same ideas, maybe they would have issues, and it looked like that in the first half. But when your fundamentals are as good as they are on the Apex side, I think it needs to be more introspective for Desire, like you say. And they've got to stick to their guns, their own game plan. What's exactly it is that is going to work against Apex here?
Yeah, exactly. And thinking of going the distance for Apex, though, even though they have won that first map in both the best of threes that they have played so far, one lost, they've always secured that one. So let's see if we can see some surprises on the agent select, because we're not going to be seeing the Gecko, we're not going to be seeing that walkie thing, we're not going to see the Sage, and I believe this is the Heretics comp, isn't it, Tom?
It's the set up your superstar comp. And I think that ultimately having that Sova KO combo for Kayak, allowing him to take a lot of those early aggressive fights, they're starting on the attack. I think it's going to be difficult to play against. Filu last time out playing the Raze, it didn't really go to plan for him. And he's going to have to do well here because delaying Kayak flying around the map is going to be really tough.
Honestly, Hazza, I would love to hear what you have to say, but honestly, I cannot wait to get this started because I love them picking into this composition. So let's toss it over for some action with Cairo and Steel.
Well, the stakes have been set here still. We are on the second map, and Apex looking so good in the first, ready to win it all here. A change of comp, well, and a change of scenery.
It is a change of comp and scenery, but it might not be a change of momentum. As I say that, it might be a change of momentum as well. As the first pick going down, it's the Sova, it's the Initiator, it's the Info Gatherer, but Kayak, what?
Where is he going? He's just offering a shot. Although, it's still going to be kept competitive for the time being. Soulcast, all to do it. 2 players left, and it's the exact same as Haven. Well, the things might be different, the more they stay the same.
So, yeah, about momentum. There was definitely some speed there involved, but
yeah,
Desire picking up that first round. And I mean, we saw that in the last map though on Haven, is they started that 5-0, but it wasn't enough to get them over the hump. It wasn't even enough to get them barely past that halfway point. But Kayak, I mean, if that's what he's showing us right now, this is going to be a scary game.
Yeah, this is going to be a confusing game as well. Apex were always so good on their attack with the old composition they used to run, the one from Paper X. Wacky, where are you going? Off and turning his head towards the wrong position. That's an upgrade to be had, and well, that upgrade has managed to get a second. Hype now moved into position. Caden now knowing about it and the paranoia being sent. The rest of Apex are starting to close in on an isolated Omen, not looking towards his back lines, and there you go, another gun to be picked up. Apex 2 to the good.
Spike planted.
Right now, this is a difficult retake, but a couple of rifles in the hands of Desire, getting that pistol round win, but looking down the barrel of a 2 versus 4 against an eco. This is not the situation you want to be in, and still a dart and a drone on the side of the attackers here.
Still have the guns to work with to make this one back in their favour as the health pools. Remember, there's no shields, and surely not. Not again, Desire. It looks like they're thinking about a save. Time being so low, yeah. You'd rather have pieces to work with in the next round, yeah. And on top of that, Desire, they've been doing this so many times and respecting what Apex have. The players that were on pistols died to the spike, and an anti-eco being won out by Apex.
Not the start you want. If you're Desire, if you had a lead in that first map, if you narrowly kind of, not even narrowly, you just blatantly let it slip in that second half. And for Apex to be able to come out with an anti-eco like this, on some classics no less, that's a very disappointing result to have for Desire, and maybe even letting that compound onto the whole situation with pressure and maybe even negative emotions starting to spawn off the back of that.
It's not a great start at all. As for now, Apex taking this well and truly slow. No traps to stop them here, Steel.
Camera taken out.
Shadows to stop
Smokes
them
up. The paranoia.
Oh.
Okay.
Straight back in, and Spike lost. I mean, you're still waiting
big
on
damage.
Yeah, you're still waiting on Hype coming back in. Finally, he gets with the pack. This is still doable. I mean, you've got to be looking at the Guardian on Filu, Waddle with the Bulldog. Apex, they're trying to get something back. They know that they need something to work with. The flash in, it's spot on, and so are the gunfights. Desire still have a real chance here. Nades in, deny the spike, gains something, but
Big
it's just
damage.
checked onto Ovova. Hype still not felt any pressure at all. He peeks out, the paranoia not hitting. Oh no, it's all fell apart here, or it looks to be a TP out. Waddle moving into position, but they've not checked the corner. If Ova was to cancel, he doesn't. He goes straight in towards main on 16 points of health against Filu, who's been so good in these one-on-one gunfights. Avova playing with them, using the TP into the smoke. Oh no, Philo doesn't know where he's gone. He's having to search the corners and look for the round. He'll get it, and he'll at least have plenty of time to get this diffused.
Honestly, these rounds are so well played by both teams in so many ways. Like, sure, losing those 2 players at the start of the round for Apex is not ideal, but a very well played situation from the side of Desire to set that fight up, to have that 2-prong attack coming from Spawn, coming from Market, the paranoia to follow up and chipping away slowly but surely. But I really like how in that late round, the 3 versus 4, how both teams read the situation. Apex going for that spawn push, knowing that they were down a man and gave up some map control, and Desire waiting for it, expecting, anticipating that sort of play. Not being caught out by it. A fast opening from Apex to change the pace.
Lovely, there you go. It's Ken Kayak, the 2 duelists, the Polish players that have been coming up in the kill feed time and time again. Filu's being caught, and Caden from Spawn gets the advantage, although it still stays even for the most part, and Apex have escaped into CT.
Hype has been good.
Oh. Escaped as well, another one. He's going to place the trap. He's sticking around. Trap destroyed.
Oh, he tried to use the gap.
Yeah, it's worked against him. Now Soulcast has to go up in a 1v2. In terms of utility, he only really has that molly and knife.
That tripwire still up. And this one as well. But the fact that he hasn't gone into B main and triggered the other one yet lets them know that he's not here. But will they expect him in the cubby if he hasn't broken this one? This might be the play from Soulcast.
Looks like it. Player swing out. Nearly 2 lining up, but he doesn't need them to. He's just so much good, so much better in that 1v2. That's all even now.
So much good, so much better. Honestly, that's experience. You can't teach experience right there. Noting that second tripwire, instead of breaking it, getting it to be main there, he sits behind it and takes the chances that they don't clear him out. But again, like just a fast tempo change from both teams, the defense down middle and the attackers up A, trading it out into this 2 versus 2, and Apex almost giving it away. Hype. Good for the first, but getting risky with these second ones. He's trying to get too much, and we saw how that backfired for, or almost did, in an earlier series today.
I've seen this a few times, Raze or Neon sending up B main and finding themselves usually without a kill if it was the last series, but now we see Philo goes one better, and he actually gets the ultimate off the back of it. Showstopper being used perhaps for that retake. Key pieces that there's been needed, and Hype once again pushing the limits, seeing what he can find. Is there a limit here? Yes, there certainly is, and he's going to get caught out by that Showstopper. Explodes. No command coming in now. That's from Soulcast, and it puts him a bit of hesitation on Desire because they're waiting for Caden to come in. Time's ticking away, and you know that that's just not going to go in their favour, not whatsoever. It's up to Kayak. He knows where Caden is. He's stunned up, flashed up, no way out. Desire, they'll take back the late.
Desire, a thrifty, picking up all those vandals, a flawless. It's just everything right there. That opening aggression, the opening kill, it's just everything you could have wanted to regain some semblance of who you are as an identity, as a team, after how that last map panned out, how it slipped away from your grasp in the fashion that it did. And now putting Apex onto an eco round of their own, a big swing round coming out of Desire. And if they want to be able to continue this momentum, this is a great way to start building towards that.
There's a trap though, and Kayak just slips right by it, trying to buy some delay, but he can't. Oh my god, straight through. Blistering speed once again. Filu though just in the fringe up against Soulcast, and Soulcast doesn't have a chance. No, neither does Apex. Not against Filu. Not against the players remaining. Oh my god. Avova and Mosey have found themselves in towards the back lines as a Thrash kit tries to chase them down. Is there anything that they can do here? It certainly looks like there's a try, but they've lost control of the spike. And I think this is an easy defuse in the end.
It's not even easy, it's free. Nothing to stop them. Desire picking up a 4th round right now and building on that lead. Apex back on a gun round. They have that Hunter's Fury, and with the amount of different changes that we're seeing from Desire, some of the aggression that we're seeing from them, the ability to hold onto their spots and the retakes are looking really good right now.
This is a nice spot. That goes there.
They've got that breach stun lined up for that A control if they need it. The camera though is it's set up for the retake on B. It's going to be a heavy kind of defense towards middle, and fast down actually middle. It's not even a defense and an offense.
That being said, Philo has found himself isolated. Both duelists being traded out, but Mosey goes a step too far. Now the pivot straight towards B, but you're heading into the Cypher setup here.
Stopped. Closed in on from the back. Caden has them contained. Boxed in. We saw Job Life in these situations overextending, going for the flank, going for more. But Desire, learning from the mistakes of other teams and keeping that space, getting that chip damage and getting the info.
In fact, they didn't destroy the trap on B. If they go towards the other side of the map and come back, it's still going to work against them. In the meantime, pain gets even worse. A twist of the blade, and Caden making sure that this one is a certainty.
30 seconds left.
Desire once again on the defense, finding rounds so easily, and it's Caden that's causing all the issues. Apex gifting him the 1v1s and winning out every single time. Yep, there it is, 4 in a row for Caden. A big round from Desire as they look to put themselves one away from at least even on the half.
Noted in that first map of Haven, it was all about Desire on their defense side, were continuously making mistakes, getting caught with their knife out, getting caught individuals just roaming around the map. Apex able to capitalize on that movement, being able to punish it and use those errors as openings. But right now, Apex not finding any openings. They're not able to punish any mistakes because, frankly, Desire's not really making any. They bite off exactly as much as they could chew. Whenever they do an aggressive play, it's a team-based play. He's getting support from the flashes, from the stuns, from other players being able to cover other angles for each other. So right now, Desire playing as a team on this defense side. When they do want to go aggro, there's some team element involved.
Now, Apex, this is the time where they started to turn everything in their favour after the timeout. Danito coming in, introducing himself to the server once again. A guy who's been at Ascension, done it all the way to the grand final. Again, we all know what happened. We don't have to we can gloss over that very quickly, but it's more so just the experience and what he provides to settling the team here, Steele.
Absolutely. It's these talks, the timeouts, the everything. You need to build towards finding some rounds, and digging deep for that is definitely very important. And right now we're seeing this aggressive control of B main from Desire, stealing this ground, putting the pressure back on Apex, who are forced to kind of make some sort of, I guess, plan out of the back of that. They know so much has been told to them. The paranoia, the stun, the raise, all going into B main there, knowing that surely this A site must be open for the taking. And Molesey has that Hunter's Fury still in play. So once they inch up and realize that there's no resistance, it should be a deep smoke onto that box and spawn. The one way, take all the space they need and keep that pressure up. That Hunter's Fury coming in late is going to be a round securing play. It's all about how Apex deals with this retake from Desire, because they shouldn't be letting them have too much space to get into the site here.
Spike planted.
I mean, step further, Avova TPing up. It looks as if they are going to try and upset the retake. Not allowing for the set utility to come through. Paranoia is so good, and the Hunter's Fury it doesn't get much in the back. Yep, finally 2 back in Apex's favour, but it's still even across the board, and Desire comes straight in, trying to find something, a difference between the two teams. It's Avova once again that has to clutch up. A man known for his time in G2 and the clutches that he found there. Looking to try and full stick at Waddle. That's a little bit too cocky there. Apex, Avova, they'll find that round.
A much needed win for Apex to stop the bleeding there coming out. Desire taking that space early towards B main, and a great read, intuition on that situation from Apex, realizing that that A site is going to be free. It's going to be just the Cypher on the trips in the camera. And the way that they tried to deal with that retake coming in early was a nice effort, but it got enough space for Avova to seal the deal.
Finding the round
down middle again.
Timeout. Yep, trying to take the players off. Oh, the Paranoia back in. The Showstopper won't hit. Stun chip damage to Avova. But the big point about this one still, yeah, they've taken all of this space. Oh. Yeah, look at this. Waddle are just starting to bear Desire starting to bear down. Waddle is one of the players doing so, trying to support Filu into it, and Apex feeling as if themselves being pushed further back and further back. They've got one back. Caden still sticking around. In fact, he's actually just going to get himself out. Hype! A nice little flick onto Wacky, but straight into Caden's arms, and he gets a lovely big hug for it.
I would think some of these rounds, the way that they're playing out, would play in the favor of Apex, the sloppiness, the individuals. But right now, Desire's capitalizing on these and converting a lot of these big rounds. The spike towards A through elbow. He has to pass by these tripwires, though, and it's going to note him. That rotation, they're just going to flood on him, realizing that he's alone here. Solkos, he's across the map. There's no way that he can even win this. Even if he ran knife out all the way to spike, he would time out.
Yeah, he'd probably need to toggle if he was going to try anything about winning this round. And I think
it's not a practice game. Yeah. You can't do that.
That's unfortunate, but I guess now Desire, they have what they were looking for. They guarantee the 6th round and even on the half. It was from the 6th round though that Desire started to fall away on Haven. We won't talk about that. I think on Sunset they'll have a much easier time of it, especially with the way that the chokes work and the fact there's only 2 sites to worry about.
Desire go from kind of Fnatic light on Haven to Heretics light on Sunset. A little bit different composition, but very similar play style outside of some of these aggressive plays that they're doing. And right now it's working for them. They're picking up these rounds. They still have that Rolling Thunder as well to play. So once they use this stun early in the round to set up the defense towards A site, they can still move around and get that Rolling Thunder to a different position if needed. The knife. Gonna note Filu. But again, it's that instant pivot from Waddle. Ready to defend against this mid take. Ready to Rolling Thunder in the back if it's a market split. Ready to support A from the front if he needs to.
Some steps being held by Desire. But the cut of noise, the anxiety that'll be washing over the team. Not knowing about when the next play is going to come from.
Camera taken out.
No, there's the go. The trigger. Button being pressed, but still they're so slow to scale off the back of the utility being used. Finally, they take themselves into market. Wacky, well, sharpshooter continues to be the case. The rest of Apex are still so slow to move in. 40 seconds remaining in the round here still.
Scrambling. No decision. No opening.
30 seconds left.
Desire. Not making any mistakes.
Yeah, this is so easy, man. It's becoming the Desire show. And Apex, well, they were so good after the timeout. They got that first round. It was because of a 1v1. Smallsy, though, he's got 10 seconds to get the spike down, as the announcer tells us. But he's up against 3. a rolling thunder from Waddle as well, but he's been stunned up and only 100 points of health. Big round from him that has to come out. Up against 2 now, dwindling the numbers and an info to play off of a recon dart. One more point. Wacky sends the advantage Desire's way.
Selfless play coming out of Tag there, realizing that if they want the best chances at the round is to take away the crosshair, eliminate the ability for Molesy to get the one taps, put everyone down as they line up. B hops around, makes himself a hard target to hit, absorbs all the bullets so that they can close out the round. The sacrifice of his life to secure it. But again, you look at how that first map of Haven went, you look at how Apex was just punishing all the aggression from Desire and then able to move around freely, but now having to earn the rounds, having to work for it. They can't do anything. They're out of options. They're out of ideas. Desire, keep that pressure and momentum on. Steal that map's control. This is not like Heretics at all. They're stealing the whole map. Not mid, not A. Guess where you are? You're towards B. You're boxed in. Where are you gonna go? The Rolling Thunder also in play. If it is a B play here, oh man, they're gonna get boxed in that main, launched in the air.
I guess the only space that you could potentially go for is CT, but I mean, the standard thinking point would be that there's no way you could get CT space because that's where Desire will be, and that's exactly where they decide to come from, especially the TP from Caden. Spike goes down, but where is the point to come back in? Oh my god, the null command is taking everything offline. It comes down to gunfights for Desire, but they are helpless to the utility sent forward their way. Is this another save call? I mean, you look towards Wacky, he's already starting to send on out. And yep, that is the case. Desire, they'll accept their fate. And Apex, I think they're going to try and chase them down. Get the extra ultimate points that they need.
Definitely on the side of the Sova there. That is a big ultimate to have for the final round of a half. And right now, just going for exits or... Don't know what the point of this is, but Kayak's just going to jump around. His teammates, that's Molesy. He got the orb at the end. That's the Hunter's Fury online as well. And again, Apex is boxed in. Desire forcing them into the only play they have is to go into B site. But Desire did not account for that null point there. That, it just shut off all the ultimates. No Rolling Thunder. Kayak walk pushing through that smoke and spawn and getting around and finding that opening kill as well. It just all unraveled. Desire thought they had that in the bag. But it wasn't a treat, it was a trick.
Yeah, this is becoming a powder keg of a round when you look at the amount of ultimates that are close to coming online and are online. 4 on the side of Apex. Waddle and Wacky, they have theirs, but Philo's too often. You know how good he is with that rifle? Could easily turn it on its head and get the showstopper. Something else to note, this isn't the first time that Tag has actually played up against Solcas. Played against each other, Spike Nations in the off-season. That's what, nearly a year ago now. I think it's about 9 months since they would have duelled against one another in the server.
Slow play from Apex. Slicing up the map, but the convergence from Desire.
Wacky! Oh, he's got off guard! No, that was the thrash as well. Hunter's Fury in, Kayak's got the overdrive up, it's just overwhelming the players left on Desire. And well, there's none now. 7-5 is the scoreline. As we always say, there's only going to be a difference of 2 rounds maximum between teams when it comes to the A stream.
Rolling Thunder and the Thrash both in play and neither able to be used, picked off too early. Oh. Desire lost their steam towards the end there.
Second half underway of the second map, and Desire fighting for their lives in this series here still.
This is something where, again, it's just Desire need to show that they can keep their handle on everything right now, and if they don't, then it's going to be Apex walking away with the series 2-0 right from under their nose. And they've shown so much, I guess, tenacity to be able to stay in the game with the way that Desire's been handling some of these rounds, but towards the end, it always seems like Desire runs out of their steam.
Second half, a massive one considering how Haven went. Doubts in the minds, I'd imagine, of fans and the players themselves, considering how when they switched the halves, everything went to pot. And on Sunset, you could easily prefer the defender's side, although biases have went either way, of over-respecting everything that's been sent their way. Apex are always struggling with pistols.
An open sight. Apex haunting them in. The pre-take ready to be spent. Wolsey with the dart ready. Soulcast sniping. That's the info, and the paranoia with the dart is going to come in.
Yeah, the fact that the Gecko and the Cypher's offline, what a massive light up. Oh my god, Apex straight back in, and they're just looking to take on the gunfights. Oh, Kayak, last to get on, and well, that's the second pistol again that Apex can find. They start the second half off right, like they did on Haven.
That was a great retake from Apex, and you could see everything that was just, oh, how well planned that was. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just right now, oh my god, that is, when you're a Sova and you get that scan value, you're just grinning ear to ear like, oh man, that was perfect. I think it was off the back of also other things happening at the same time. There's a lot of things flying through the air. The KO molly for one, no response.
The fact that you're able to like take offline a lot of stall utility, the initiators like the Cypher, traps in the flank, everything about that was perfect, and criticisms towards Desire about their spacing on the site there still.
Yeah, it's the same site that Desire's loving, huh? And Apex is just like, yeah, have it. We don't care. And Desire, they're given so much, and then they force Apex into just one play. But Apex is so good at converting those. So right now, it's going to be another retake on A. Now, the question is, has Desire learned? Are they going to extend it to spawn here? That's the right play.
It is.
And they convert, though.
It seems like they are, because the gunfight set went their way momentarily. And especially with Mosey off, we won't get that same value that we saw from the darts. There was 2 flashes in the breach's pocket, both have been used up, and perhaps Desire in this round have used up their chances. Both players are low, and they're up against Wacky's classic. Kayak jumping around, jump up, and get down. That's exactly where Desire go. 4 in the round again, and we go all even between the two.
This is looking a lot like last game, except they're starting on the opposite sides this time. And now it's all on Desire on their attack side. This is strong for them on Haven. But can they make it strong again here? They made it expensive on these rounds for Apex. But this is the first real test, and that Thrash, I believe, just came online at the end of that round. So being able to utilize that in this round is going to be important for them. That A site's been free. Both rounds, Apex trying to do these gamble sacks towards mid, towards B. But gonna change up the setup here and put that Cypher on B site here, but still eyeing up that middle area, the side of the defense on their bonus round, into tiles. Late dart as well, landing. You can hear it landing just outside B. Doesn't scan anybody, just gets wacky. But again, that's the map taken from Apex, and that pressure, they might look to get out, but Kayak wants his kill first.
It's nice stuff there, and the thing about Desire is they try to re-clear in. Losing that key player of Wacky, that's clearing utility. That's that wingman to at least be an extra player to at least give 5 rifles against 5 on a retake or flood retake, depending on what comes through. The crossfire towards top of mid, has been taken offline due to one smoke. The paranoia even better. Velo still surviving on 6 HP, keeps it even.
Out of charges.
The B site is the only play it's left open from Apex again. At two sheriffs and a ghost. It's their bonus round, but expensive round 2 means that they can't afford much here in Tag. Looking to be the man, the difference maker.
Ooh. Yeah, he is. Catches the rotate off and Waddle. Hello, yep. A player from North punishing the North organisation of Apex. Avova, he'll get a Vandal back in his hands, but again, this is probably Scorched Earth policy here still.
This is... What did you call it? A Scotch death policy?
Scorched Earth.
Oh, Scorched Earth. You know, my cousins are Scottish, but sometimes some words just slip by me.
Sorry, mate. I've been trying my best to keep things decent. Oh my god, Avova. One more player to find. Waddle. Yep, there it is. That's 4 offline. All the guns that were bought lost, meaning the buy on the next round here still. It's going to be suspect.
It's going to be quite suspect indeed. That's a lot of damage towards the end of the round. But as I've been learning all throughout the day is that kind of predicting what should happen versus what ends up happening is they're two different worlds completely. So I'm just going to wait and see what actually happens here. The null point versus the thrash that can cancel that out from the side of the defense here. The knife comes, going to get good info, and setting up with the flash in that pivot position is also going to be very strong, but we see that camera set up on B to get that info towards market. It's going to be a retake B that they're happy to go with. Soulcast with that null point still, and Desire forced into here, but will they keep an eye on that? Because it's already been used against them one time.
A really important round for Desire to win because of the economy state. They'll be reset back to a poor buy, a half buy, depending on whatever they decide to go for the next. For now, they look as if they're trying to take more space, get deeper in, try and upset what Apex are setting up. And remember, they're still waiting for the players to come in. In fact, actually, Market is really looking to put their sights, and All Command comes in and takes it offline. But they need to get the players offline, and they need to get the space, because time is working against them, and Desire have plenty of it. Now, it's going to go in. Here we go. The utility being sent forward. Kaden already getting onto Kayak, but the rest of the players are falling. It looks like B is going towards Apex, but not if Tag had anything to say about it, but he won't have much left. There's time to get this one over the line, and will Desire, after the damage in the last round and the damage in this one, they'll be at a bad spot.
Apex, again on their defense, again on their retakes, are looking quite good right now, looking unstoppable. As Desire, they try to keep them locked into the choke points, get those crossfires going, but it's actually turned against them because they're trying to lock down those choke points. As soon as they lose one side of it, they get put into a crossfire of their own. So a pause from the side that just won the round as well. They have the Hunter's Fury. I don't know kind of what is being discussed at the moment, because there's not really any ultimates in play for the side of Desire. Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, a couple of orbs off, and it's just the Omen ulti really that they can initiate with. So maybe setting up for the future rounds, maybe setting up, I don't know exactly what. There's got to be something very specific for them to want to call a timeout here, and I can't quite put my finger on what.
Perhaps it's to do with the fact that the read was wrong. Maybe Danito not happy with what's being called by Mosey in terms of what Desire are trying to do with their attack. Again, it's the eco round. You don't want to lose this one, especially towards the latter stages of this second half still.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit rough at the moment for Desire. Again, just letting Apex getting back into the game after having that lead It's the first game all over again. Swap sides. And Apex looking maybe to close it out convincingly. Calling a timeout against the enemy eco after a 1 round. Maybe to calm their nerves. Maybe people getting a little too excited, tasting victory already. 7 rounds, 6 rounds out, 5 rounds out. Just so many rounds away in advance. Getting a little antsy.
Ooh. Those shots are connecting on either side from the spam. As for now, back towards B. Back to the grindstone where Desire have been trying to hit so often, but is it a bloody mess? It certainly looks to be the case when Kayak is here. Wow, wow, wow. Apex demolish Desire's Thrifty.
I think it's only a Thrifty if you're able to win right there. They didn't even get close to making it even, attainable. It was so far away from an attempt to even be called an attempt, but it's not even double digits yet for Apex, so Desire still have a chance to come back into this, and they do this kind of budget heretics on attack with these death balls, and they definitely have the abilities to run with it this time, and if they're able to get that orb on A as well, that's a showstopper in play as well. But down middle, Kayak.
Yeah, he's chasing tag, he's trying to get onto him. Oh, he's close by, takes it wide and will find the flank. Now forcing Desire onto the B side with players so close. They're just sending it. Apex, no respect being shown, but in the meantime, the spike has gone down. 2 players remain on Desire as Apex look to keep up with the rest of the group, and they're doing so successfully and in style.
Flawless. Go, go, go.
Yeah, I think
I'm back.
I think that round, with the way that things are going, like you've got to be thinking of the stakes here still. Also the fact that, like for instance, the other games in the group go next on 2-0. You've got CGN 2-1, Apex sitting on 1-1 right now. Their pressure to keep up with the rest of the group. If they don't win this one, that's a team that could fall out of the running.
And again, oh, this flash timing though. Almost caught.
Oh, it's messy.
It's messy.
Yeah, a bit far too messy, and it's played in Desire. Equal round. I thought that came from Apex there. I don't know why, but no, instead it's come from Desire. I don't know how it could come from Apex. They're not playing Breach. Spike going down. Avova up on high, trying to get something back in his favour, and he does so successfully. Showstopper gains the advantage back. Filu, he's keeping Desire at the front footing, trying to keep them to win this. The rifle on Wacky is the only thing that can compete with rifles. Sheriffs, you expect to lose the battle, especially on Waddle, who's been struggling so far, but in terms of the engagements, they're being delayed and delayed. Time is ticking away. Desire, they need to get a move, or not Desire, Apex, they need to get a move on. Mosey coming up with something special, but it's not special enough. A Thrifty round this time will come into fruition.
Apex has been so good with their defense rounds on those retakes. But here, Filu showing that, if Valorant doesn't work out for him, he's got the Olympics, the high jump in his pocket if he needs to. Just getting maximum air right there. That's another round, getting it closer, 9-10. Desire's only trailing by 1, so this is definitely still a doable situation for these guys. Apex, what else do they have in store, though? Aggression towards B main this time.
Respect, Desire now trying to actually go and fight it, but they're not re-clearing the space being taken by Apex. Instead, they pivot into mid here still.
It is another round where they're just re-clearing the space that they lost. Desire taking the space again, but the setup from Apex was to basically just get that Cypher set up on that B site with the trips, with the camera, and then reinforce middle or reinforce A in the late round. And again, it's going to come down to height to be able to close this out if this fight towards B does come into play here. But soul cost.
It's just, it's simple, right? At the end of the day, it's nothing special. And they're pushing Desire, making them work for it. Something which Desire failed to do on their defensive Haven. Apex, the edge closer to finishing out this series at 11-9. Again, they're keeping Desire on the ropes. They're by again, their economy in a pretty rough state.
It's definitely looking like they're losing steam. They're falling over, and they're going to tap out in a second here. The referee's going to call it if they're not able to get off the ropes and stand up on their own 2 feet. Because right now, the way that Apex has been playing, they funneled them into that. They took that space, they made them trapped back into B, and they converged from A from middle at the same time and got those backline kills. Desire looking like they're on their last legs, really. There's nothing else to say about it.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, it's continuing. They get the site for free at least. And when you're in these close engagements, the Sheriffs, Ghosts, so much easier to hit the headshots rather than long range where the damage isn't as good. And they're going to even take the Thrash to go further ahead, but they've still not accounted for Hype hiding in the corner and Soulcast, who hadn't got affected or detained. Now the remaining players that are out on main need to make this spam work. The plan is spot on for it, and there's even a trap to help out. 2 traps, in fact, but they haven't capitalised. Apex, they send it in to main, into the post plant. Well, they defuse. It's going to be 12. Map and series point for Apex from North.
Another flawless round from Apex as well in the defense. The retakes are on point from these guys. Not making a misstep, and you pointed it out, Hype in that corner, not cleared out by that Thrash, opened it up for the rest of the team to be able to flood out.
Well, this
Desire.
is the last stand.
Let's see what you have. See what's left in the tank. 3 rounds in a row to bring it to OT. If you want to be able to get to a 3rd map. Otherwise, Apex walks away from this map with the series.
A last stand. I mean, so quick to use ultimates, so quick to catch players offline. Can't quite get a kill from it, but they got information about players in towards tiles and bottom mid. Desire hoping that Apex make the first move. Feel it. Oh my god, he knows where Soulcast is and he'll actually find it. Taken down to half health, a player to the good.
It's an opening, but it's only part of the battle. Wolsey repositions off the back of that, but Hype again.
A player that's been called into question from Apex, whether his value was getting found, but he's certainly been finding it this series. Avova elsewhere gets rid of any lurks, any chance that they could backstab anybody, and oh my god, don't stab them from the back, stab them from the front. That's Desire's protocols. And now Kayak has to try and get something. He's just missed out on the chance that Waddle knows he's there. You can see the scope set in, no crossfire. Waddle's on his own, so Avova should know about it. Gets stunned up, and it's teed up perfectly. Now, with that being said, the plant spot, not too great. The spam needs to be very, very careful. And then Dizzy's not going to find anybody. They're spamming in. They're just holding 4. They're just defusing. Apex!
No.
They'll win it out 2-0 with just a defuse, keeping themselves in the mix for the top of the group.
that is not the way you want to go down if you're Desire. A beautiful round again, Apex on a retake and just showing how clutch their individuals can be to close this out. And Desire showed so much just strength early on in each of the maps, but towards the end, they lose their steam, they lose their focus, and Apex is just hidden back twice as hard.
Well, I mean, they find themselves Desire 0-2, but with that being said, let's hear from our analysts on what is such a great series from Apex.
Manages to close that out in a 2-0. Oh! Well, Tom, you're looking different. Tom, are you okay? Are we getting Kamek on the desk? Oh, we would love to have him, but honestly, we'd rather see him in the server.
I faded in like a ghost. What was that?
Oh God, jeez. I was gonna ask you, how did you grow
out
all that hair back?
I want to go
My
back.
work here is done.
I'm so happy to hear that. But as I was saying, Apex manages to close the series on a 2-0 fashion. New composition changes for the map that, you know, got very, very close to being their first loss in the history. I'm not going to take into account that first map on a random composition in a tier 3. But seeing them bounce back in the way that they did it on the map, it started a little bit like the first map, didn't it, Hasa? I think that I might be a little bit more convinced after today.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you are, that's great. I don't know about myself personally, but it's nice to see that they're growing into these matches, right? Getting more comfortable with the situation. It was never going to be like last year with how the Apex team of old cruised through until the final game. And I don't think that's the story that they want either. Done a brilliant job at being able to offset some of that mental pressure. Not necessarily make huge changes in how they're playing, but just be able to quickly reset in between maps, which is something that we were questioning would be the case or not. You saw them, they struggled at the start of the first map, came back into it, same story here. And even the second timeout that they used was after a winning round. It wasn't like they had popped the timeout when things started to get difficult again. They took it ahead of time, they took the break, and I think like Kayak as well, so much we spoke about Filu, turned up the heat massively by the end of that game.
I think as well, it was just the manner in which they started playing that defensive side. It was like they remembered who they were. It was like Kayak pushing mid, had support a lot of the time for Malzy and whoever was just available at that time, Soulcast as well. It was what I said going into the map that it would be around him, but I thought that would more so be on the attack side, but defensively, it got to the point where, yeah, it almost became disrespectful. It's like, okay, we can push mid and kill half their team, and there's nothing that Desire can do about it. And that was always one of the things that, again, I heard when talking to people from the Italian league, is that you kind of have this worry with Desire that they haven't been tested against unorthodox playstyles. And I think when Apex started really pressuring them, they kind of crumbled a little bit, and it's a bit sad to see.
Do you think that having that composition ready and maybe making this change for today, knowing what was at stake, right? Like if you go on 2 losses in such a small group, just like Desire is right now, your chances of making it through are very, very slim. Not only does it, I mean, it did work, but do you think it fits them, Haza? Like, does this composition fit their true identity, or do you think now they can play it as a wild card of teams not knowing which side they're going to go for, you know, what comp they're going to go for?
I would argue for the latter, I think, because Tom said it brilliantly earlier. You don't want to be propped up by Kayak every single game, and the old comp that they were running with him on the Gecko, the PRX comp, like you would see something on there, did suit the style of play that they wanted to bring to this map at a time. But flexibility of options when you have 9 other teams to potentially be preparing for, coming in, looking towards playoffs, always really good. And I think something else as well, the fact that Desire didn't know what was going to be hitting them here, it's exactly what we're speaking about. Those set pieces down mid, fast, flashy plays where you can activate, you know, your top duelist player. Even the final round that we saw, the 2 versus 3, the utility and just the playing off one another, so clean.
Yeah, well, I'm so happy that you guys are happy because I have a treat for you. We have an interview ready. It's a person that I haven't spoken to in years, but I've known for years. So I'm very happy to welcome to the stream to Danny. Danito, I have heard that you are doing great coaching Apex, but you're also looking great. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you guys. Thank you for having me. It was a great night for us, which is really good.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with how Ascension is going for you guys. The tough loss on the first one, then also having a very close win yesterday. How is the team feeling right now? How did you approach today as a new best of three against a new team?
I mean, we had a really tough start in the first match. So the yesterday match was a big challenge for us, and the win was so important for us because we managed to mentally reset, you know. And today we went with full confidence, and I'm pretty sure that we will show each game better and better performance. So yeah, I'm really happy that we're getting back on track, and we can now fully show everyone what we were preparing, and yeah, on what level can we perform.
Danito, of course, you and I, we were there last year. You were there last year, more importantly. Yep. You know what it's like to play the big games in Ascension. You know how the team environment is. You've been working with them for a while now. I've got to ask, the TO in Danito, people thinking it stands for timeout. What is it that you're telling them there? Is it more on the game plan side, adaptation-wise, or is it just the mental pressure sometimes which you need to alleviate from your players? Because we saw you find huge value from those 60-second pauses today.
I mean, it's a little bit of everything, you know. So in like in different situations, you need to adjust different stuff to the team. Sometimes it's like strategic stuff. Sometimes it's like, yeah, as you said, some mental stuff, you know, just focus up, get back into the game, you know. So yeah, it's never the same, you know. So it's always like, it depends.
So I kind of wanted to go a different direction with that and go like last year, Apex, you were with them. You were invincible all the way to the final. I don't want to bring back bad memories. Do you think this year it's kind of a better case for you, the fact that it has been a little bit of a rougher start? Because I think it definitely came as a shock in that grand final when things started to go wrong. So is having a defeat early, the team picking themselves back up, looking better for you?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, we played the Polaris season, yeah, so we didn't have this high adrenaline games there, and now when we are here, we actually face like some tough opponents, and we are learning a lot after every game that we played, and we are growing as a team after and each game, which is like super important for us. You know what they say, it's better to lose now than in the grand final. So yeah,
totally.
so we're trying to do that, yeah.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask you, and I think it ties up perfectly with what you're saying right now about learning from yourself. Sunset, it's a great map for you in case you hadn't noticed. But today you decide to change the composition. Is that something that you had saved and prepared? Does it come from a different place? Who made the call? Give me a little bit TLDR.
I mean, we want the world to see Kayak's Neon, you know, and we wanted to like mix it a little bit, you know. We are a team that we are very flexible and we can play basically whatever we want. So, you know, we can surprise people always like comps and everything. So it's just like us, you know, mixing stuff and making surprises.
You, as an organization and part of the coaching staff as well, and Apex have always made the decision to play online stages, whether it be playoff in Polaris, building up to stuff like that, in a bootcamp environment, whereas we've seen other teams here, like Job Life, for example, prefer to play from home. What added benefits do you think you get from this environment, and do you think it was key in bouncing back from that initial loss that you faced against Go Next a couple days ago?
I mean, we're super close, everyone from the team, you know, we're like a family, so family is always better when it's together, right? So yeah, for us it's like really important. We cannot like wait to get to boot camp to meet each other, you know, and to play together, and we're there for each other. We're bringing our teammates up when they need. So yeah, I think like the boot camp buff is like really, it's real for us, and yeah, this is how we do stuff.
So obviously you've played I guess the majority of your games in the group stage now, and the other group has been going on at the same time. I wanted to ask, coming into the tournament, like what was the team that you sort of had your eye on? Because we've heard that DSY was sort of like compared to you guys, maybe like the baby brother, and obviously Go Next, I think, have come out of the blocks. Were there any surprises, or has everybody kind of been as you expected?
I mean, I'm really impressed by Pacific. I think like we are screaming them a lot for the last 2 months, so I was not surprised that they won the Turkish league. The boys are insane, you know. I'm actually like really surprised from Go Next. I think like they made like a really good prep on us and good showing versus us on the first game, and yeah, I'm looking forward to play Job Life in the playoffs.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm hoping that they make it, right? They still have to do it. Yeah, things are not looking as strong, you know, or as one-sided on as they're doing on Group A. Things still can go a little bit crazy. The map differential is going to be very important if we get to those tiebreakers. But looking at these two groups, I think like I'm happy with the representation. I love the fact that we're getting matches going to 3 mappers and all that. But Danny, I need to ask you about something. You know, I consider myself a very open-minded person, right? Mm-hmm. So I just watch some teams, I see some comps that I'm like, this, that, okay, I can see that working. Don't really vibe with that. So the third map was going to be Lotus, and you've played a bunch of Lotus. Now I need you to explain to me why, above everything else, you decide to run this composition on Lotus.
I mean,
what does this give you?
It gives us
that makes you go, yes, this is what we're playing.
I think we're just, as I said, we're a team that we can do whatever we want on the server, right? So we can like pick these agents and like make a surprise, but you don't know. Maybe we can change comp in the playoffs, you know?
I know you will, after what you did in Sunset.
Yeah, you can never be sure what we're gonna do in the playoffs, so that's what keeps like teams on their toes, right, against us. So you never can expect what we can do. We can do everything. We can go back to the Viper race comp, we can go Neon, like, yeah. So it's about this, you know, what is like comfortable for us at this moment.
And this is the most comfortable that you found for a Lotus so far, right?
Yeah, so far.
You already tuned
you
it
never
out.
know.
It's good. I expect changes. I know that you know, some other crazy compositions are going to be possible in the future. Tom, Hazza, do you guys have any other questions? Because I think it's been a long day for everybody, hasn't it?
I'm ready for bed. I think Apex have already put one team. They've put a team to bed. Now they can put me to bed as well, I think.
Nice.
Okay, Danny, do you want to put Tom to bed? I will take
that.
Yeah,
you can top me in.
Yes. I'm going to take that as a yes. Well, Danny, you were saying that Pacific is a team that is very strong. If you guys want to see some of the action they're playing on the Omega stream, right? Right now, going to a 3-mapper, because, you know, we get paid by the round. So we need matches to be this close up. Thank you very much for joining. Tom is going to bed. Hazza is giving us a very good pose. Danny, I will not ask you to join them, but thank you very much. Congratulations. You have a day off tomorrow, and in a couple of days we will see you playing against Barca. Until then, thank you very, very much, everybody, for tuning in.
Thank you for having me, and see you soon again, I believe.
Yeah. See you in Berlin. How about that?
Bye. Yeah.
Thank you very much to everybody for tuning in. This is us. This is everything from us today. But again, Pacific is playing against Mouse in the other stream, and I think you could actually love that. So good night, and we'll see you tomorrow, or maybe catch you on the chat.
Yep.
Stay fly, man, I just sat down and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just sat guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. With my king, got the blinders on. Feeling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I'm a bomb. Golden, but the mind is on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Beast mode, King Kong coming today. Obstacles try delay, crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave, from the cage to main stage. I'm about to engage, raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just sat guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I'm just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I paid that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the